And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and League fans from all over the world, welcome to the Upsurge Premier League Finals right here on Upsurge. I will be your host for the evening, ravishing rabbits, most ravishing man of the internet, and I'm yet again joined by my main man, Beatdown Boulevard, by my side, my main analyst. How you doing, brother? You good?
Yes, sir, Ravi. I'm doing just fine. We got a hype matchup. A little funny business going on with the timer. Don't worry about that. It was just a joke. Now we're ready to go, though.
Oh, yes, sir. And even more so, I would say, I am doubly excited for our very, very special guest tonight, man. We've had a lot of cool guests over the season, but I might be fangirling a little bit because we have right beside you can see on screen, man. Bro, ex-pro player, LCS to a pro player nonetheless here for TSM, P1, Echo Fox, and I believe missing one more. TSM, Echo Fox, P1,
And
and
Team Liquid.
and Team Liquid. I had it. Don't you worry, man. And of course, top of the ladder, absolutely phenomenal challenger jungler, Mr. Mike Young here on the desk today.
Thank you for the welcome. Yeah, I love just watching Upsurge and everything. I remember playing in the tournament brackets last year actually. So it's actually kind of really fun just getting to watch all these amateur players play once again. Now that I'm not playing against them, I get to watch them play against each other.
Exactly. Looking from the outside in, brother.
My favorite thing, too, is that since you've definitely played with a bunch of these guys on the higher ends of the ladder, you definitely might know a thing or two about them. That's specific to solo queue, maybe certain things they like to do, how toxic they really are. Come on, man, give us some names.
Actually, Actually, I don't know any of them being toxic, but
okay, nice.
I am watching Cyber and watching Sudsy because I always play against them in solo queue. And I played against them in scrims before as well. And they always play better than everyone else. They're top contenders.
Wow.
Okay, so already we're starting to see just a little bit of bias going throughout the game, but gentlemen, we do have a lot of time in front of us to set up the matchup tonight. And considering you already mentioned it, so let's get it right here underway here to beat down. That being ISU Redbirds versus Revival, right? These teams have been through the absolute ringer, beating everyone and their grandmother in front of them too. And now they stand before us, right, as a tippity top of the ladder, which is absolutely phenomenal, and they do deserve to be here. But they both had two very, very different routes to get here, right? But we'll go into a little bit. ISU, I find, was a team that many people had counted out quite some time ago, but they've shown not only throughout playoffs but throughout their season that they have managed to steamroll every single other team that they face in front of them. Now, according to their coach, is because their teams are bad, but tonight he said Revival is not a bad team, so it should be a bit of a tougher time here, Beatdown.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely been a long road here for both of these teams, and I agree with you. That was definitely the thoughts of some for ISU. I gotta admit, I was also in that camp, not really high on them, not really thinking too much of them, but of course my mind has now changed watching them play throughout these playoffs, making it here onto the day. And yeah, it's as you said, Pater has already shown us that through the talks that we've had, that they are definitely respecting Revival, and they should, because this is going to be their toughest challenge yet. Revival, especially with the harder schedule they've had in the playoffs and the group that they had as well, are now here in the finals, posing the toughest challenge ISU have had all season long. And the question is going to be, are they actually up to it? I think they can be, but the kind of keys to success, the big thing they're going to look for straight from the jump in this best of 5 is for Drew Dozer and Hyper. I really want to put some emphasis on Drew Dozer, specifically because we've seen Revival on stream a bunch of times, Ravi. You know how it is. It's always the Sudsy and Cyber show, and a lot of how things work with Revival is through Sudsy. So that means Drew Dozer needs to have a good series, needs to be prioritized in draft to get himself a comfortable matchup so that at the very least he can go even. He could throw him on a control mage, whatever the case may be. The thing is, comfortable matchup. That's a big thing for him.
Yes, sir. Revival's undefeated playoff schedule and overall standards nothing to scoff at too. But like you were talking about, sorry, ISU's undefeated playoff standard and all throughout playoffs, so I believe they only dropped like one game or not
Yep.
even one, in fact, which is absolutely wild. But on the other end, like you're talking about Revival as well, right? They've been a bit back and forth we see throughout the season, especially because these guys are on proving grounds too, and they were unfortunately just freshly knocked out and unfortunately going up against Supernova. So losing the best of three, those some tough games that are going back and forth after Barrage. So now the team is looking to come into Upsurge today and possibly just rebuild. And like you mentioned before here, Beatdown, right? It definitely has been the Sudsy and Cyber show, and all the other for ISU too. It is also just the Drew along with Hyper show as well. But with that already sets up one of the main things I want to pass off to you here, Sir Mike Young, is let's lay it all on the line. Let's make sure our viewers know what's up. Let's get this clear because we've been debating for a long time. Is jungle diff really just jungle diff? Is it mid diff? Is it support diff? I need to know who I can play in my solo queue games.
It's actually, right now in the meta, and I've been talking to even like other challenger mid lanes, jungle diff is really mid lane diff. Like really with the EXP changes in mid lane, junglers have to make plays around the map with their mid. Sometimes even if like the mid goes to base or roams, junglers, just take the mid wave, get that EXP, or gank mid, get a summoner, and then takes the EXP, shares it, and then that's how junglers can stay really ahead. Or also something that's unmentioned a lot for like a lot of people is how strong support is when it comes to jungle getting ahead. So if the support can walk with the jungler, making plays, jungle support and mid, they're really closely, tied together for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why actually I'd even have like my personal thoughts on it. I've definitely been watching a lot of this conversation. I actually, if I had to like hard stance it, hand on the Bible, gun in my hand, I would say jungle diff is support diff. Just for that main reason. Yeah, exactly, Robbie. Like if it's that serious, I think it's support diff. Just for that reason you already mentioned, Mike. Like support also needs to be moving around the map. And like if any of you played solo queue as a jungler, Mike, you even know this too. If you have a good support, like you could tell, like, it makes a huge difference, and it just feels so much better trying to make plays around the map when your support's finding better roam timing.
Yeah, for sure. I played with Core JJ so many times in solo queue, and even back when I was on Team Liquid for scrims, it's just the easiest games ever.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to be saying that too. It's like you get Core JJ in your game, and it's like, all right, we're blessed. It's cool. Mr. Support Diff himself.
It's just so free, bro, at this point. Because of course, like Core JJ, he's just that guy. Plus, like,
I mean, no excuses.
Exactly, and with a smile like that, bro, who wouldn't want to let him win, man? Look at that. He's the brightest guy of the day, man. But we're past that, ladies and gentlemen. We were talking a lot about the jungle mids and support diff, right? But let's get to the nitty-gritty of that jungle diff starting off with for a main matchup of the night, which was the two junglers between Cyber and going up against Hyper. Right, these two have definitely been the playmakers for both of these teams, and now Cyber's classic has been iconic, which he has still yet to lose a game. I believe it's still a 90% win rate, almost on every single game. And on Hyper on the other end, we need him to be an extremely scrappy jungler here, and is not afraid to take fights even level 2, but at least he'll come at you.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that specifically because even in last week's matchup against GMU, Hyper, very aggressive jungler, is big on playmaking. You can't give him champs like Olaf. Last week we saw him on Lee Sin. We even saw him play Jax, and it is just insane how strong he can perform on a lot of these carry sort of 1v9 champions. Because if the situation is right, Hyper will win out games. It wasn't last week. I think it was either quarters or just when the regular season ended. We hadn't seen a lot of Hyper play. This man finally came in. We were like, oh my god, Hyper's back. Does he still have it? He still had it. He picked Olaf, had like 20 kills, some ridiculous number like that. And I think because I do say Drew Dozer needs a good matchup, but the real reason I'm saying that is because Hyper needs to be able to be that aggressive jungler, be able to make those plays, because when he is able to, that's a lot of how ISU wins games. When Lee Sin gets mid prio and he can start invading for buffs, that's how they win games. When Jax can do whatever he wants, that's how they win games.
I feel like you're writing a poem to me, bro. At this point, man, it's
Bro,
like
Hyper
Ruby's
is
horror
poetic,
stuff.
bro.
He really is with it.
Hmm. Don't get me wrong, Cyber's great too.
Mhm.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed was just so cool is that the kills, first blood kills for Hyper is just so much higher than
Yeah.
Saber. So I think that's something I'm going to be looking forward to. What type of
Mhm.
pathing is Hyper going to be doing in order to get those first bloods?
Mhm. Which that's absolutely the biggest thing, right? Because like we were saying before, Hyper is a jungler who generally kind of thrives on he has a mentality of like, why give you my blue when I could give you like the enemy's blue, right?
I love that.
It's just so much more efficient. Which going off of that, Mike, that's a question for me. Just so I understand it too, because I feel like we might actually be able to see this game. Let's say you hop on in, a team goes for late invade, they end up getting your blue, and the jungle then does some weird pathing where he almost ends up 3 buffing you. How are you coming back from this?
You cheese gank. Honestly, the first thought is while the enemy's taking your camps, can you
Yeah.
mess with a laner and make his life miserable? Because although you don't have 3 quadrants, guess what? You
Yeah.
can just tackle 1 quadrant really hard and
Yeah.
someone's lane really hard. Now it's up to the enemy to be like, okay, so he can only be here, so play safe. But if the
Mhm.
laner doesn't play safe, that's going to be a hard time for that laner if he's pushing
Mhm.
up.
And speaking and saying right on that too, because one of the main things we want to tackle tonight, right, was those quadrants you spoke about. Now, the top quadrant for Revival, we all know and agreed on, is genuinely stronger. But Tsuzzi and the Cyber Synergy is absolute at the tippity top to beat. Now, like you mentioned, and the concept isn't too shabby either, bro. I
Oh.
would not count him out of any single
Mhm.
matchup at all. He is absolutely phenomenal as a
Mhm.
player. You can even see it right over here, bro. Concepts Wukong is nothing to be scoffed at, not even laughed
Oh,
at. I
no.
wouldn't smile at it even if I saw it. I'd be terrified.
I mean, you should be. He's definitely like number one Wukong player. Whenever he does break it out, it is less talked about, but it's on the same level of Cyber's Kha'Zix. Like the dude is nuts on the pick, and I really like that clip in particular too because it shows how this is kind of my point. This is what happens when Sudsy is allowed to push in your mid laner and Cyber's allowed to get aggressive. They go in for invades. They shut down enemy jungler. Imagine you're level 3 trying to do your first clear of the top side as Hecarim and like top mid and jungle are trying to fight you. Like that sucks, man. That's terrible.
Yeah.
You ever had to fight for your life for every single jungle camp?
You ever just wanted to fart? Yeah, bro. I had welcome to top lane, bro.
True. Fight for your life just to get CS.
The one thing I'm curious to
Mhm.
see is now that they kind of like know that they play a heavy top mid style and
Mhm.
how Cyber wants to invade,
Yeah.
what if they just start top and then path bottom and then play to the strengths of their bot lane? How would that change
Yeah.
things around to avoid
E-
that?
Mhm.
Exactly, because that's
Yeah.
what. Oh, so go ahead, Beta. You first.
No. I was gonna say I agree with that. I like that because the thing too, and we talked about this beforehand. Like ISU's bot lane is aside from Hyper, of course, who is very good.
Yeah.
ISU's bot lane is what the strongest part about this team. Nausicaa and Disconnector, especially because ISU drafts for them really well in that. Like when they pick Caitlyn Morg, it's not blind, which I'm a big fan of because I don't like when teams blind Kate Morg. It's not always good in every scenario. But the point is, whether it's Kate Morg, whether it's different bot lane matchups, they
Yeah.
always win out on the 2v2. They always turn those into wins off getting Disconnector just fed out of his mind. So
Mhm.
playing to that strength is definitely going to be a big thing for them with ISU because we all know we've seen Revival many times now, especially in UPL. If you ask me, top mid jungle, except for Hyper is definitely up there. Revival's like top side of the map, untouchable.
Mhm.
Like they're just better.
Absolutely, which leads me right to my next question here. Going back to you here, Mike, on that because we done just spoke so extensively about just how good IG's bot lane are, and definitely so that's been one of the brightest spots for them, and genuinely been one of the ways that they're able to just steamroll the teams, which they faced right 20 minutes. They could take over the map. So if you're ISU, are you looking to possibly just funnel bot side, while Life Revival is playing top side? Are you looking to split up the map? How do you play to your advantages here?
I definitely would focus on the draft here. I really liked what I saw from that clip alone, where it was a Caitlyn Morgana into an Ezreal Rakan. That
Yeah.
to me seems like a free win, easy win condition Caitlyn Morgana will just get countless tower plates and towers as they rotate around the map. Look to get a draft like that. If possible, let's see the Caitlyn again if it's a good counter pick matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I like, and that's like what I was saying. ISU, they won't blind it. They in some situations they will actually wait until later parts of the draft if they aren't sure what bot lane they want to play. And I've seen I think it was quarterfinals. They R4 R5 Kate Morgan. It was like, or they B4 B5, excuse me, and it was like, whoa, wait, that's really good here. And spoiler alert, they smashed that game.
And likely they would be looking to do so again in this one as well, right? Because we'll right back along, going a little bit on the topper side of the map here, friends. It's one thing we haven't necessarily touched on has been the mid lane matchup, right? Between Sudsy and Drew Dozer. These two players have been absolutely essential, especially for a revival on just steamrolling teams, bro. It's like if there's freshly paved gravel on the road, you know that Sudsy gonna make sure that you're gonna lay that ground clean, bro. It's going to be easy all the way down to the enemy team's nexus, right? Now, and a lot of it has been because of Sudsy's absolutely gargantuan champion pool, but Drew Dozer to the scoff at either here, BW, because we're known to pick out some pocket picks, right?
Certainly, like when it comes to meta picks, Drew Dozer certainly is able to play his fair share of them. I don't think there are going to be any champ pool issues. Kind of like you said, though, Sudsy has them when it comes to the actual just sheer breadth, depth of champion pool. So that's why, again, I think like you want to pick mid as late as you can here. Try to see if you can get Drew Dozer on something strong, comfortable, or if you're on blue side, first pick Trist. It's that simple.
Easily, bro. Is Tristana definitely, I think, is if teams
Pretty
are
good.
not picking it or not banning it, they're genuinely trolling. It does not make sense to me. This champion is so good at the game right now, which Mike, looking at you as well. Here, if in your opinion, right, with teams right now, because I find Tristana and Seraphine are genuine priority picks in so many of these drafts, right? If you were if you're looking to draft for both ISU Revival, which champion would you prioritize?
I think that's a hard one for me. I would personally prioritize I would prioritize the Seraphine actually. And this is actually a surprising choice for me as well. I personally love Seraphine, just like how much like team fighting ability that she has. And I might be biased too because I've been playing a lot with Seraphine supports, and we usually do really well in the bot lane together.
I mean, it makes sense, bro. Like, if it gets you wins, then it wins, right? That just makes sense here. Now, B, I know you're a personal fan of Tristana yourself. You just stated that she's a genuine free bet, I believe you. Which, by the way, before we get into all that too, I just wanted to list off real quick. These are all the champions that that I believe Sudsy has played so far, just throughout this season, and more so. Like, let me get it down. Like between Akali, Anivia, Annie, Azir, Echo, Galio, Aurelio, Lucian, Nico, Nocturne, Oriana, Pantheon, Salas, Cinder, Tristana, Twisted Fate, Yone, and Victor.
Yes, depth. Depth was the word I used for a reason. It's a lot of champs.
Yeah, his coach asked him which champ he wants to play, and he says yes.
Yeah. I think it's a nice thing too for a Revival because like they definitely have a lot of flex picks they can work with simply because of the fact that there's a lot of overlap with champion pool. Things like Galio come to mind, Tristana, Seraphine. There was one more. Nocturne is a big one too. Can go top, mid, or jungle. Volibear. Like they can definitely mess around with the enemy when it comes to drafting for that reason.
Exactly. Revival has absolutely fantastic flex picks, and I imagine we'll see them as you move with the draft, gentlemen, as we get closer and closer to the time. You know what question I'm about to ask you, B. You know what time it is. I'll start off
with
my
first?
man, Mike.
Okay.
I'll start with my man, Mike Young first, bro. Mike, I want to hear your numbers. I want to know who it's going to be for today's finals. Give me that 2-0, 11-3, 97 to 55. What do you got?
Yo, I might have to give it 3-0 for Revival. Revival taking it. I'm huge bias because Sudsy and Cyber, I've known them for a bit now, and they've just countlessly impressed me, especially Sudsy. Even back before I was a pro, he was always up there in the challenger ladder, and that's how he got such a big champion pool. He's been multi-season challenger for the longest time, as far as I can
7
remember.
years or something.
Yeah, it's
Insane.
really insane.
That's genuinely impressive. And I'm gonna tell you my prediction for us to beat down Ken Conti. It's gonna
Okay.
be Revival 3-1, baby. So let me just go ahead and put that in the cement. Now, now you get to go. Now you go.
Okay, that's fine. Wait, do you have a why? Just curious.
No, just to make sure that
Okay.
I'm saying my prediction first. So just so I
Alright.
know I'm gonna win this. This is
Alright.
easy. It's just because
Do
like
Yeah,
I'm just
of
a
course.
great analyst, bro. Come on, it's so free.
Well, all I'm saying is, it's a good thing you and I chat a lot and that you're a really great host. But regardless, yeah, you know what? I'll give you that one. You're probably right. I'm gonna say, like, I grappled with this one a lot because all week long I'm like, shoot, 3-0, 3-1. It's tough. I know Revival are gonna take this one. I'm very confident in that. But I am gonna agree with you, Ravi. Surprisingly, 3-1 is gonna be the call simply because I think Hyper gets ISU 1. I think Hyper's gonna 1v9 one game. Putting that out there.
All right, well, that remains to be seen. Appreciate you calling me. My homework is always beat down. Thank you for doing so. Now, friends, that's gonna do it for us right now on the desk. We're gonna send it over to our cast just to take us into game number 1 for the finals, that being Rebel Fox and Mad Magical. Take it away, gentlemen. Let's see the series.
Thank you, Ravish. Thank you, Desk. It's good to be here getting ready for the finals of the UPL. I'm Mad Magical, joined in by the one and only Rebel Fox. Dean, it's good to be back.
It's fantastic. Yeah, I'm excited for this finals matchup. We got 2 of the best teams. We were expecting a little bit different of a matchup, but here we are in the finals. And as the desk has broken down these 2 teams, they're looking incredible coming in. This is bound to be an absolute banger.
It will be, indeed. I think that this is going to be really close between these 2 teams. Revival, ISU. When I look at them on paper, I feel like they're really close with one another. And I feel like the desk did a great job in kind of breaking down, they got Hyper versus Cyber. That's going to be a really hype matchup. You got Concept versus ShamWow topside too. Everything really just seems like it's going to be a lot of chaos, but a lot of fun.
I would certainly hope that that's the case. We actually got no love for ISU on our desk also because nobody predicted them to take the series whatsoever, which I think was a little bit shocking only because ISU has all this explosiveness that they talked about the entire time. They're just expecting right now for Revival to have that consistency, to have that, that play that we've seen from not only UPL, but also through the rest of amateur to come out on top. Not saying I disagree, but man, and I know ISU, when they're at their best, can beat just about any single team.
Well, the thing I love about ISU, and I'll go into this a little bit, it's also something I kind of love about Revival, is they're not afraid to play their own style. They'll do whatever they want. They don't really care necessarily what is meta. Sure, they'll pick some things that are meta. But the thing that really always will stick out to me for ISU is one of the first games I got to cast for them with the current roster that they have. And it was right after Yone had just gotten released. No one else had been playing him. Everyone else thought he was a dog. And so then Drudos was like, give me Yone. I'm going to pop off on him. And they crushed with it. And that's what I love seeing is players like that who are just confident, grabbing something that they know how they're going to be able to play and pilot that the opponent might not be as comfortable playing against.
And what a collection of mid laners specifically to be able to actually junglers as well, because there's the Kha'Zix, there's the Kindred and things of which that they carry with all throughout the season, especially after some of the nerfs like the Hecarim. Maybe we get some of that. But the bigger thing to me also is you think about mid pools and like Sudsy's got a champion Ocean. To say Ocean, I think is also an understatement. If I had a larger body of water, I'd give you one. And Drew Dozer, he's got back pocket picks. He's got like Katarina. Every single time we talk about him, we want to see it just because I'm trying to goad him towards it. And that's something that will be comfortable for him.
One day we'll get it. It is definitely one of those picks. I mean, you know what? Why not bust it out in the finals, right? Give us a show. We're here to watch some awesome League of Legends. I'm coming over from casting the LPL where all I saw was chaos and fighting constantly. Not necessarily crazy picks, but I'm here back. I want to see the crazy picks. I want to see something spicy. Come on, guys, give me it.
Something that we saw in the previous week in the semifinals matchup was Akali, and I actually know that Sudsy's played Akali a lot over the last couple of seasons, and it may have taken some more time, another week, another 2 weeks to actually make an adaptation, but I am curious if it pokes its head into the series. I don't think it's particularly strong comparative to a lot of other things within the meta, but there's a lot of people who put a very significant amount of time, especially into the new Akali, so it wouldn't shock me to see it come through here. I think last week it actually got first picked up against the side of Revival, which was a mistake. But I don't think it's impossible to see something like that or to get a spicy assassin versus assassin matchup in general. And you'd love to see 2 assassins out of the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we're going to get the assassin versus assassin as we jump into the lobby to see how the draft is going to play out. It's funny for me. I mentioned how, Drew Dozer, I have that fun story of him playing Yone. But Sudsy for me is Echo. I always imagine Echo whenever I watch Sudsy. And so that's why you say Assassins. Maybe we'll see that busted out.
I would like to see Echo. I think Echo's fantastic. There's another thing that like Volibear has started to come in, especially this patch in the jungle, and Revival was actually very keen about being able to flex that last week. Where not only Concept, who was taking it even before Volibear was really popular into a lot of strong lanes, but also now Cyber is capable of breaking that one out as a very dominant jungle pick. I've seen it as high as like R2, being able to pick as a response to like a B1 jungler, and it wouldn't shock me to see Volibear become a very popular pick, especially because ShamWow, he isn't always this like just massive carry from the side of Illinois State. You think of Hyper, you think of Drudos, or you think of Disconnector. And so Volibear's a perfect champion for mitigating a lane advantage, especially now that Renekton is off the board, or at least nerfed from where he was.
Nerfed from where he was. And it's funny with Volibear. He kind of fits that niche of somehow weak side top lane, yet somehow not at the same time, It's like you can play him where he's just sack top lane, you're not really putting resources into, but you can also play around him as almost being that like bruiser carry for the team. It's really weird, and that's why I think we're seeing so much more of him.
It's setting up dives and stuff is so fun with Volibear because you get to disable tower, and I know you're a massive proponent of some of the older itemization. You can talk about
you mean the best item in the game that ever existed, the praise be the Ohm Wrecker. Yes.
Well, now that's Volibear. So Volibear is Ohm Wrecker. So if I'm you, I'm wanting Volibear so we can see the Ohm Wrecker come back.
Trust me, I am very, very keen on Volibear.
Mm-hmm. It is it's a great time. We have started into the drafting phase. Bard, one of the champions, of course, that it can do that exact same thing like the Ohm Wrecker is taken off the board away from Nausicaa. But more importantly, take a look at these red side bans. This is prim and proper, absolute best possible red side banning right here. You get rid of Seraphine, you get rid of Tristan. This is mwah. No blue side Seraphine, no blue side Tristan. Mwah! 2 kisses, both of you.
See, for you, you're seeing all this stuff from North American Amateur, and for me, coming in from LPL, Seraphine is something that's really fallen in priority. She's not really drafted too often just because people have figured out how to kind of play around her. The big one for me was that Thresh ban that I'm seeing on blue side instead. Oftentimes, I've been seeing it left open more, even with some of the nerfs that came into him recently. I feel like it's still a strong pick for what he provides for the team. Well, Udyr being the final ban coming in from ISU, it feels like these are some interesting bans coming in from each side.
Thresh feels like it's a champion that gives you so much versatility at your AD position because you could pick something that dives like Tristana or even like something like Kai'Sa because you can pull them right back out. It's very defensive if you want to go for something like Varus or like Jinx or something along those lines. So it makes sense if Revival doesn't want to take that at number 1, you're not likely to get it at 2-3. So instead, they're going to come to this Karma pick. This is pretty interesting. And Chookies can play a lot of these Enchanter type supports. I don't imagine it being much of a Sudsy champion just because of how much if we think of him as that carry with a massive champion pool. But the flexibility of this pick, I think, is certainly there from the side of Revival.
Technically can go into 4 lanes. I have seen Karma Jungle attempted, but it's more than likely just the 2. Mid lane support, which one is it really going to be? And the thing is, I have seen Sudsy play this Karma as well. It's not like it's out of his wheelhouse to be able to play it, but I want to go back to that Volibear, because you were talking about it earlier, and look at how early ISU draft that.
And for Revival, I think this is a really good flex pick. I'm not convinced that Hyper will play this. I'm more convinced that ShamWow is willing to take it blind in a top lane no matter what, and that they're willing to sit on this. Now, it can, of course, be flexed into jungle. There's no way that it's that hard to play that Hyper wouldn't be able to manage it, but this doesn't seem like a Hyper champion. He's somebody that loves to just get down, get dirty, and get aggressive in the earlier game. And while Volibear is very capable of that, this feels much more like a ShamWow pick than it does a Hyper pick. So I'm expecting there to be a jungle eventually here from ISU instead.
I will say, though, that Lucian pick does make it so that we can keep an eye on where that Volibear is going. I'm more likely expecting it to be either Drudos or Disconnector. Both those players like to play Lucian, so that could be their option, but it still could be topside for ShamWow. But going over to Revival now, having drafted a Nocturne, I know Cyber likes to play this a lot, and with him, kind of seeing a resurgence. You've been seeing him as a niche pick back on 11.5, but now that you've gotten some nerfs to other junglers that have been really taking over the meta, and both Olaf and Udyr banned, this Nocturne could be into his hands once more.
It's a way to attack lanes if you're in the jungle. You know Sudsy's capable of playing it, and it's actually a pretty decent response into most fighters. I don't think it's perfect into Volibear, but it's probably not an unplayable matchup for the Nocturne. And in the right situation, you could see this triple flexed into 3 separate positions from the side of Revival, and they've done a lot with this pick. This is something that gets banned against them very often, especially when the team's on blue side, they're on red side, because you don't want to get it counterpicked. As Jinx comes in as that other pick, this for low balls. He has been like a Jinx player for as long as I've known him over the last couple of seasons. Even when Jinx wasn't really around, I've still seen him play that champion. So when it's come into the meta, it's no shock that they're going to want to put priority onto this.
As we get Ezreal locked in, the final one before the next phase of bans coming in from ISU. I'm a bit surprised, though. I would have expected them to have locked in a support for Nausicaa to hold on to the potential that Lucian could be flexed around maybe into Disconnector's hands.
The thought process I think here is that if you don't pick ADC, they ban out ADCs, and so they can take Kai'Sa Ezreal off the board, and then it's like, what do you come back to? You either go really aggressive in lane or not. Instead, they're like, okay, Disconnector, we're going to throw Ezreal into this lane. I know Disconnector's played Jinx in the past as well, and I've seen this also pop up in major regions. Ezreal is a response to Jinx, just because Ezreal is so safe that Jinx can't really take advantage of that. So now you've got to get Jinx out of the bot lane and into every other lane to be able to actually interact on the map, try to get kills in that fashion. So it makes sense to me. And especially with a Lucian and a Volibear already on your team, it's really difficult to try to win skirmishes.
Now, this might sound strange, but I'm kind of wondering if Nausicaa's actually going to lock in a Yuumi. Try to get the old school kind of Ezreal and Yuumi bot lane. It's the sack bot lane. You're not really trying to do anything. But the reason why I think this is because we're seeing Volibear come back more into the meta. We've seen that a lot. And you already have the double ADC composition. So putting a Yuumi on top of that Volibear as he tries to dive in is going to allow someone like Drudos or someone like Disconnector to play on these outskirts of fights a little bit better.
And one of the first times I got to see Hyper really pop off during games was right about the start of Olaf's dominance in the jungle about a year and a half, something like that ago. And that was when Yuumi was still in the meta very consistently. And how many games of them did you see where it was like Hyper playing Olaf, his support playing Yuumi, and just running down full enemy teams? And you think, can you do that with Volibear? Sure. There's nothing stopping that. That kind of the ballsy play that you're expecting from him is supplemented really well. Now, that's a lot more interesting. This is more like it.
Now here we go, Evelynn. And this actually does make sense because I was about to say I thought maybe Nidalee would be the pick for Hyper because they need AP. They need some AP threat, but they opt instead for Evelynn here. And this is the wild pick that I wanted to see from these two teams where they're changing it up as we get this Jax that could be for Cyber, could be for Concept. We're gonna kind of have to keep our eyes on where all these champions are going to go.
It's kind of crazy to me. Is still available that you're going to go to specifically Evelynn more than anything.
Yeah, I think I was losing Dean just a little bit there, so hopefully be able to get his internet fixed a little bit. But looking at what we've got drafted so far, Cassiopeia, the final pick for Sudsy. So that does tell us it is going to be the Jinx Karma bot lane. But we still don't, this is where I say we still don't know because I have over in the LPL seen Nocturne top played a couple times and we've seen that all across the world that it has been flexed there. I doubt it. I'm expecting it to be the Jax Volibear matchup, but it's still something to keep in mind.
That is, I'm in love with Sudsy being able to play this Cassiopeia. Okay, we get Blitzcrank on the bottom side. I'm not super in love with Ezreal Blitzcrank just because I think it's really hard to put out damage early in the game as Ezreal. It's a way to spike Ezreal into later game. But this is a lot of control, not only for your level 1, but also to supplement all this power that you've got in the Volibear and the Lucian to start this game off. And it's a great way to set up picks as well with the likes of, Hyper being on this Evelynn pick that we haven't seen much of in recent days. And you think about all these targets that you could pull on the side of Revival. You pull Karma, she can't even shield herself because of the Blitzcrank ultimate. You think about like Sudsy, if he gets pulled, he just dies immediately. Chucky's in the same, or my apologies, Sudsy in the same fashion on this Cassiopeia also will just die to a Blitzcrank hook. There's so many good targets. I'm actually really, really in favor of what Nausicaa decided on here.
I'll say I think there's 4 out of 5 targets that are really good. There's only one that if you pull, it might be bad, and that is going to be Concept on this Jax. Because if you pull a Jax in who has Counter-Strike ready, not going to look so good for your team.
No, not at all. It could be very troublesome when he gets the counter strike, is able to jump into backline. And the other big thing is like you have relatively low range where you got like Volibear, Evelyn's operating from relatively low range as well with like Q spam, and Lucian isn't the longest range ADC. So most of your poke, most of your long range is coming out of Ezreal, and there's ways to challenge into that backline from Revival. That's kind of the whole point of the Nocturne. And now you're also playing like if you play front to back, you have to deal with Jinx and you have to deal with Cassiopeia front to back damage, which is so heavy for the side of Revival. It might be difficult to burn through if you're Illinois State and you don't start off on a relatively good foot. You have to expect they're going to want to push tempo, which is what we wanted from ISU to start the series anyhow.
Exactly. Their composition is kind of built around skirmishing, isn't it? They kind of want to be able to have it where it's Hyper and Drudos are trying to find fights early on. Sure, you do want to be able to get level 6 for Evelyn, but that's going to be the same for Cyber on Nocturne. So you're not really too threatened, and you're going to be able to kind of tag team. We heard earlier that Mike Young was talking about how right now, it's not really about jungle diff. It's about mid diff, how your mid lane does into these matchups. And if Drudos can somehow get a little bit of an early lead over Sudsy and tag team with Hyper, that could spell doom for what Revival want to be able to do, which is survive and thrive in that later game.
What an explosive matchup we have to start off our mid lane. We wanted crazy things, and we talked about like Assassin, or at least I was hoping for Assassin. But starting off with Cassiopeia up against Lucian to start off the game, especially when you're pushing for a priority for your level 6 type jungler, this is kind of what we expect from these two. These two are clashing heads. These are very good players out of the mid side. I'm really interested to see if Sudsy, I believe he pulled this out last week, if he goes back to Leandries, or if those Ludens buffs we talked about in the previous week with Cassiopeia, where you get the cooldown back when you have that tick damage coming through with the poison, if that's going to make a difference, especially with all these squishy targets on the opposite side. You don't need that percentage health burn. You need immediate damage right here, right now, which is what the Ludens profile fits, especially into the likes of Disconnector.
I mean, there is always the small chance that we get the Everfrost build, but I know that's been fallen to the wayside a bit more. We saw, minor changes, but nothing too severe. It's still good, but not on someone like Cassiopeia anymore. I'm expecting it to be that Luden's Tempest build. We're trying to be able to get more of that mid-game spike, like you said, the burst of damage, because on the other side, Drudozer is playing this Lucian. And Lucian is, I want to say, odd with what he fills in the early game. Because he almost fills that assassin-type role, doesn't he? He tries to see if he can find these early kills immediately in the laning phase, so that way he's going to do even better in the mid-game. He can try to spike around that Essence Reaver.
I feel like Lucian, especially in like the amateur level, when you consider what Lucian should be doing in your theory like crafting, what is Lucian's purpose? Most of the time you're expecting him to get priority of mid lane very, very quickly. And that's difficult to do in a lot of matchups, and this is no exception. When you consider cast for E-spam, there is difficulty there.
Yeah, exactly. It is going to be difficult. And I feel like that's why Sudsy did opt into this matchup, isn't it? It's Cassiopeia. All you have to do is put the Miasma down. No relentless pursuit anymore. Not going to be an easy time to be able to get away. However, that being spoken, it's about trying to get that early lead from levels 1, 2, and 3 for Drudozer. But I kind of want to change pace. We've been talking a lot about the mid lane. I want to go into the spot lane. Because you had mentioned, having Ezreal Blitzcrank in the bot lane. I mean, while I was talking about Ezreal Yumi, and I already know that's kind of like a sack bot lane already, it feels like Ezreal and Blitzcrank is even more so just because now you don't even have that ability to be able to heal back up the damage coming in from both the Jinx and Karma.
I feel like two paths that you can take an Ezreal down. You can take it down we're playing exclusively to Ezreal, where you break it out of lane, you put it into pits, you put it into towers, and you just try to push as fast as possible, get those gold spikes, and then let it carry throughout. The other option with Ezreal is to let it sit in lane, take a lot of solo XP and a lot of solo gold, even into duo lanes, because it's so hard to kill him, and then to use your support around the map. And that roaming style is something I very much expect from Blitzcrank, because when you consider you have a very powerful top lane in Volibear into a scaling matchup in Jax. Same thing in mid lane, where you've got a really volatile mid lane with a good early champion like Lucian. You really want support. Jungle is support diff, as our desk cat actually has alluded to. And in this particular game, it feels so much like Blitzcrank has the first move and should be able to leave very quickly, even when Ezreal isn't in the best place, just because of how safe Ezreal is. That's my expectation. How fast can Blitzcrank move, and how fast can Jinx and then her opposition in that support role be able to move out on the map as well?
Exactly, because if Blitzcrank is able to get one of these good pulls coming in from Nausicaa, landing onto Lobos, landing onto Shookies, well, suddenly now you have an Ezreal that you can leave alone, because you don't have to worry about that XP diff that might happen from the double range into melee support that usually happens. But now, the final lane that we haven't really gotten to touch on too much, we already know, a lot of people already know the matchup, Jax into Volibear. It's Jax's favor just because Jax is going to be able to kind of take over in the late game. But early on, Volibear is still a big threat in that lane phase that you got to be careful of your concept.
Extremely, especially now that like E has been uncapped in earlier levels. Even just a little bit of AP actually goes a very long way in your damage and your shielding potential to take into a Jax. So you have to be pretty careful if you're Jax with your ability usage in this one. If you rush really quickly into a counter strike, but E has been dropped by Volibear, even if he doesn't tag it on you, that shield is enough to get through the counter strike, and then your W comes out as Volibear, your Q comes out as Volibear, and this auto attack chain that just gives you so much damage over the course of a fight begins to come through before concepts damage ramps up with the likes of level 6 or the likes of Conqueror, and that's where the fear is. So to me, Concept just has to play carefully with the use of the counter-strike, and that means Volibear doesn't have a lot of pressure early. So it's just a pushing lane, and you're looking to either attack this top lane tower or just move him around the map into the jungle to support.
No, look at this. They both were trying to go for the level 1 plays, but they're on the opposite side of the map. All right, well, you know what? We've jumped into the lobby. We're jumped into the rift for game 1 between Revival and ISU. It is the finals for the winter split of UPL. Sudsy looking to see if he wanted to be able to make a play, but nice ward from Hyper. Pretty much saying, you know what? We didn't see anybody on this bot side. There was no line of scrimmage set up by Revival. They're probably on the top side, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they realized that very slowly. The big thing is actually like Azog, who is Lobaz in this one. In case anybody doesn't know, his name is Azog, the tax filer. For all of you people who haven't, filed your taxes, you got another month to do so, and he can help you 100%. Contact him on Discord. I don't know what it is, so don't blame me if he doesn't get a bunch of messages. But the point here is they actually know there's no ward anywhere around this bottom side for the likes of Saber, so he's not in any danger to start off this game. Whereas there are wards actually put into the opposite jungle. Hyper, especially when he hits that red buff, should be spotted out from the side of Revival's invade.
So it's right now, we gotta kind of see mid lane. It's a little bit unfortunate for Sudsy. Even top lane, we're getting a little bit of early skirmishing. That shield for Shamwa, unfortunately, it was a bit too early. So now Concept has this huge lead that he's going to be able to exert over Shamwa. You can see him trying to stay away because he knows that if he tries to step up, counter-strike, stun, boom, whacks him once, and dodges away from the lightning.
So Jax's early game is exploitable by a number of champions. Level 1 Jax is the best top lane champion in the game, bar none. You can't give me a champion that will beat Jax level 1. Okay, all right. If you want to talk about that, you can talk about Lulu having the most damage in the game with just abilities at level 2 and be Lulu top lane.
I'm just saying.
That's fair. That's fair. As far as standard top lanes go, typically Jax will win just auto attack trading because of that counter strike, and you've seen that now with ShamWow. As level 2 approaches, now it's a little harder for Concept to step up because W or Q is going to be upgraded here for ShamWow, and that's going to make all.
Yeah, and see, this is in fact something I even wanted to mention.
Strike can't just be used to harass with to start things off.
I lost you there for a second.
You're good, don't worry.
We might lose Dean a couple times, so if I just start talking randomly when he's like in the middle of a sentence, flashed away. Concept, as you were talking about, and kind of going into great detail. Concept, he was doing a great job to be able to bully ShamWow, but unfortunately now he's stuck in a bad spot. The wave is frozen right outside of the turret for ShamWow, so he can get this cheater recall in, TP back in, and make it so that he's not really going to lose out too much against Concept, who's going to have to try to see if he can hard force.
Yeah, you really need to push in, which is a good opportunity for Hyper, but Hyper's not going to be able to exploit it, as it looks like Hyper's just going for this full clearing again and again. Yeah, it's a pain. Also, a quick summary of everything you guys missed when I did end up disconnecting right there. Level 1 Jack's good. Every other level of Jack's bad until he starts to scale. Basically, like levels 3 through 6 are not very good, which is why you saw Concept. He's playing very aggressively level 1, very confidently with the counter-strike, and now no flash, and wave in bad place.
It's like watching... Ooh, wait a minute. Let's see. Asuka, you're going to go for the pull. They know the ward's there.
Oh.
Let's try this.
They know it
He's going to go for the blind. Is he going to try it? Come on.
No.
Oh, come on, Nazca. You
Come
coward.
on, Nazca.
Coward.
What are you going to waste?
As a Blitzcrank player, I am disappointed. As right now we go top lane. Concept.
Goodness.
Getting a good trade onto ShamWow. Got to be a bit more careful. Disrespecting that, all a Concept has to do is be able to twirl the lamppost in the air, stun him up for a bit, and whack him twice, and he's going to take a lot of damage.
ShamWow has actually been pretty late on a lot of these E's. Like, you got to just use that faster, especially a lot further ahead than what you expect it to be, because Jax has to jump in that usually wants to retreat immediately after harassing with that, because there's no tools to protect you against auto attacks. So hopefully ShamWow learns the pattern, because it's not something that probably has been practiced for a good amount of time, as Volibear hasn't been top for at least a couple of months now, and Jax has never really consistently been in the top lane meta, usually just a handful of people that end up playing that champion. I'm taking a look at junglers too, where Cyber has just the one camp advantage. The double full clear from Hyper came out. It looks like double scuttle, though, was completely taken off the board here from Revival, knowing that ISU, if you're Evelyn, you can't really step in up against the likes of a Nocturne. You're just going to get run down, probably going to die in the early levels, and not willing to risk that. So instead, Hyper just goes to reset all of his camps as fast as possible.
Yeah, but right now we do have a bit of a trade topside. Looks like Concept playing a bit safe. He knew someone was nearby, and there it is. Seeing Hyper right on top of that ward, clearing it out. Not going to be easily dove, though. You can see that Cyber is nearby. So if Hyper does attempt to try to go for this, it's going to be the Sky Splitter, getting a lot of damage. Here's a counter-strike, but it's first blood still picked up by Hyper. You got to escape now. Get away from Cyber. You want to be able to chase this down on top of you. Trying to see if maybe... No, he's not going to flash for it. Understanding that ShamWow stands right in front of him. Going to be scary, getting a lot of damage. Another Sky Splitter, dodge away, flash to be able to survive. He could attempt this dive, though. Looking at how low he is, ShamWow not going for it, actually. Going to be able to back out of that one and saying, you know what? We already got the kill, we got the pressure, and we got the lead.
Really shocking how aggressive Concept stepped up right there, as that gives away first blood in the game to it should have been a decent laning phase. You poked down the Volibear a number of times, actually forced them on a Bramble Vest to start this lane off, which is not ideal if you're the Volibear, and yet somehow they're not only able to get a kill underneath your tower because you just greened for the remainder of the wave, but Hyper ends up getting a kill, which is huge to accelerate your Evelyn during the process of everything else. It's massive to think about just how big of a mistake that actually might be into the top lane, or at least how good of an execution that was from Hyper and ShamWow, just to get Evelyn out of this kind of abysmal early game. And now Hyper just needs to get another camp, maybe 2 camps maximum, and hits that level 6 mark where Evelyn suddenly becomes a massive threat.
Exactly, and that's why we weren't really expecting to see much out of Hyper, out of Cyber, since both these champions kind of want to be able to get to level 6. It's not even like scaling, it's just getting to level 6, power farming till then, when you can move around the map a lot easier as Hyper, not spotted out, or you could be able to use that paranoia to immediately jump into the backline as Cyber.
And we've matched that now pretty much tit for tat as we go bottom to top side clear. They've done it again, and now their buffs are spawning back. The only difference now is Nocturne was actually able to get a much faster back in the previous one, so it's first access to Scuttle Crab, which actually is going over to Concept. He's taking that one away. So I'm curious what Cyber's going to do, since he's got a little bit of tempo over Hyper with this ultimate available, to be able to attack one of these lanes. You have to think maybe top lane is going to be your focus to try to break Jax out. As bot lane, I feel like Jinx is just as strong, if not stronger, in terms of just pure team fighting compared to Disconnector. Nausicaa hasn't been roaming all too much, so there hasn't been much worry there. And then, mid lane's kind of back and forth as well, so it's small advantage for Sudsy. But at the moment, all this early game pressure seems to be loaded around topside, and nobody is kind of discontent going into late game with the with just even lanes the way that they are right now.
No, I'm looking at item builds right now for both sides. I'm a bit surprised to see that Doritos are going for the Noon Quiver. Oftentimes, and I don't believe that we've seen the Essence Reaver nerfs happen just yet. That's 11-7 that's going to have that one. So normally the Lucian build goes for that. What's the merits of trying to go for your Mythic over Essence Reaver first?
Thought process, I think it's possible that you're going to be going for the likes of Kraken Slayer, but I have to imagine that it's possible Lucian's going just for the Gale Force here, as it's another dash to add in, and it means you don't have to use your E, or if you use your E, it's not just a death sentence if you end up on a miasma, whereas like Sudsy, it's really tough if you've used your dash already, as around topside, we're getting a cover from Cyber as Drodozer comes up here with Hyper as well.
Oh, there's the paranoia, but it's going to be bringing the Dawn on top of him, flashed away. Trade of 1-for-1 at the moment. The Rocket doesn't do enough damage, but Concept still wants to be able to get this fight. He's got to be careful. Drodozer is able to get the double kill for Hyper in the top lane. So 3 kills in total on the side of ISU, with Cyber unfortunately not really being able to impact as much as he'd like.
Spooky stuff to start off this game, being able to give Evelyn so much damage early on. This is not a champion we've seen, but it's a champion that Hyper has been able to work with as we start off. As right here, you see the cover that actually comes out from Cyber around this top side, because you're afraid of what happens if Evelyn's around. And Drudozer's here also for just a little bit of dive potential, but they actually start this off with a play onto ShamWow. Despite the Volibear having the ultimate, Concept steps back in to at least get the trade kill onto the likes of Volibear. This fantastic little jump in from Hyper, and now now, only now, does Drew Dozer start to actually make an impact, as when Concept goes back in thinking this is a 2-on-2, they end up finding out that it's a 3v2 very quickly, not being able to slow that one down.
And that means you got 3 kills now on top of this Evelyn. And Evelyn is a champion that loves to be able to snowball, doesn't she? She's getting a great position. 6 stacks on Dark Seal as well.
The fear now also is that your Evelyn is able to tap all of these very squishy characters. We talked about that already. Ooh, wow. Drew Dozer teleported back to this lane is just getting punished for it because he doesn't have mana. As he's able to keep him here. But think about, like, if you can get Evelyn into Cassiopeia, into Jinx, anything like that, like the timing that's necessary for shields to come out from Chookies to deny that is so precise. It's so difficult to do, especially when you're this far accelerated with Sword Shoes, with likely a Magi's coming through. And now they're actually able to even translate this into bottom side. Or my apologies, this is Revival who's able to get this. Mostly due to the fact that, again, Drew Dozer had teleported back mid lane, didn't have anything. Bottom lane still gets shoved in again and again. You're not too worried about that. So at least something traded for the side of Revival.
Well, that's the thing with Cassiopeia. It's like Cassiopeia, Azir, Kalista. Whenever I see these champions, I always think had their ability to be able to secure these neutral objectives. And since, like you said, Drew Dozer had TP'd back into lane just to be able to stop the turret from falling, it meant that it was a lot easier for Sudsy to rotate down, be able to compete with that. And look at this stuff from Hyper, just hanging around. And since, you know, getting that camouflage will be spotted out, I believe, right there, was barely in range. The Concept is hanging out. He's waiting to see if Cyber's going to be able to use it. There it comes to the paranoia right on top of Hyper, blowing him up, trying to be able to get away with Anguish, but cannot do so. It's a shutdown gifted over to Cyber.
Immaculate patience right there coming out of Concept as they're ready for. Actually, over the wall, ShamWoW's going to get punished as well.
Drew Dozer just got to leave him out to dry. There's no way you can escape. Great rotation coming in from Chookies and Sudsy.
More pressure coming into the top side of the map right here. It looked like that ISU was attempting to use this Rift Herald to continue this top lane dominance, and then maybe after they're able to take top lane or something like that, they continue shoving. Watch teleport on bot side.
Oh my god, we see a kill coming in from Disconnector and Nazca under the turret, but here is Concept cutting off, flashed away from Disconnector to be able to get away. The Chookies is nearby. They might be able to chase this down because no longer having the dash anymore, trying to see if they can get the root, but over the wall. He pulls in, trying to see if they can take down Concept. It's a 1-for-1. Nah, he's going to be able to get 2. He will fall underneath the turret and give the shutdown over to Nazca. But honestly, that was a great play coming in from Revival.
It really was. Yeah, they were able to turn the tides of this game where it was 2 kills in favor of ISU to start things off, and now they're back to an even slate where a number of kills have been shared, not only between Jack, but also everybody else, where we start off with this bottom side play. It looks like those two had gotten into some trouble, especially due to the fact that Nausicaa, watch this right here. First Nausicaa acts a flashing away, then Disconnector burns it, and his Concept, especially his Jax, you feel so bad. Thankfully, because Flash is down, you're going to have to use E. W is able to get him the root over the wall. This miasma might have been enough to actually get this kill, and it was a huge pull from Nausicaa to be able to punish Concept as well. But either way, your Jax is still stepping out of the situation with 3 kills. Your Cassiopeia is pulling some resources. The one problem is Azog did end up going down on that bottom side as the Jinx was kind of without defense as it had been a roam from Chookies. But you're going to take that all day since now your top side is back into the control of this game.
I was about to say, is it really the worst thing in the world if you're getting your top side back into the game to sacrifice 1 kill onto Lobo's bot lane?
It depends who you ask. For Lobos, probably. for everyone else, I think it's fine.
Exactly. I see, and that's the thing. As a support player, I don't listen to my ADC. So it's one of those fair concepts where we're like, yeah, whatever, sure. Just farm. Just farm. You're late game. I'll get the kills now. Right now, ooh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Lobos just died bot lane, and TP was used by ShamWoW to be able to get here, and they already got the trade they needed to with the Rift Herald pop top lane. You got ISU actually being able to answer back on the map again to be able to get themselves this lead.
This is starting to become a problem where, like, this laning phase for what is Lobos and Chookies on the bottom side, it's much more dictated by the 2v2 at this moment, which is strange because we expected Blitzcrank to move. But as soon as Chookies is moving, Jinx is defenseless into the likes of this Ezreal Blitzcrank. I'm really confused how it is that they keep moving this Karma out, and you continue to get punished on bottom side. Certainly, Blitzcrank is capable of doing that. Everybody knows that that's the case. Everybody's been able to play that lane. Is now even looking for this bottom side tower.
To serve. Right now, Nausicaa playing with a little bit of fire. Got to be careful. He took the turret shot and taking a lot of damage coming in from Lobo. Is not going to be able to get the rocket grab, but look at ShamWoW. He's hanging around here. There is a Stormbringer up still. They could go for this dive and actually be able to take the turret. They're gonna wait, but keep in mind that Cyber's nearby. No, he doesn't actually have the paranoia to be able to easily join this one. So it's just gonna be the turret taken by the side of ISU. They're gonna back out of that one pretty easily. Might even rotate to be able to get control of the Dragon Pit.
And that's a really impressive hover coming out from ShamWow, who knows, I mean, if this bot lane ends up getting some shenanigans applied to it, there's nothing actually. Concept might get that. Oh my goodness.
Well, this is the problem.
Proto
Concept is
belt.
great into auto attackers. He's not so good into someone who has a proto belt and can also burst him down as an AP threat. And this is why Jax had to be able to bail out of that fight, saying, "Yeah, no, I can't take on this Evelyn. I'm not in a position. I'm same level as this Evelyn. Why should I have to fight her?"
Rocket Belt is cheating because it just barely got Hyper outside of the range for that stun, and that meant that Concept couldn't take that battle. As any mobility up against a melee target is going to make it difficult. And right there, you saw exactly that. If that stun comes through, maybe you could end up popping your ultimate and bursting out Hyper before there's any chance of return, or at least forcing out the ultimate. But instead, just able to use that Rocket Belt cooldown to get away. Is now an engaging.
Paranoia loot, using that on top of Disconnect. They're going to be able to get the fear, but they're going to be able to get the kill they needed to onto Cyber. And this has been a 3v5. Now that everyone else is joining in, it's going to be the 4v4. Natsuki taking a lot of damage. Comes in for Shoki, trying to see if they can get it on the other side to take down Disconnector. But Drudozer, look at the damage onto Shoki. Trying to see if they can get Hyper into position, but they just can't. Double kill comes in from Lobos, trying to be able to chase down Hyper, who takes out Concept on his way out.
This is tough. Hyper's also going to be able to go back invisible. No ultimate to play with, though, unfortunately. If you find that kill without ultimate, you can definitely contest for this dragon, but knowing that there's no ultimate available, Chookies and Lobos are going to feel perfectly comfortable snagging the second dragon of the game away. As that fight was really, really interesting. It was a pick-off onto Cyber, but all he was the engagement to allow the rest of his team to just walk into River and begin taking things. And a biggest implement, I think, of everything that came out right there, not only the double dragon, but also 2 more kills onto Lobos for this Jinx to be able to recoup some of that loss that you had early on into the game. Hyper is going for second Rift Herald here, which is probably just going to get taken given all the waves on top side shoved all the way in for the side of Revival. But again, you're taking that trade all day if you're Revival, a 1 fight and another dragon in their favor.
So the thing that I'm keeping in mind here is when I look at what each team has. Revival are the ones who are able to get this bot lane, they're able to get the dragons, but they're not able to get the gold lead. ISU has been able to maintain that. Even though there have been some iffy fights not really working out in their favor, they still maintain this lead, and having a lot of that gold onto Hyper, someone who can assassinate someone like Lobo, someone like Sudsy, could give them that competitive edge if they actually find that perfect fight they've been waiting for, find that perfect skirmish.
Previous iterations of Revival have always been really good about fighting. Some of the first series that I got to see from them, especially against like 100. What happened there?
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay, Concept.
Okay.
Okay, well, what did I talk about? I said, hey, he's good against auto attackers, and that's exactly what he did. But going into the mid lane, they're going to be able to get the fear with the rocket on Natsuki flashing away to try to get away from Cyber, but he couldn't get far enough. Instead, it's the kill. Disconnector over the wall. Getting a lot of damage. Here's the Proto Belt, trying to see if they can get over to Lobos, but he's going to be safe with Chookies. And yes, I called it Proto Belt because I'm still used to that.
I also said that. I knew it was Rocket Belt, but I said Proto Belt anyway because it's the only thing that I know how to say. So I'm just going to keep saying it because no one... I think everybody knows what Proto Belt is. And if I say Rocket Belt, people are going to be like, oh yeah, Proto Belt. That's what people's minds go to anymore.
Exactly.
As a handful more kills come back to the side of Revival, which is somehow, like, in this mid-game, they've been able to take over...
Hyper, last crest, getting a lot of damage onto Cyber, not having the ability. Let's see if Disconnector, is he going to be able to connect it? No, it's going to go wide. Cyber went into the jungle to be able to make sure there's not going to be that ult coming in from Disconnector, as he had to flash away to get away from Sudsy. That was a bit scary, but you could see that Concept was on the other side. He was threatening that dive.
That he was. That Ludens also is so mean right there. That was a Q and a single E with a Ludens proc coming out onto Disconnector, and you see just how low that Ezreal just got off the back of that exclusively. As slowly Revival, when they've been able to cluster up and find some of these just like immediate kills or pickoffs in fights with the likes of the Nocturne ultimate or in these solo plays like Concept has had, they've been having some really solid success, and then being able to push objectives afterwards has been a big boon of theirs as well. As again, their team play has been something they've been lauded for since the beginning of their scouting or proving grounds, my apologies, run, as it's one of the most impressive that we get to see, especially when you get into the later game situations, and they're clustering really, really quickly as a way to try to just push that immediately into the now instead of into the future.
And look at the gold lead. I was mentioning that was one of ISU's only paths to be able to try to be able to exert a lead over Revival. It has completely been gapped. It is now dead even between the two teams.
This is precarious. Okay, wait for the...
Sudsy, nice use, but look at Hyper. Even with the exhaust, it's going to be a last caress to take down the solo kill.
Man, I even saw what Sudsy's potential outplay was there. Actually, on top side, we're getting another play.
You have Stormbringer going to be able to use the dunk on top of Hyper, but try to see if they can take him down. Cyber was taking the turret for so long, same with Concept, but they both will be able to survive with the kill.
Just require the flash to come out. Is it just traded flash just for top side? For top side, is it's one kill that is traded back. Nausicaa. Okay, that hook went a little wide. It looked like it went perpendicular to where Lobos was at that point. Nice pickoffs again across the board. Right now, ISU, they're just trying to move Hyper around the map and find these pickoffs in the right situation to be able to punish some of these side lane members and some of these members in fights. You're seeing him do it again to Concept.
Look at this. He wants to be able to kill Concept. He knows he's low, and
There's
there
no
it is.
mana.
Going to
He's
have
dead.
the heart on top of him with the rocket belt shut down, trying to turn it around onto Cyber. Might be able to have this fight, but
I don't
does
think he
not have
wins
the ult. Has to be careful. Going to be feared back towards the turret. But I'm looking at who's going to be able to get their ult first. Hyper, it might be at the same time as Cyber, so it's probably a good call to be able to back out of that, both of them.
And it was. As continued sieging across the map again, ISU, they're playing around Hyper and moving that around the map, and that's pretty much their only path to winning outside of Disconnector, who got some early kills and is now able to siege with this kind of range advantage, as well as the threat of having the Evelynn around in general. And on the opposite side, when you're able to put Cyber or you're able to put somebody in these lanes without Evelynn being anywhere nearby, it feels like they're able to win so consistently. So it feels right now like the entire game is completely balanced on where is Hyper, what is he doing, and how much is he accomplishing for the side of ISU, as just keeping your eye on him is the most important thing. Another Dragon's going to be coming up, and you know ISU does not want to give over these Dragon, especially the soul, to the side of Revival.
They have to fight this one. This one is far more precarious, as you saw Nausicaa nearly threading the needle to be able to get the pick, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. Now we're having the full group up. Sudsy playing aggressively, but they're going to be able to get the stun with the calling on top of him. Sky Splitter gets the flash away. Stormbringer going to be healthy, but look at the backline. They're trying to see if they can get anywhere near to ISU, but they just can't. Cyber's not able to get there just in time. Well, the rest of them barely alive, but now they got them excited. The flash coming in from Lobos. He's got 3 kills that they need to be able to take down, only losing his own life. You'll take that.
Your frontline Jinx is going to get you quite a bit right there, as Disconnector can never really put in damage.
He's flashed away, being able to get over the wall. All they're trying to do is make sure that Disconnector can't get into the pit to steal away this dragon. He's run down, killed off, and the dragon's taken by Revival, their third of the game, putting them within soul points.
Another really solid team fight. They switched kind of directions in fights, both on one side and on the other side, and that has led them to being able to pick off. As I said, they've got much better front to back, and when you have 2 separate front lines like that, you're always going to take that win if you're a Revival, as that's, it was Lobos who ends up dying, but he was able to run very far forward. But most importantly, it's another fight win to get your gold advantage, as well as another dragon getting you closer to that soul point. You'll see on bottom side and on top side, there's like 2 separate fights as ShamWow came in, and everybody else was just kind of refusing to approach, as Sudsy had to flash out of the back. Concept goes in with this Jax, was able to survive long enough, and then again you're able to play front to back with all this damage that you've got. This is Lobos just going nuts right now. He was about 1 crit off of killing Hyper and Drudozer with that 1 rocket, and that might have completely turned the tide. But either way, a very nice win from Revival.
Oh, but look at this. Sudsy, you're a bit too far out. You might have the Wolves to be able to back up, but Hyper's got the damage, baby.
This is painful. Again, ISU is completely balanced on Hyper, and that does not look very balanced in my opinion, to be able to watch that happen to poor Sudsy as he's just walking through his own jungle.
Wait, are they actually going to start this up right now? Oh, I guess Sudsy's dead, and that's the one who takes these Barons really quickly. This still feels a bit risky, though.
Walking in is going to be tough, because you do have to worry about Evelynn, especially since Ultimate wasn't burnt right there. Can they actually challenge as well? It forces TP out of Chookies at least, or my apologies, out of Concept at least.
Oh, wow. He's trying to dive on top of Hyper. They got him to at least use Last Caress to try to hand away, but Cyber chases him down and shuts him down. That's the one they need to be able to keep alive. They don't have as much fight without him.
They're in a really bad
Cyber
place.
is trying to be able to get into the backline, trying to be able to get away from Drudozer. But really, Lobos has been doing a good job at keeping him
Flag from
distracted
Concept!
so that Concept can have this flake with that stack. Going over the wall, trying to take down Drudozer, but he's still alive just barely. Trying to chase this down. It's going to be the Gale Force getting a lot of damage onto ShamWow, taking him down to get Ozog to be able to go excited and try to chase down Drudozer, but he's back underneath the turret. That's all they needed, though. Sudsy's back up, and the Baron's up.
This is going to get taken very, very quickly, as you have a Jinx and you've got a Cassiopeia. I loved the idea from ISU, and full committing to the fight right there was a little bit tough, because you lose your frontliner very quickly in that, or my apologies, you lose ShamWow a little bit after a little bit of time, and Hyper is your main assassin and your source of being able to pick right there. Got completely chased out by Cyber, as at best this is Disconnector steal.
So close. But that is one of the things. That's what we were talking about with Revival. They have pretty good lock down and secure onto these objectives to be able to take these Barons, but it was definitely playing with fire.
And that play, I think, it really just does completely put Revival into the driver's seat, as now you can begin to look at these outer structures. It's one tower taken from Revival, despite a 3,000 gold lead. That means that there's probably about 2.5, 3,000 gold worth of just standing gold that you're likely to take with just this Baron buff, so long as you don't just like int it away. What you do is you look for power side, you put wards deep into their jungle, especially control wards, as this was the fear, and poor Sudsy, please don't let it happen again.
Oh, flash in, not getting the rocket grab. Petrifying Gaze is dodged away, but look at that. They were able to dodge away so much from Hyper with the exhaust to take him down for Lobos. And it's a 4v5 now. You've got the jump coming in from Concept, getting the flash away, but flashing on top of Disconnector to take him down in the middle of everybody, but he doesn't care at all. Look at the rocket, getting the damage they needed to. Double kill coming in from Concept. Should be able to take down for the 4th kill in that. Only ShamWow is alive. You've got Revival perfectly set up to be able to march right down mid and end this game.
Let it be known that it will not kill Sudsy solo as Hyper 3 times in one game, as finally you get the ultimate not to connect, but the Zonias is able to bait him in, and all of a sudden there's just a question mark over Hyper's head, where he's like, what happened? And then everybody ends up collapsing, and now all of a sudden, your Evelynn, who's been so much, is there. And this is at best going to be an attempt from ShamWow, and maybe you get Concept, but yeah, this game's just over. Fantastic team play from Revival.
Well, it looks like they're going to try to have one last stand coming in from ISU, but Hyper dying immediately on pawn. In fact, look at Lobos. Double kill for himself. Nausicaa in the middle of all 5. He's killed off by Sudsy with Trudeau's responding a little bit too late to the party. It's going to be the final kill they need to take game 1 in this grand finals.
Hyper really tried to rip that one out of the hands of Revival as much as possible. Some of the side lane picks, a lot of the team fighting potential, but alas, it just was not enough. One champion cannot make the difference against a team like Revival, who plays that team fight so adequately. It's so well for an amateur team, and you saw that again and again on display, where every time there was an objective and there was a 5-on-5 for it, it was not ever ISU taking that one. It was always Revival.
It really was, especially in that mid game. It just felt like ISU, they bet a little bit too much on a Hyper to be able to win this game out for them. They needed to be able to get gold elsewhere as well. While yes, the Evelynn looked great in the early game, once he got level 6, we saw how many times he was able to gank. The other lanes just didn't seem as confident. You had already the problem top lane where you spent a lot of attention, a lot of time to try to help out ShamWow into that matchup. But one good TP flank came in from Concept, and that ruined everything that you had done in that top lane.
It would have been nice to see that early 3-kill advantage held by Hyper be pushed into another lane. Specifically, Disconnector had a lot of early gold compared to what his lane opponent did in low boss. And maybe if you play through bot lane a little more, start shifting Ezreal around a little faster, you can at least pull enough gold out for Ezreal to be a contest in the one-on-one up against low balls. But unfortunately, somehow in that mid game, it was Jinx that picked up a couple more kills around a dragon. Sudsy did, and all of a sudden, this Ezreal, who is not on 3 items yet, is not winning fights until you get onto 3-4 items as him, and they did not have the time for that during that game, just because of how that dragon stacking and eventually how that Baron was able to do them in. So ISU, you got to find another winning lane. Even if Hyper has that same performance 3 games in a row, that's 3 losses you're going to have to deal with. Find somebody else that can help carry some of the load, because that's all you really need to break your whole map open.
Well, this is one of the problems we had when it came to that bot lane, wasn't it? We kind of looked at how the Ezreal Blitzcrank lane was going to be able to play into Jinx Karma. Didn't really get too much, but for now, we're going to toss it to a break. When we come back, the desk is going to break down that game a little bit more, and we'll get ready for game 2, so stick around.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk of Upsurge Premier League. The finals right here on Upsurge. I'm Rapture Craft, joined by Beaton Boulevard and Mike Young, as always. And I mean, we predicted a really fast, solid game, but we probably didn't see, firstly, the picks that came in across the board. That already surprised me. So shout out to my man Pater. He said he showed up some spice, and he definitely did bring that to the table. You know, I could feel a little bit of chili, I could feel a little bit of sriracha in my mouth, but I'm a man of hot spice beat down, and the spices was not up there. But before we get into all of that going on, though, I'll go right up to Mike Young. First of all, Mike, you said it yourself, right? The early game was good. It was clean. Hyper was actually doing things, but then it all fell apart.
Yeah, so honestly, I put a lot of respect for Hyper because he was able to get a really strong lead early game with
Yep.
the E pick. This E pick, you have to have some really, really like big confidence to play, especially, in this type of level of game where everyone's really synergized and 5 people have like comms. It's hard to play a champion like Eve. And as you can see here, like now Eve is 3-0. You can snowball from here.
Yeah, that was a big thing too. Like a champion and like Evelyn, like once you get if you get those early kills, 3 kills, I think it was like 9 minutes on the clock. That is usually a sign where it's like, all right, let's start talking about game 2 because Evelyn's gonna start running away with the game. It's about to last caress everybody till the Nexus explodes. But that's not exactly how things ended up shaking out because even though Hyper amazingly strong pretty much at any stage of the game. We saw some of those moments when a squishy found himself alone with that creature. I don't know what Evelyn is. But the point is, the problem ends up being that other parts of the map here for ISU come out losing. Earlier on in the game, I know it was called by the casters. I definitely made a comment of it while we were watching it. A matchup that's supposed to be good for Drew Dozer early on. Of course, Cassiopeia is going to outscale, but Lucian should be getting that early push priority. He wasn't. Drew Dozer pushed in, forced the flash at like level 3. That's not supposed to happen, but this is kind of why we talk about players like Sudsy and Concept, especially I need everyone to sign this petition that I'm starting where it's to get Sudsy to change his name to Studsy because that dude's a stud.
Yeah, real strong light too. Because like we saw it too, man. This man went into the lane and asserted his dominance. So you got poke. Well, guess what? I don't care. Let's go.
Sudsy had hands.
Yeah, I really like the confidence pick there from Sudsy. He just picks Cassiopeia into Lucian, even though Cassiopeia needs a lot of time to get on board. And like Lucian's one of the strongest picks in the early game. And then he just goes up in lane. So it's definitely something to look out for. Like as we look throughout the series, like I just want to see Sudsy continue to put on the showing if I want that 3-0 to come true.
Mike wants to be reign champion again, bro. It's like, man, we know you a smart guy, but like, it's like if 3-0 does happen, I'm more than willing to give my crown to you, man. You deserve that. By all means, that's all yours. But going past all that to the beatdown, let's talk a little bit of ISU this game, right? We said before the early game looked super solid for them. You know, they have first bloods go in. Definitely started a bit slower than we expected, but such confidence picks. We expected a lot more out of them, and it just could not happen. So going into game number 2, what do you want to see more?
See, this is a hard question here because some of the parameters we already were expecting or wanting to see from ISU if they were going to come out on top were fulfilled. You had a strong mid jungle duo. Like I was even saying to Mike, but while we were watching the game, watching the draft, that was like the Western 2020 mid jungle special was Evelyn Lucian. Such a strong duo, but it doesn't end up playing out the way they wanted to. And we needed that strong mid jungle duo to come out from ISU. That was a favorable matchup, and it still didn't work. So Lucian might not be the answer in game 2. Maybe if they ban Cassiopeia, it's still going to be possible here. But we do need to see a little bit more out of Drew Dozer, like especially in those matchups. He has to start stepping up and winning these. And honestly, you got to give props to Concept too. Even though things were a little shaky early game, a little limit testing coming through, as I like to call it, he definitely started dominating past a certain point, as Jax does. And unfortunately, ShamWow, another person who we didn't see a whole lot from. Actually, this clip was actually really important too, Mike. I know you want to talk about this.
Yeah, so this was the turnover from when Revival starts coming back from the early game. Just that shutdown on a 3-0 Eve brings Nocturne back into the game. Then here they just continue to get, more control of the game. And you can see just the CS board. The solo laners are pretty much up after this point, and they continue to get stronger from here.
And from there, it is just free real estate across the board for all our Revival right now. With the way we're looking at it too, it's a tough call for them, right? Because you saw that even though ISU they executed a game plan, but Revival just took over across the board every single one of these solo lanes, just mechanically and like just in terms of as a team, right? They just played so well together. Now, one thing did come to fruition, which you said before, Mike, because that jungle diff really is mid diff, and mid diff was generally evident this game. We expect Lucian to take over. He could not do so. And the Cassio, with the way that she set up her waves, her lanes, immediately had instant priority every single time you saw that in that clip as well. So now, with the way we're looking at it, ISU has a tough uphill battle, but if they show up in game number 2, then maybe we'll have a different conversation when we come back. With that all being said, we're going to cut it over to our casters, but game number 2 between ISU and Revival. Take it away, gentlemen.
Welcome back over to the caster desk. We're getting ready for the second game. This is going to be exciting. I'm excited to see because we've seen some spicy picks so far. And I want to see if that trend is going to continue into game 2 for both Revival and for ISU. I know they like to play with these different picks that don't necessarily fit the mold of what the meta is. But after that performance coming in from ISU, it feels like they need to have a couple more tools than just relying on Hyper to be able to try to snowball.
I agree with that statement entirely. We talked about that at the end of the previous game. The other possibility is, again, just designing composition that works a lot better front to back if you're going to play into the likes of Revival, because they're very good at that and being able to try to shut that down, combat against that. Another big thing is Revival has built like this house upon dragons. I don't know if you are familiar with Challengers Uprising and the game that they had against C9 AM, where they were down, I think, 10,000 gold, and they won the game off the back of just a single Kaisa and then a 4 dragon stack into a soul or whatever. It was incredible for one thing, but that's what Revival does literally all season. When they're able to get these neutral objectives and they can play these team fights better than other teams, all they got to do is get into a position where they can take those fights. And so if you're Illinois State, you have to be careful, or you have to be creative about the way you're able to take those.
And as we hop into the draft for the second game, Revival really trying to take their time on this one. I'm expecting to see similar bans, though. I'm expecting Olaf, probably Thresh be banned away as well. I'm wondering if they are going to just opt for the same 3 and go for the Bard too. But I feel like that's one of the bans that you could maybe opt out of instead.
I agree with that. I think that not necessarily taking away the Bard, especially in first rotation. In second rotation, if you're waiting on like what support wants to come through, maybe then there's some chance. But that's kind of contingent on what Revival's game plan is, as you still not wanting to get over some of these fantastic B1 champions and the Seraphine being taken off the board. I do like that Revival has done their homework and they're saying, okay, no Olaf for you, Hyper. No Olaf. I wouldn't mind if they didn't ban the Udyr, and I think Illinois State's comfortable taking that away or not taking that away. I think Udyr's fallen down at least a little bit of distance to where now there's other junglers that could be taken off in priority or are picked over it in terms of priority. And maybe that's something Illinois can come back to and be like, okay, maybe we don't have to ban that away. Maybe we can do something else.
But I'm expecting to see that Tristana still to be banned by ISU right here. I'm expecting to see very similar bans because, honestly, I didn't think that there was anything wrong with her. I think that there were options left open on the table for both teams to fall back onto, but actually going for the Udyr ban here and not listening to your sage advice there, Rebel Fox. They're kind of trying to see what else they're going to be able to get themselves and maybe even try to see if they can force Revival to ban the Tristana themselves.
They also could potentially have a game plan to try to play up against the Tristana, which is right now Tristana is so powerful, especially as a flex pick, that's why you don't typically do this type of thing. But it's possible if Illinois State knows maybe Sudsy's not going to take it, or maybe Lobaz is not going to take it instead, if they're willing to ban that away. And Revival knows, okay, if Tristana doesn't get banned, then we just like take whatever's powerful left, which is why they don't commit to banning something powerful, because then Illinois State can come back and just get rid of whatever first pick that they could have come to. So now Revival has the opportunity maybe to grab something very priority without Tristana coming back to them. As Illinois State, they shy away from that idea.
I'll be honest, I'm a little disappointed they opted to ban the Tristana there. Lucian being banned, that means Thresh is wide open. I wish that it would have been the trade. I'm surprised to see that Revival are still falling back to that karma like they did in game 1, especially with Thresh being open.
It's something to consider at least. Nausicaa loves to play the Thresh. I wouldn't be shocked to see
Right.
this come through. You don't necessarily want to trade Tristana into it again because it's flexible and so he probably plays it. But more importantly, also like Thresh isn't perfect into Tristana in the bottom lane, and Tristana can make that lane very abusive if it's like Thresh and Jinx into a Tristana, and then whatever choice of support you want as support counterpick can come out at that point. And maybe that's the thought process here from Illinois. Is like they don't want to give that one away, so instead they ban out Tristana, and now they get themselves a fantastic lane combination with this Jinx and this Thresh for themselves, and it's a lot harder to aggress against. I think this is arguably one of, if not the most powerful bot lane combination not named Tristana with something else.
Right. I mean, we've also seen Aphelios and Thresh do pretty well too. But it's like you said, it's just the safety. It makes it so that a Jinx who normally feels really threatened in the lane can play a little bit more aggressive and always has that out if necessary. But on the other side, Revival gonna grab themselves that Hecarim, even though has been lightly touched with some nerfs. It's not like it's really taken him out of the meta, not really taken him out of priority. But I'm more curious to see what they're going to try to lock in here. If they're gonna opt for the bot lane, or if they're gonna try to see instead if they are just gonna grab maybe. Oh yeah, it is looking like the bot lane.
Interesting. And it's the Sivir too, which like I've actually heard a good number of about Sivir on both regards, where like on one side you have like the lethality and dark harvest and just wave shove. Q takes half of their health bar Sivir. And I've also heard the opposite side where it's like the on hit, like the crit, the normal Sivir that you would expect to play is also actually pretty good. And so this composition right now set up from Revival is perhaps the fastest composition we've seen in a very long time, because you've got Sivir combined with ult E from Karma and then also a Hecarim coming in. If you wanted to go crazy, you could add even more into this. Galio would be a phenomenal combination to this because of all the speed ups, being able to taunt or throw your ultimate into a backline dive with Hecarim.
So I see that Graves locked in for Hyper before we get into the next part of bans. So you give the thumbs up, but I'm coming over from the LPL. Where in the LPL, if we see Graves locked in, we don't like it. We give thumbs down. It's got one of the lowest win rates of all junglers throughout this season so far.
Yes. So there's a number of champions that I don't have a particular taste for. The number one being Sivir, or my apologies, Syndra. I cannot stand Syndra to any extent. Graves is also on this list. However, there is a short list of players who I would allow to play these champions because they're very good at these champions. Hyper is one of these players of Graves. Graves is one of the best champions that Hyper can play in his back pocket. When it started to come into the meta initially, he was one of the first to adapt to it, and he would solo carry games, 10 plus kills every single time against top level opponents, exactly like Revival or other consistent amateur teams, just smashing them over the head with this Graves pick. This is one of the very few people who I will say this Graves probably does fine.
Because right now, we got double up top lane bans coming in from ISU. Same with the Volibear, I guess you could say for Revivals, and we're expecting that to be towards ShamWow in that top side of the map, with Hyper already having the Graves locked in, which makes me think that maybe we'll see 4 top lane bans coming in from both sides. The Renekton, as you mentioned before, having gotten some nerfs, really taking him out of that high priority, making it so it's less likely to see himself get it put onto the bench.
It's the valuation in the late game with like a 200 damage nerf to the ultimate is huge for efficiency, because people were using him as like this sandbag lane where it's like you can't kill the Renekton ever, and then in late game he just becomes a big body that you can throw in front of your team, has some pretty good damage and some consistent like life steal to be able to stay in like front line for your team. And so they removed some of that. So like the early game is still there from Renekton, but your later game and your scaling and your potential to actually help in team fights has been lowered pretty dramatically, which is why it shies away. I don't think Illinois State wants to blind that. This is a much better version of that. Yeah. Exactly what I was talking about. Sion is another kiss. You get into Illinois State.
Yeah, but it's one of those sack top lanes. You're not really going to be able to do too much. It's more chosen, so that way you can play around other things. But I do agree with you. I like this with the composition that ISU have already locked in for themselves. Graves is one of those champions that kind of needs some support from his laners to be able to make those ganks work so well. You have a Thresh. You now have a Sion. These are elements to be able to help out Hyper. I know you're giving an applause because you're seeing concept onto his signature Wukong.
I'm a big fan of Concept, big fan of Wukong, big fan of Concept Wukong, and very, very big fan of Wukong into the likes of Sion, because there's a number of lanes where Wukong just doesn't operate. This happens to be one where you can, because it's like, okay, what are you going to do? Press Q, he presses W. What are you going to do? Press E, he presses W. What are you going to do? press ultimate, he just gets hit and then presses ultimate and then walks away. And so there's so many options. Like Wukong just cannot get aggressed against at all by the likes of this Scion. So it ends up being this trade of lanes where now Concept, the Wukong player, is going to be able to get into mid and late game with a fantastic Wukong, and now paired with an amazing mid lane tool.
Exactly. Having the Orianna to be able to utilize that shockwave where you just jump in, pretty much simple as can be. But the last pick coming in from Drudozer is going to be that Corki. So it almost feels like both teams are kind of committing to try to see if they can scale up into this game as opposed to trying to see if they can snowball immediately like we saw last time with all the skirmishing that they wanted to be able to get.
Yeah, from Illinois State, it's actually a relatively responsive team fight where it's like you got Thresh and Scion, but not a ton of CC to work with, and you're banking on this like triple marksman comp where you're going like Graves. He's not a standard marksman, but you still have a bunch of just like really consistent damage to bust through this team with. Revival, surprisingly, even with a good amount of scaling in their back pocket, have a very, very solid team fight composition designed around diving and getting into backline, which does make it difficult for some of these ADCs to be able to continue into the later stages of the game without Corki having Valkyrie up, without Graves having his dash up, without having a Thresh Lantern somewhere. These ADCs can get aggressed against by the likes of Cyber with the combination of the Orianna Shockwave, and then even throw Wukong into that mix. And now all of a sudden you're in some really dire straits. How do you actually respond to this force from Revival? And I don't think Illinois State has a great response to that question.
And honestly, I'm trying to think of what they can do as well. Because of this triple marksman comp that they've locked in for themselves, well, yes, it's one of those siege potential comps where if you're going to be able to have anything work out, it's going to be how you play around the mid to late game, since all of these elements are going to be scary. But you still need to be able to get there. And you look on the other side, Revival have a really good ability to be able to dive on top of these carries, try to see if they can catch out Hyper, catch out Drudos, or catch out Disconnector. Of course, you know, you can only choose one of these targets ultimately, because if they're playing it optimally on ISU, they should be splitting the focus and try to see if they can have them almost go in 3 different directions. So where does Wukong go? Where does Hecarim go? They have to really focus their attention onto one of them, while the other 2 are harassing them from a distance.
I like the amount of damage that ISU can put out here is astronomical, and if it gets ahead at all against Revival, or if you're able to control like teamfight terrain where you're in the river and you're the ones that like have to have the ability to shove out Cyber or make sure that Concept or Sudsy or Lobos can't actually walk in, that is big for Illinois State. I'm a big fan of Corki. Also, I think Corki's way underplayed. I think it's like Ezreal, but it's like easier to get gold onto, and it scales faster than the likes of Ezreal out of the mid lane right now. But this team fight from Revival is set up so perfectly, and they're already a team fighting team. To me, it's just off the back of Cyber and then like the individual lane performances. You're not winning against Sivir, and this Hecarim is going to be difficult to deal with early on. If they can shut that out, there is potential for team fight because of all that damage. But I feel like Cyber has a full plate of people to go to, just a bounty of gankable lanes to actually access.
But see, this is where I'm going to pivot a little bit and say what maybe ISU can do in the early game. Even though we're expecting their composition to try to scale up a bit, I look at this and I think about the Graves and the Hecarim matchup and how Hecarim takes a lot of damage in these early clears. Of course, you know, once he gets a little further along, it's a lot safer for him. Well, Graves is not usually as harassed. It's a little bit safer for him. So I'm wondering if maybe ISU, what they try to do is try to find an early skirmish that can get Hyper ahead early from Cyber, where this Hecarim can never catch up.
And that's one of the best ways to punish not just Cyber, but also just Hecarim in general as a champion. And it was also funny because back in the day, Ignite Graves was something you used to take into the likes of these champions, where it's like you cannot beat Graves when he has Ignite because you just don't do enough damage and you never get close to him if he has Phase Rush, which is an interesting concept for this game. The other thing is, back when Corki got changed, I think really beginning of the season or very late in last season, this breakpoints onto, I think it was like 6 or 7 specific champions, especially when you start talking about Dematerializer, changed dramatically in favor of Corki, and Orianna was one of those champions. Maybe this mid-jungle priority is here to attack this Hecarim, and you're right, that's the game plan to go for if you're on the side of ISU here, where you want to put pressure onto Cyber, because he's not only the engage in the front line, but a lot of the early game engine to push Revival into this later stage where they can use this big team fight.
And for Revival with this big team fight, honestly, I look at a lot of their lanes, and the Orianna Corki lane, it's kind of a neutral lane. We'd both agree. It's almost like a Azir Corki lane. It's not really like there's going to be too much happening there. Wukong into Scion. Scion early levels, difficult for Wukong to be able to deal with, outscales him eventually. The one focus I really have is going to be the bot lane. Sivir Karma. That is a lot of harass into Jinx Thresh lane, where you have the safety of a Sivir that can spell shield any hook that can come in from the side of Nausicaa, from the side of Thresh, but also it makes it so that normally this Jinx Thresh lane that could play aggressively has to now pivot to be more of the weak side lane. Of course, that is fine for Jinx. She just wants to scale up anyways. But it means that there is this path for Revival to try to get a little bit more accelerated into that mid game.
And that opens up Dragons on bot side. We talked about them being a very dragon-oriented team. Having that wave clear and that poke ability from Sivir exclusively is big. I am paying attention to one thing, which is like Sivir, again, if you go for this Dark Harvest build, that does play into your early game very heavily. Again, it makes you clear waves immediately. If Jinx gets hit by a Q, she's down half her health bar, usually has to back right then and right there. It's painful as hell to play against if you're on the opposite side of it. But it does remove a very significant chunk of consistent DPS that is necessary for Revival during these team fights. So I would prefer to see Sivir go for more of a standard crit, even though playing to bot side is maybe a win condition. I feel like in the long run for the team fight, it's better if you go into like Gale Force or Kraken Slayer and into more attack speed.
As we've loaded up onto the Rift, game 2. This time around, nothing really special, unfortunately, except for if you're looking at the gold, maybe see 500 gold for ISU. Had to help him out. I'm just kidding. There's a little bit of a bug happening. We're trying to see if we can get that fixed and sorted, but just keep in mind that the gold is a little bugged at the moment. We'll probably reference more of the items as opposed to actually looking at the gold itself.
Yeah, it's more important. It's more fun to talk about items anyway. Gold is just gold. Items are items. Items are cool. Items are like Ohm Wrecker. Ohm Wrecker exists as an item, not as a gold.
Best item ever.
The best item.
100% win rate, baby. Never lost a single
100%.
game.
It is a great item. You know, what a fun existent item. ZZ Rot was painful. I'm glad they took ZZ Rot out. Don't at me about ZZ Rot.
Okay. ZZ Rot and Banner of Gambit were amazing. They were amazing before they overbuffed them. They overbuffed them and ruined them. That was the problem with those two.
Everybody was cool when they were just like niche items that you could put into the game, but the second they became meta, it was disgusting. It was exactly like, do you remember old Aatrox right before the rework, and they were just like gave him a pity patch of just like being the most dominant champion in the game, and he was played perma-picked?
The thing is, they barely buffed him too. It's like they
he was right on the edge.
Buffed him, and but the thing is, he was always pretty strong. Just no one really played him because they thought he was boring. And so he gets this minor buff, and like, oh, now he's broken. Now he's just it's stupid. It's like Poppy. Poppy was actually always really strong before her rework. I used to play a lot of old Poppy because all you did was use your ult onto whoever was the support, and you just go 1v5, and you'd win every time. And she had this absurd amount of damage that she was able to do, but nobody played her because, I mean, let's be honest, it was more of stat checking people than anything else.
You want a sick transition here? I'm going to transition this reminiscing about champions into reminiscing about some other League of Legends that we've done before, which is that it is going to be Dark Harvest for the likes of Lobos. He comes out of the Midwest Esports Conference, where this actually gets played really consistently, this Sivir combination in some of the teams that end up getting played. So it's not shocking to see this strategy come through, as other teams have ran it before inside of that collegiate division. Again, I don't really love it. I personally think that the on-hit Sivir is a better option here just because there's more of a damage backbone, but this does win you bottom side almost exclusively. When you get onto Serrated Dirk and continue into more of like the lethality into area like that, that's when this lane really starts to turn around, and all of a sudden there's zero priority for your bot lane.
Did you know that her Q actually has an AP scaling as well? It actually can scale off of AP as well, but that makes it completely useless. The lethality is far better. But right now, seeing that Lobos and Shookie's taking a lot of damage, they're able to at least force out Nausicaa. Farming underneath the turret, not going to be too difficult for a Sivir. But it is going to at least allow the spot lane for the side of ISU to get that cheater recall off. Well, wait a minute, Sudsy. He's just going for this trade against Druidozer, and look who's nearby. Hyper's hanging out. He's waiting, but same with Cyber. Gotta be a little careful. Here comes the dive underneath the turret, but with Cyber showing his face into the mid lane, scaring away Hyper to not go for that full dive.
Very close right there. It's Hyper, like, you don't want to full commit with like Flash or anything like that from either Druidozer or Hyper, but like any meaningful amounts of aggression right there might have just been the death from Sudsy, where it's like, if you put in just a little bit more, maybe that's when you break this play open and all of a sudden Sudsy flashes and Cyber ghosts in much faster, tries to get behind you, push under tower. But like, it felt like that was such a close play from the side of Revival. Actually, in the wave, his concept trading, he gets a little bit of his health bar taken out, but that was really solid. A fantastic cover also from Hyper, who wanted to make sure that Corti wasn't just going to lose all wave priorities.
Wow.
Wow,
This is a
really?
1v1 fight right now. Who's going to win? It's going to be first blood over to Concept, flashing away to get away from the zombie. But this is why he loves that Wukong. He knows the limits.
Spectacular right there. Also was able to sneak a longsword back at some point because of a cheater back, so there's just a little bit additional damage that was going to get thrown in. So good stuff from Concept being able to snag that one away. Hasn't burned TP as the wave comes back to him as well. In kind of a rough situation, ShamWow's not going to teleport, so it's not going to force the TP back from Concept. Instead, he's just going to catch this big wave, probably set it back
Lobos
mid
has
at
already
bot
used
lane.
the spell shield in the bot lane. You got to be careful. They're able to get a lot of damage back on Inosuka, trying to
Yeah,
make sure that he's not going to look
really
for
very
that death sentence. But I'm keeping my eyes on Hyper's positioning. The Lobos and Shookies, they had pushed so far out that they could easily be punished by Hyper rotating bot lane.
One thing also about this strategy from Sivir is typically you start tier because you really need a lot of mana. Even with your spell shield, you still need a ridiculous amount of mana to actually be able to work with. And so it's a little strange to not see that come out from the likes of Lobos, who knows this strategy inside and out as he's played against it before. So I'm really curious why the tier start didn't come out. I know, loving the Doran's Blade and loving to be able to have some of that like Omnivamp to start off the game. It's very nice to have. Trust me, I've played with it so many times. Having Omnivamp is amazing. It's the best stat in the game. But you need desperately the ability to just spam Qs in laning phase. And so I have to think that back's going to come through from him at some point to be able to snag that one away. But to start the laning phase without it is the reason why all of a sudden, like, Disconnector and Nausicaa feel perfectly comfortable on this bottom side.
As we saw right there, ISC were able to take away that dragon. Pretty easy since mid lane, they know it's pretty much neutralizing Concept. Somehow, can we not? For like 5 seconds, Concept. Getting solo kills again. I mean, this is, again, why we talked about him on having this Wukong. We know what he's going to be able to do, what he's going to be able to accomplish. ShamWow was able to scare, but he's got a 2-level. Don't do this to him.
Do it again. Do it again.
He was able to get the decoy, but he's taking a bit too much more damage on this when the ult comes in, so he does get shut down. All right, there we go. I was about to say, he can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah, I mean, if for some reason he was able to get out of that last little bit of damage and that ultimate doesn't hit him for some reason, then like maybe he takes that play as bottom side.
Nausicaa's way split away from Disconnector. Cyber's gonna get an easy kill off that one. It does nothing.
it holds Sudsy in place a little longer. That's what, it's a moral victory at best. As also the health bar, where's Cyber at? Why is Cyber not taking it? Cyber, what are you doing?
Oh, okay, it's just a lead coming in for Disconnector. I don't know why Cyber's not there. That's like an actual question there.
I have been Shookies in that situation where you're prepping a Scuttle Crab. I did it for a Kindred too, so the Kindred stack was there, and I'm like, okay, Kindred, come over here. And they like walked into mid lane and like lost their life to the opposing mid laner, and I'm just like, what am I supposed to do with this now? Do I kill it or do I leave it so that there's a potential to take it later? That was a little bit painful. But either way, you do deny Scuttle Crab on bottom side at least a little bit, and Cyber gets to continue clearing back towards top side. It's interesting because he cleared all bottom lane. Oh, never mind, that doesn't matter. Shookie's mid lane.
Shockwave mid lane on a Drudozer, and here it is the Valkyrie having to flash away. Shookies, there's more there for moral support on the Sudsy saying, all right, he's not going to go back to the turret. You're going to be able to get a couple plates, but keep an eye on where Hyper is right now. He's about to rotate in behind. A little bit of damage coming in from Drudozer, using these missiles to try to chip at Sudsy. No longer having that shockwave. Does have the flash to be able to get away. Reinforcements are on the top half of the map. Hyper kind of reading this play pretty well, saying, you know what? We don't want to go that far. We don't know exactly where Cyber is.
The important portion about this is Shookies leaves laning phase specifically with the intent of coming up the top side and trying to set up this Rift Herald, which is why you saw the back come through from Cyber, where he takes his bottom camps. I was curious what the play was here, because bottom camps were gone, but top side didn't get cleared, and typically full clearing is just what you do. And right there, they're able to find not only the Rift Herald, but then also you maybe could have looking for a play for in the mid lane, but Hyper sniffs that out really quickly, where it's like if they get Rift Herald and overload on mid, there's a lot of gold that will flood suddenly into the inventory of Orianna. So instead, Hyper just sets up in mid lane, pushes out. Drudozer now comes back with a full health and a full mana bar, and now Cyber has to look elsewhere to drop this ultimate at least, or this Rift Herald at least a little bit faster. Not a perfect play, but still really defensive from the side of ISU.
I'm still waiting to see another kill feed where it's just Concept solo killing ShamWow in top lane. I mean, I knew that it was going to be bad after the laning phase, but I was expecting that to still be, you know, level like 9. Right around there. Not
oh my
level
goodness.
4, level 5, level 8 here as he just chunks out ShamWow. He has a bramble vest. Keep that in mind.
It's painful.
Shookies.
Shookies.
He's Hook going the wrong
Is
way
he?
out of Nausicaa. Might be able to get over the wall to be able to survive the hook. Having not gone the way that he thought it was going to be, meaning that Chucky survived. Wait a minute,
Oh.
Rocket. Okay,
Ah,
there's
doesn't
still
matter.
the shield.
Okay. I was like confused how that happened because I'm like, okay, Chookies has like nothing right now. Like Chookies is completely defenseless.
Oh no!
Trudeau's just killing me right now with this itemization. Look at this. He's got like a corrupting pot, a coal, a tear, a longsword, and a dagger. He's got the hardest drunk drawer start of all corgis I've ever seen in my entire life to watch this game begin. And that's why no damage came out onto the opposing supporters. Bot lane.
Onslaught of Shadows, knocking back Nausicaa, having the Flame Choppers, but going to be able to get the root on to Cyber. He smites down to be able to pick up the kill that he needs to on a Nausicaa, chasing away Disconnector, who dodges away from the Boomerang blade to make sure that he doesn't take too much damage. It's not a threat to be dove.
Not at all. And a nice little gang from Cyber. Again, he's been able to find now a second kill in this game, which is huge. We wanted to see ISU really attack this Heck Room and try to shut it down. But Cyber's been able to pull a good number of resources off the remainder of the map. Hyper now, again, to play defensively as this Graves come down into bot side as a place here from
Trudeau's are the TP in behind using that package, but unfortunately wasn't able to get as much as he would have liked to with that.
Yeah, his Drunk Drawer has now officially become an actual legitimate itemization with that. Almost. He has the component, at least, for shield.
I was about to say he has
the
a component, but that doesn't mean
That's
he
something.
has it.
Something. It's better than what he had before, which is the longsword and dagger. As now, again, ISU has no pressure, or at least shouldn't have a ton of pressure on bot side. Health bars are much higher for Revival, but the reinforcements here. Yeah.
Shamwow is on the other side, so with no TP that concept can use, they back. Oh no! Lobos! Boomerang blades rated dirt damage.
Oh no! And now even look at the remainder of this play, where Rift Herald's getting a couple of towers on bot, mid lane, top lane's not going to get aggressed against. Like Cyber's up here to put some more defensive warding down. This is disaster from ISU. They lost so much, and even Sion has to hold top lane just to catch at least a little bit right there. This is huge from Lobos. It's a very big damage queue that comes out.
Bam.
The smite even came through at the last second. That's such a perfect throw right there.
That's just so unfortunate. That's one of those plays that you're hyper. You're not expecting that much damage from the Boomerang blade because, again, people always forget that that has a lot of damage that it's able to provide when you go for the lethality build. When it's, you know, the normal, typical old-fashioned build, the ADC build, it's a bit of damage, but it still needs to scale up. This way, it's more of that mid-game spike that Siver's able to completely annihilate things like that.
And I think what's craziest about that situation right there is I was watching that smite and I was thinking to myself, like, the Sivir Q definitely hit it before the smite came down. So he was ready for that. I think the smite barely didn't kill it, and on the exact moment of return for the Sivir Q, it did the last like point or two of damage. So it was just a very slight calculation that was on, which is so ridiculously tilting given that ISU's only real like advantage to this early game was that first dragon they had taken, and taking a second would have been huge as well, as now all of a sudden your top side is super strong once again. You're not fighting into the likes of the Sivir once she's got the Duskblade to come through, also the tier, by the way. Thank you very much, Low Balls, for that one. As now Sivir just becomes an impenetrable siege engine for a lot of these towers, just shoving waves over and over.
It's as me and the boys on the LPL like to say, it's the PvE ADC, where you're not really doing much besides pushing out the waves. It's the whole Rick and Morty meme, what is my purpose? You shove the wave. And that's it. You got one one job, and if you get caught, whatever, doesn't matter. You go back to the lane, you shove the lane once more, and you retreat.
That's funny because like last week when we saw Revival versus Supernova in their first series here in UPL in the semifinals, we saw the supports roam so much that like bot laners were effectively just solo laners. Like, that's how crazy that it got, and that's how much you saw these two live up to that. And Chickies hasn't quite been at that level this game, but you saw like I remember Julian last week was just like he literally was like level 3 until like 8 minutes into the game because he was roaming so much. It was ridiculous. And Chookies was matching it for the most part, which was huge for an effect on the map. And you see the reason why he did that in that previous series where they went 3-1 when he attacked the top side. This is why. You look at just how strong... Wait, what's up?
Well, this just tells me right now that I need to start teaching people how to play River Shen. Because if you're level 3 by like 15 minutes, you don't understand the concept of River Shen.
Yeah, Shen support, play him in the river on top side.
They'll teach you how to get experience while rotating. They'll learn good that way.
Steal experience while rotating,
Exactly.
I think is the proper word.
And you know another way to get experience? You kill your opponents. That's how you do it.
That's reasonable, yeah.
Exactly. See, as a support, I get all the kills. The ADC gets the farm, I get the kills. These are the rules of bot lane.
They are the rules of bot lane. My rule is I always get ward kills. I will never give a ward kill over to anybody ever. That's my job. That's my one responsibility as a support, is to be able to do that.
Oh, no,
Rift Herald-
no.
Oh, go ahead.
No warding, no vision.
Warding doesn't exist.
Just kills. It's
Just
the
kill.
dog meme. It's like, no wards, just kills. As top lane,
We don't need vision if they're all dead. We know exactly where they're at.
Yeah, you know where they're dead. They're at the gray screen, baby. But right now, Lobos going to be able to get the first start of the game. Again, the PvE style that we're talking about, but also the fact that Cyber was topside. The Rift Herald, they knew that it was taken and blind Cyber, so they don't want to actually play too aggressively to try to stop the turret from falling, because what would happen is Cyber would immediately rotate top, try to go for the gank, and probably kill him.
Probably. We are seeing itemization does start to come through from ISU, where you got Gale Force on your Graves. I don't. I think I could appreciate that one. I'm in this like weird 50-50 situation where it's like, if you go Shield Bow, that's defensive against the dive, but if you go Gale Force, you can avoid the dive altogether, and your mobility is a lot higher. So I'm like, okay, I can accept that one. That's perfectly acceptable. Drew Dozer went for the Shield Bow just because it's pretty strong on the likes of the Corki, so at least that starting to come in. Scaling for ISU is what they're really looking for. They're trying to capitalize on as fast as possible, and they are at least getting some of these first items to be able to compete in fights that ISU haven't been able to generate fully yet. They are up 2,500 gold, and they do have the Dragon as well as second Rift Herald here, which is, this might be the point in the game where you're able to actually flex really heavily on ISU, especially if you just drop Rift. Yep, they're right there. That's Cyber.
I wonder if Drudozer, there it is. I was about to say, using the package to try to clear out the minion wave, kind of like a Rumble equalizer that you occasionally see when you know something like that was about to happen. Make it so that you know there's not going to be the secondary charge. Just forfeit the one. That's enough. No further push can come in from Revival.
Not at all. And even better, they drop Rift Herald mid lane, get first or get mid tower. But they're also able to actually aggress onto this dragon, getting their second of the game.
Yeah, almost.
Nope.
I was waiting.
Yeah. We've done that math. That is not favorable for any jungler. Jinx has level 1, level 2 rocket. It's really not good for junglers. So appreciate that Chookies is going to be able to defend that one. They didn't have vision of Jinx, which is it was a little strange. I know you're guessing it's coming out of base. A little bit of creative positioning can always try to find an angle on those, but very, very nicely played by Disconnect Array, or by my apologies, Chookies blocking that rocket, making sure there was no chance of a 50-50.
Hey, props over to Disconnector. He almost had the perfect read on that. Had it
did.
not been blocked by Showcase, that could have been a steal.
Maybe it was, yeah. It was real close. It definitely would have hit Cyber and definitely would have hit the Dragon. I don't know that it would have executed from that level, but it's certainly higher than what a
I
Smite
have
would execute
seen
from,
so many steals with Jinx Rockets lately. Like,
yes.
that is the I've seen more steals with Jinx Rockets in the past, like, 3 weeks than I've seen True Shot Barrage steals. Is right now, Chookies, looks like the Shockwave at the back line was able to get the flash from Disconnector to be able to survive that one. But it seems like Chookies was the one caught out. In reality, it was the other way around.
Concept killed Drew Dozer.
I'm not even going to comment on those anymore because I'm just assuming they're happening.
Hey, he is just bodying it. How do you even die as Corki gets to Wukong on the sideline?
Concept makes sure to find a way.
He's simply built different on the Wukong, man. It's disgusting. It's just disgusting. He's the kind of player that he's like, why? It makes me think, like, why aren't more people playing Wukong? That's what it makes me think at certain times. Is you see the poke damage, you saw what happened to poor Hyper's health bar right there.
Yep, and wait for it. There's gonna be another boomerang blade. Had that one connected, probably would have killed him. Cyber's in a position. He could try to see if they could go for this full-on dive. I think they're just trying to scare him away, so that way Lobos, he doesn't actually want to have these kills. He's like, come on, man. I'll take them if I get them, but reality, I'm just trying to PvE here.
There it is.
Concept top lane had Cyber killed. Yeah, okay, what else is new?
They're playing for top lane. They aren't able to get the tower, which I think was their primary objective right there, but they do get another kill onto ShamWow, as again, you look at 6 kills on the side of Revival, 3 for Concept, 3 for Cyber, and there's only 1 assist on 4 people. No one is interacting on this bottom side of the map at all.
Nope. I mean, granted, Lobos doesn't want to interact.
No.
That's kind of what he wants, is to just shove the wave and go somewhere else. It's what we see, like, with Caitlyn's lately in the meta, where Caitlyn's kind of cropping herself back into the meta, but she's only really there to push out waves. Sivir, with this build in particular, is also built that way, to just shove out the wave, It's making it so that they can just fall back onto Concept to be this carry for the team. And unlike last game where we saw Hyper being the one to get all these kills, to be the one to be the carry for ISU, this is a Wukong with this. Already having the Divine Sin today, already working up towards that Ravenous Hydra to be a split push threat.
And like at minimum, usually in compositions like this, ISU can at least bank on like their scaling and their team fighting being really, really good. Like Revival's got a good team fight setup. Like they've got like ball delivery to backline, they've got movement speed to work people in, they've got big AoE ultimate coming up from Wukong. Like you can't even bank on that either.
Look at Sensi. Uh-oh. Dodging away from ShamWow. Shockwave on top of him. That is a tanky boy, though. They're trying to see if they can chase him down using Smoke Screen.
No.
DP in from Concept. There's a lot of Goon Squad members coming in from ISU, but Concept, I don't think he cares. He wants to go for the full-on fight in the backline. Zap not going to be able to connect. He's going to be able to dodge away from a lot of this. There's going to be the shout that at least slows him down for now, but Sudsy gets a little bit of help from Concept to scare away ISU and survive.
They do. They do now have 5 members on top side here, so they could push out this jungle, and it's going to have to be ShamWow catching this wave, but Concept and Sudsy are here, so they could just, like, shove down bot or top tower here as the rest of the team is pushing up mid, as, Lobos and Chookies have been accustomed to doing. It's just, like, perma-shoving in this top side. They aren't actually going to commit to top tower either, so all these resources burnt from Revival. It's kind of a decent win from ISU. It's not going to mean too much in the immediate sense, but it does mean that if you were to force something like that again, there are no tools to get out Sudsy, so they just have to abandon him right there. And like I said, I feel like Revival could have done something off that tempo, but they end up not finding anything. I think they're more concerned with making sure mid is shoved out and continuing their dragon stacking. This is team dragon. I don't know what else to call them.
Revival, that's usually what people call them.
No, Team Dragon. That's it.
Oh.
It's dragon stackers.
I guess they got a rebrand, it looks like.
Yeah.
Or they can incorporate like a mascot that is a dragon. Like a
the
Phoenix
wing
type
on their
dragon.
R is a dragon.
Well, it could be like a
100%.
Phoenix dragon, you know, a Revival. Get it?
There we go.
See,
Yeah.
I got the big brain over here, but right now we're getting the 2 Goon Squads kind of ganking up,
Ow.
all teamed up. Look at Concept. He's trying to see if he can find a creative angle to be able to get into that backline. If he can find it, there's no way they can survive. They're going to be able to get the onslaught of shadows into the backline on top of Disconnector with so much damage. Nausicaa, look how low you are. It's an easy kill coming in from Concept. Cyclone to be able to get the double knock up they need to onto Drudos and take him down. ShamWow trying to get away, but he can't. It's a double kill coming in from Lobos. Only Hyper is alive. The zombie's running it down mid lane because where else he's got to go?
This composition really needed to get ahead early or do something early on into the game to shut down Cyber. As right there, you see why it's so hard to play that as out as ISU. Oh, okay, that's just a evisceration.
You know, hey, it's something. They got something. You didn't even have to use the ult, but should be run down. Sudsy is on the warpath. Easy damage with the command attack.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, ISU have no engage outside of Scion, and so they weren't able to find even an angle in that fight to begin auto-attacking down members with all of their like marksmen that had come through. Yes, you are able to get one good kill on the back end of that for ISU, where Hyper is able to pick something up, but like it is too little too late. To say a 7,000 gold lead is just too much at any given point is usually just like way overstating the value of 7,000 gold, even like 22 minutes into the game. But there's just no way to team fight this if you're ISU. The best you can hope for is that Revival just starts throwing bodies in one by one and gets you back up to gold count, and then doesn't let you, or then doesn't go for dragons. Like
Dean. ShamWow sells all his items and he builds straight lethality, and he runs his own body and
runs it down.
Yeah.
No, don't bring back zombie Scion split push, bro. That was so hard.
You ult the turret, it nearly kills it, and then you whack it, you die, and then you punch it a bunch. That's what they can do.
I've seen that, yes. It's very painful to have to deal. I think at this point, though, like, if you were to do that, if you're ShamWow, I'm not even going to focus on the amount of gold you're going to lose, but more so that, like, I feel like Wukong could just kill him before he even got close to a tower.
You're probably right. You're probably right on that one, but right now, ISC are trying to at least get a little bit of control around the Baron pit so they're not just giving it up for free. Even here, they're getting a good pick. It looks like a lot of damage going to have Lobos go gold and try to survive, get away. He's barely alive.
Oh.
The flash came in to be able to get the kill they needed to onto Shookies, but this has been a 3v5 shockwave onto 2 members. Such trying to be able to get out. But Cyber into the back line, taking down 1, looking for 2, but they already got excited onto Disconnector, chasing down Cyber. Nowhere to be able to get out of that one. Concept's too late to the party. This could be ISU getting the Baron.
It is. This is, of course, the exact prophecy that I had foretold, and just stormtroopering into this team one by one for whatever reason, and the fight gets completely split apart. And it's Hyper who just leads the charge, starting off with it was low boss to start. Chookies does a really good job body blocking from those Graves pellets to be able to try to stop that as much as possible. Concept is going to try to come in here, but no ultimate as he used it to stop Drew Dozer. So like I doubt he actually. Oh, he is getting way too much done right now.
I'm like, what
are you
doing
kidding me?
It's 1v5. No, you can't get away with this. Okay, thank you. Oh my god, I would have been like, no. How in the world did you manage it? But it's the Baron still picked up by ISU.
Like I said, if he has ult right there, I think that turns out way differently. That actually probably ends up going the way of Concept, but unfortunately doesn't have that one readily available, and so you're going to lose at least one of your win conditions. The gold has swung very heavily back into ISU. They're still down about 2,500, 3,000, somewhere in that area right now. Yeah, from 7,000, which is huge. But again, it's not about how much gold you're down. It's about how hard your composition is to execute. You saw probably what is the only really easy to claim fight off the back of this one, where you see, like, at the beginning, Hyper's just on top of Lobos, and Chookies has to body block. So that's 2 health bars that are down. You don't get anything from ShamWow in this fight. Sudsy's on the backside, gets CC'd up by Nausicaa to stall things out. Doesn't get a perfect shockwave as you don't get it onto the amazing member. Cyber can't even kill off Hyper for some reason, just because there's too much sustainability right there. As now, back on live, they're trying a Death Brush into Sudsy.
Death Brush, Sudsy. Does he know? He doesn't have Flash, but he will be able to get away from that one. I was kind of curious to see if he was going to be able to all the way on the other side. It looks like Cyber's the one fighting against ShamWow this time, trying to put on his best Concept cosplay, but unfortunately he just doesn't have the damage yet.
There's a difficulty here. Yeah, even with Baron buff, I feel like it's hard to push into this comp because like Sudsy can do quite a bit. Yeah, I was very close to being a steal right there, but it wasn't gonna end up going over. Like, how do you push into this team now? Because like you do have Orianna, and then you've also got this lethality Sivir. Like even with Baron buff, it's still really hard to try to shove down these Waynes, and that's what ISU is kind of running into the problem of right this second. They can slow down very heavily Concept, but that's about all you can do right now.
You were waiting for it. You thought that there was going to be the trigger pulled by Nausicaa to try to see if he could find something, but unfortunately they're still a little timid on this one.
Oh,
they still are a bit more behind than they'd like to be, and now that Concept's nearby, that was a 4v5 essentially last time. That worked out so well, and now that Concept's in the back, you can see all the way in the bot lane, this is when they want to be able to get Lobos. He's so low, already immediately blowing up the TP's too late from Concept. He's in the middle of 4 members, locked down with the Cyclone doing nothing to be able to take down Disconnector. They're split up. ISU have got the fight yet again to be able to split up ISU with Cyber going to the back line. Oh, it's a lot of shadow. Shockwave turns it around for Revival. Dumping on a Disconnector, but they're going to be able to get him to go excited. Finally, ShamWow dies. Shookies has the zombie, but that is a bloody 3-for-3 fight.
That it is. And Revival really wants to try to claim the dragon right here. Oh, Drew Dozer. He is very strong, and I hadn't realized it before the fight had started. Again, somehow Lobos just gets completely picked out in the beginning. Disconnector is able to get a tower. That's a very low Disconnector, so it's unlikely you're going to be able to take this fight. Sudsy has to carry against 2 very high damage threats, so it's up to Chookies to do some pretty solid work with these shields. And such as they're going to take the engagement.
Flashing away, got to be careful. Disconnector doesn't have the rocket. Zap not going to be able to connect. Lobos is going to be able to get here, but it's going to be some time. If they can land some damage, and they're waiting it out to try to see if they can get that Super Mega Death Rocket to be able to connect onto Sudsy. Yes, they can slowly but surely poke him out with Drew Dozer on the other side. These command attacks are barely not connecting onto the right members. Here's the rocket. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Getting the rampage. And he's going to be able to follow it up. Zap not going to be able to connect. They got the TP in from ShamWow. Should be the dragon denied. Oh, is he going to do it again? Oh, he didn't get it this time.
That was at 13 health. I saw it right there. About as close as you can get into the fight.
Looks caught out at the moment, using the decoy, getting a lot of damage on Nausicaa. There's going to be another death sentence connecting. We go to Shookies. We got a Cyberful with the kill coming in from Concept, still in the middle of 5. As Lobo's trying to be able to get away, but look at Hyper damage. They're going to be able to get the knockback with the charge and the shadows to take down Hyper. The fight is messy again for both sides.
Remember how I said that Revival just needs to not walk in one by one into ISU? They're doing a really bad job of not doing that right now, unfortunately. As now 2 fights in a row, it's been ISU who's been able to dictate kind of everything that happens. Very close to the steal, but the game continues where ISU now, again, when you've got triple damage, you have a ton of people you have to burn through. And Cyber's ability to pick, Concept's ability to pick, you haven't been able to link those together at all. It's always been Concept or Cyber diving into one side side of the fight, and the other side of the fight has just been ShamWow just kind of funneling people away from whatever is there. And even worse is Lowballs hasn't really been able to contribute all that much in terms of team fighting, which is to be expected as it's a lethality sifter compared to anything else. But you're seeing the problems that Revival's having with team fighting right now. So that's something you expect from them. This is something that like you'd expect them to know coming into these games. I imagine they'll be able to adapt to it because they still have very superior team fighting, but ISU has been given a window here.
That they have. You can see now with a lot of items into the proper spots. You talked about Drudo's damage. Look at his itemization right now. He actually has a lead over Sudsy. He has just been farming up like hell this entire time, similar to Lobos, but one of these things is not like the other. One of these things is better in the late game.
And it is. It's gone from a composition that's really hard to execute for ISU to now it requires perfect execution from Revival.
And Cyber getting caught out on the other side.
Can't even go over the edge.
Block, can't get over the wall, but he's still alive, dodging away from the rocket. Cyber, he was fast. He was able to get right back over to the team, trying to see if they can maybe keep him nearby, maybe be able to have him get enough health. Concept has to use the decoy to be able to get away from ShamWow. This is a split fight. They want to see if they can secure the control around the Baron. That is what ISU are trying to make sure Revival cannot back off into.
They are. ShamWow is taking a good amount of damage, and Concept linked alongside Sudsy is still a very good way to play the game. They're just proxying each other's waves right now.
Oh
my goodness.
Saying, all right, no, we're not even fighting. That sentence going to be able to connect, but it's onto Shookies. They needed to land on a low.
Drudos are back.
A lot of damage. Nausicaa is scared.
Oh, no, he didn't.
No, he's still there. He still
I
has
thought he
TP as well. If he does back, he can always rejoin. But it looks like ISU are a little too timid on this one. They're not wanting to be able to push out too far because they are still behind. They have to be careful because a perfect fight for Revival might be able to catch him out. Look at Concept's positioning. TP will be coming in from Drudozer. He's got the package
here as well.
Let's see if he get into the back line. Might be able to utilize that, but if you're throwing your body,
Concept's
you
too
need to have
far.
first the Scion in. There's the package on top of Lobos. Using the spell shield, but the damage coming in from Drudozer. He takes him down with the shield to be able to go on a killing spree. All the while, Concept has not been able to get the cyclone that he needs into the back line. Finally, he takes down Hyper to be able to jump on top of Disconnector with a fear. Shockwave 2 coming in from Revival. They're ripping apart ISU, trying to get away. Drudozer is able to take down Concept. 2 remaining on the side of Revival. This looks familiar, but this time Sudsy cannot escape this one. ISU threw it right back into the face of Revival.
Revival can't find the perfect engage. Again, you're not able to link up Cyber and Concept, who you're looking for the entire time. And now, when you've got 3 damage threats here on the side of ISU, you have to kill all 3 of them. You never got to Drudozer. You weren't able to put that damage in. And all of a sudden, especially because ShamWow's still up, and there's still somebody who can CC in front of everybody else, there's somebody to mitigate all this damage. This is just going to be a Baron as the game continues yet again.
And this is wild. It is just the 2 of them going for this Baron. Looks like Shookie's not even going to try to see if they can contest this. Instead, they're booking it immediately. They want to be able to get that Ocean Soul at the trade and cost of a Baron.
That they will. It would be a massive trade also to be able to snag that one away. Because it is just permanent stats for your team to be able to keep them alive. Okay, this is just a hard committal. If ISU can redeploy for this, this would be massive, especially because this is the ground that you could definitely stand on. This probably just defines the game, whoever wins this fight right here, right now. Unless for some reason ISU is just able to take the dragon and stall us for another whole dragon before anything else. It feels like there's going to be an engagement here from one of these teams, and that's going to make the difference as to who wins. So whoever wins this fight, I'm just going to call it right now.
Drudozer, he's pretty split away with Hyper from the rest of the team.
Cyber.
Cyber jumping on top of him. They want Drudozer. They've realized he's the target. If they can take him out, they're going to be able to win, but he's still alive on the other side with ShamWow standing in front of him, so they can't even get back to him.
Concept has
flash.
flash.
Peel up this entire time, but look at Revival. They're peeling off. They want to be able to get this dragon, because like you said, it's going to be the permanent stats, but it could be at the cost of their own life. Concept still has that flank.
Come on,
Concept. It's going to be the unstoppable onslaught into the back line, getting a lot of damage. Rocket not going to be able to connect. Trying to see what they can do. Concept 1v2 dies over to Drudozer. It's a smite going over to ISU. They've got what they need. The flash over the wall coming in from Hyper to be able to survive with this connection. Taking down Cyber, taking them down for a double kill. He's excited. They're chasing down Revival. They're running them back towards their base. They've got the 3rd dragon of the game. They've got the Baron in their hands. They've got everyone on Revival right where they want them. They know that they can easily end this game as long as they keep Shookies, keep Sudsy away from their base. And again, this looks so familiar from what we've been seeing time and time again in this game. Sudsy might have the shields, but he doesn't have his life. Finally, the shutdown. While this entire time, ISU have everyone in the base already looking to be able to end and take game 2.
ISU, somehow in this second game right here, you're down so much to such an easy composition to try to execute, or at least relatively easy to execute here from the side of Revival, and you force them to make mistake after mistake. They blunder just a little bit too much. Hyper might go down, but the base is dead.
Is it though? They've got disconnector. Trudozer is
Oh,
dead
wow.
too.
What?
Champ, wow, he's got the zombie form.
He's easy
game,
at
but
this.
look at this body block coming in
can't
from
kill him.
Cyber right now. They're struggling. There's only lethality builds, Lobos. You
The
can't
emote.
kill him. It's too damn
Oh,
tasty.
my
It's a
Cartwell's
shield,
so
and finally, ISU get the Nexus and they get game 2.
Oh, goodness gracious. I told you not lethality build, but that didn't make the difference. It was, again, 2 or 3 fights in the middle of the game where, like, Revival could have dealt the killing blow if they get this massive 5-on-5 like we've known them to be able to do, and they just give it away because you can't get connected or concept, and then the combination with Cyber and then the ultimate from Orianna all together into one cohesive piece, and it leaves these damage dealers alive with people that have dove in, like the Wukong, like the Hecarim, or anything else, as suddenly, Mr. Magical, we got a series on our hands.
Do. And what did I say before this series? I said the difficult thing for Revival is the fact that there are these 3 threats on ISU. You can only focus one of them, as Wukong, as Hecarim. The other 2 are going to be able to get a lot of free damage, and that's exactly what ended up happening. ISU were able to split apart, say, all right, you want Trudozer? Well, disconnect your Hyper, going to be able to do damage. You want Disconnector? It's going to be the other 2, and it was difficult. It was difficult Revival for them to be able to win because they ended up throwing that lead, as you said too, with where it looked like they were in the prime position to be able to win. But ICU, their composition just needed to be able to scale. Once they got the scaling they needed to, it's difficult to be able to stop them.
I will say also, a massive difference maker in that game was the first dragon that got taken by the side of ISU. Usually you don't think about things like that coming back to the end of the game, but that one dragon, if you give that away to the bot side pressure, and that all came from the beginning of the game. If you remember, no tier might have had an impact on it, but the early laning phase got lost by Sivir. It let Hyper walk freely into bottom side because there's no pressure there. They take that one dragon. That's 5 minutes you gained onto that clock that got them back into that game. If Revival takes that, they have Ocean Soul coming out, then all of a sudden you haven't thrown 2 or 3 fights before you really start to ramp up with that Dragon Soul. This game probably looks a lot different. So big props to ISU's bot lane and Hyper being able to exploit for that early dragon to buy them the time that they needed.
And they got game 2. We're tied up 1 apiece. It is a series. We're going to toss a break. When we come back, the analyst desk will be able to break down that chaotic mess of a game 2 a bit more. So we'll see you then.
Welcome back to the desk, everybody. Radish Grab Show, Mike Young and Beatdown Boulevard here. It's all right. Let's just go ahead. I'll take a step back and take a breather and let's just take in and allow what happened in that game to happen to us. So I will now reflect within 3 seconds of my emotions. So what really went on, especially with that last final clip. You're thinking things are great. It's fine. And ShamWow is just this absolute beefcake of a human being, right? This meatloaf of a man, this lumberjack of what can only be described of a champion which exists in the game of League of Legends. And the icing on the cake, he puts on Gargoyle's last second to say, "You thought, huh? You thought."
That's so toxic.
Absolutely, well, but we'll get in the end game because you know how it ended. But let's go back to how it started here, Mike, because this was genuinely Revival's game to lose.
Yeah, generally just straight from draft. I really loved Revival's draft because they were 5k gold up before the game-changing team fight, and they were just winning across the board every single lane and stacking 3 dragons. Now, here's the deal. If you're playing any sort of team comp against 380 carries in a really beefy tank, if it ever goes to 30 minutes, it's always going to be a hard time. So definitely respect for ISU for holding down the towers, holding down the base, and going through that game-changing play in the mid game, which brought them back.
And the big thing too, we're going to see this clip in a second. Is this kind of where it all started to fall apart here for Revival? It's like he said, 5,000 gold up and a bit of I think a greedy fight there for Revival. It's not really something that they were looking for. This isn't quite the clip actually, but the point is there was a fight in around 21 minutes where Revival kind of overstep a little bit. They lose Sudsy really early on, and I think they also lose Lobos right after as well. Yeah, this is the clip where Lobos is forced to stopwatch. I think he does get taken down anyway, and the point is getting taken down this way allowed ISU to actually grab that first Baron. And I believe they also got a dragon off of it as well. And the fact that they picked up another dragon, like Rebel said before throwing it to break there at the end of the game, getting that one extra dragon was actually crucial to getting to that late game mark we talked about. You delayed the ever so powerful and coveted Ocean Soul that probably would have still allowed Revival to win even at the 35-minute mark, because even though I agree with you, Mike, their comp was really nice, it's also, like you said, 35 minutes, triple marksman. That's really hard to deal with, especially when you have lethality Sivir, who is one of your main sources of damage. Just throwing those discs and doing some damage, but you're going to get outpoked, and that's what we started to see towards the end of the game.
Which, speaking of this, can we just have the clip of just that one Sivir steal? I just want to see that one more time.
Yeah.
Just show y'all, like, just real quick. Because look, that early game for Revival was actually quite great. Like, we were thinking there was almost two instances, sorry. It was Sivir actually did steal a second dragon. Like you mentioned there, Mike. They were stacking dragons back and forth. They almost had Ocean Soul, but one main point you saw yet again in the previous fight, right? Lobos just got caught out again and again and again. Just over. Like, so much to a point where you see me stepping out of frame. That's how far you go from some fights sometimes. But like there was, I remember a specific fight where Corky put out a package, put him at the end on the other side. Beautiful dragon still, by the way. Him living his glory days, right? Now, when you are Lobos in the situation, when you are Lobos in the situation here, Beat, it is such a tough call to make on how you're gonna be able to make it back for yourself, right?
It's tough too, because I think what's really might be bugging him is that if he steals that second Drake on the attempt later on, they have Ocean Soul and Revival probably win that game. But of course, we can't really put that on him. There were other issues that kind of showed up in the later stages of the game, and it just got so difficult for Revival to play past a certain point. At the end of the day, it does come from some of the mistakes they made in the mid game. And Pater even said, the coach of ISU, that's what they were looking for. And even with a draft like that, that's what they were looking for. And even though I don't necessarily agree that that is a way to draft, banking on mistakes, you can't argue with results. It does work out for ISU, and Revival are probably going to be coming in hot in Game 3.
Yeah, I'm excited to see their draft coming into the third game, what Revival's going to change up because just from my point of view, before the game, I was really happy with Revival. I think if Revival were to cleanly snowball that, get every single dragon after that steal, the game was in their hands. I say just clean up the snowball, have faster reset timers, don't go for fights that don't necessarily lead to dragons and lead to just like straight up 100% guaranteed or 80% guaranteed victories, and the game was theirs.
That's the thing with Revival too. They love to team fight, and to their credit, they are absolutely good at it. But it is going to be a bit of decision making there going into Game 3, because you do have to be really careful, because even though we do favor Revival as a whole in the series, we even said it at the top of the show. You got to give some respect to ISU. They're definitely good players, smart coaching staff, and when you do slip up like that, when you don't really respect the enemy team, you might get punished for it, and we saw exactly that. And Ravi, I just want to say real quick, our predictions in the bag.
Yes, sir. I mean, unfortunately, I would have to give my mic over to Mike Young today, man. But like, I am so sad about it. Just a quick note off that too. Who would have thought, gentlemen, that 2 ADCs late game, even 3, in fact, hurts? A shocking fact, I know, but
It's a fun
one
fact.
that exactly. But it's one that Revival had to learn the absolute hard way. Also, Corky, good champ. Just let it be known, like Corky's great, and like he says, and you see out here today. Like, just wait a little bit, right? Look, I promise it's worth your time.
That could have been a control mage mid for Drew Dozer, and it still would have been. They still would have won that at the 35-minute mark. That's
you know what? I'm gonna cut you off. We're gonna cut it over to Cassius real quick. Rebel Fox and Mad Magical to take us into game number 3. Stop it, beat.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for Game 3, and I'm wide awake now. That Game 2, that gave the excitement I've been wanting to see. It was all over the place, but man, was it fun to watch.
Mr. Magical, I don't think that last game gave us any clarity about who's actually going to end up taking the series.
Oh,
because
not
it
at
shows
all.
that ISU can 100%. You know what did, however, clear up? My internet finally is back. I'm no longer on a hotspot, so maybe my crystal clear face will give some inspiration to you lovely folks out there, as the first 2 games were a little bit more of a mess, as it's super exciting to see that this competition has come through. Unfortunately, Mr. Mike Young not going to dethrone Ravish, as announced to me. That's quite terrible, because I don't think Ravish deserves the crown at all, but that's for another discussion.
Wait, what
for
was
another
Ravish's
time.
prediction again?
3-1.
Okay. So we just got to make sure we avoid a 3-1. We got to get 5 games. It's fair. I see what we need to get in this game. 5 games. I'm down for it, man. Especially if they're all going to be like bangers in Game 2. I am totally down for it as we get ready for Champion Select in this third game of the grand finals between Revival and ISU. And you know what? Like I said, if every game is like Game 2, I will be happy. I will lose my voice, but I will be happy.
I agree with that. It was a very exciting game number 2. Why is it that whenever you and I cast together, we get these like crazy upset, like reverse sweep type series? Do you remember? I think it was actually ISU we casted in Risen earlier on in the season.
I think it was.
And there was like this really strange 2-0 that they took, where one game went to like 45 minutes, where Fiora split push couldn't get past Ion.
That's right.
It was crazy. Dude, every time, dude, these games just get more and more exciting somehow.
Well, right now, it looks like this game is looking a bit samey. Nothing too different. Olaf ban, Seraphine ban. Is it going to be the Bard ban? Probably going to be the Bard ban.
Yeah. The question is, do we get Tristana first, or do we get Udyr first for Illinois State?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, looking at how the bans are, I don't think that they are really that important in this series, because how the hell are you going to ban out Sudsy and Drew Dozer? How are you going to ban out Hyper and Cyber, ShamWow and Concept? They're clearly showing they don't care what really gets banned. They're just going to play their own style.
I agree with that. It's they do whatever they want. they do whatever they please. It doesn't really matter at this point to do
Exactly.
see. Something that is starting to become at least a mildly pressing issue at the moment is, or at least after last game, was a lot of early game went into Revival's hands to concept, or at least defense. They weren't able to play to their Wukong at all, which was really kind of concerning to me that like their Wukong wasn't able to be played to, despite having multiple solo kills under his belt. Like that's something that's really pressing, or at minimum, like at least take your pressure, put it bot side, and just try to get low boss Chookies out of lane. But it felt like so much of that game was just sitting there also from the side of Revival, even when they had their gold advantage and were winning fights at the beginning. And it felt like they weren't doing enough. And so I would really like to see both teams start to invest into some of these side lanes and try to get somebody ahead. I know game one, Illinois State tried that with Shamwell on the top side with Hyper, and it didn't work out flawlessly, but at minimum, it gives you some win condition to play to at some point.
Right now, we see the same bans by Revival as in game one, opting for that Thresh over the Lucian, but Kha'Zix getting banned here, leaving Udyr open. Does Cyber decide to grab that immediately?
That's an interesting choice. He did go to Hecarim last game, so like if you're going to leave up Udyr and you know that Hecarim's also going to be available, they were able to play into it last time. Not to mention Hyper could grab one of those two, even though they're not standard Hyper champions. I think it's more so that they don't want Revival coming onto something aggressive like this Kha'Zix pick to take back tempo in the series and end up turning it into a 3-1. So they're just willing to give over things like the Udyr. As now, Hecarim's going to get taken anyway. You don't even have to worry about the Udyr. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. So they're just going to make the trade. It's going to be a 1-for-1. We're expecting to see that. But I also want to see if Illinois State are actually going to take Karma. In both games 1 and 2, Karma was first picked by Revival each time. And now that we see the Thresh is banned away, does Illinois State want to try to get themselves in a position where they can possibly flex around? More than likely, though, going into Nausicaa's hands.
It occurs to me also not only the Karma, but also Lilia. The threat of Kha'Zix is usually what pushes out Lilia, especially when you got like Cyber's Kha'Zix. But that ban away and leaving Udyr up, that's a champion that can be answered by Lilia if they were to have taken Udyr first. So instead, they grabbed the Hecarim, which was okay for Cyber. There's no Karma taken off the board quite yet from Illinois State. It wouldn't shock me to see them come to something like the Lilia, because like it's not even bad into the likes of Hecarim. I think Hecarim's still a bit better early, but you could still do quite a bit of work. And I know Hyper's played it in the past, so I know it's in the champion pool at least.
But we're definitely getting some interesting picks coming in from Illinois State as they grab Xayah and Orianna. The Xayah is more the one, like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad pick because we talk about weak side bot lanes, and Xayah is one of the queens of that because she is just trying to see if she can scale up to get that crate, and she has self-peel in her kit. Orianna, another one of those picks that can be consistent. You don't really have to worry about it much in mid lane. It's going to be able to shove out, but this is the thing. It's into Revival, who have Sudsy, who has a very deep champion pool similar to Drew Dozer.
Yes, and you had made mention before we even started the game one draft about how Sudsy had gone onto Yone before anybody else had talked about it, and it found its niche. And its niche is into mages. And so you blind pick Orianna, you're going to get punished with Yone here, as Sudsy now is capable of taking the laning phase into his own hands. And for the first time, we actually see it's going to be Kai'Sa who's peeking her head into the likes of this series from the side of Revival. Fits really well with a lot of the other kind of dive tools that go along with like the Yone and the Hecarim that have already been drafted here. I also like this kind of shift of ADCs. I'm not a fan of Kai'Sa Xayah just because we had enough of that meta. Please, for God, get rid of those two from the meta, but I do understand at least the power that these two have.
Oh, it's here! It's the AP Xin Zhao!
Yes,
baby!
hold your horse.
AP win now jungle, baby. That's what this is.
Win now jungle. Listen, if anybody is going to be allowed to play Xin Zhao, I like that Hyper gets it. Again, his aggressive style, it's something that you want to see really heavily. And it's interesting that they left Udyr up because I feel like Udyr is okay into this. But now that they've seen what the jungle pick is going to be in the likes of the Hecarim, they're willing to play it. Like you said, the AP buffs were there. I have yet to see anyone play AP Udyr, or my apologies, AP Xin Zhao, at least since the start of the patch, especially in competitive play. I'm not going to knock it out of the ballpark. It is a wonderful ball delivery system here for Hyper, though. My apologies.
Bless me with the AP win now. I need this in my lane. I need this in my game. I need this everywhere. This is what I want. It's like when I don't want it to get as bad as AP Shyvana, where it's become the only thing you can now build. I do too. It's fun to play as, but we have to both admit, as people who like to play it, it's completely toxic to play against. But I'm hoping AP with Xin Zhao is one of those champions that we see he still has the option to be able to go either AD or AP if he really wants to. But right now we got to jump into the second part of the bans. We're seeing again a lot of top lane focus. We saw this in game 2 where it was primarily trying to take away a lot of that. But Singed getting banned by Illinois State, that one's a bit surprising to me. Well, concept I'm expecting to, if it's going to be that Scion top lane again for Shamwell, probably will go back onto that Wukong. But it's still surprising to see because right now Revival just don't have any AP threats.
Concept has played it before, so maybe that's the thought process. Is they're trying to pinch off, pure AP style top laners that you can, pick in the top side. Yone has some split damage, as does Kai'Sa. They probably do enough to be fine in terms of like mixed damage between the two. But again, you'd be looking to secure an AP top laner here from the side of Revival, so like you don't have much there. And now also, you made mention of Jinja, I'll talk about the build path later, is now this dive composition continues to get developed. I like the Leona pick. I don't think it's perfect with Xayah, but I do think it's a pretty good pick. And now you also have the blind possibility of like, you can go Alistar, you go, oh, Thresh is gone. I was going to say Thresh, but.
Yeah, I like Thresh, but the thing is, what I like about the Leona is it kind of takes away a lot of that ignite powder that you normally would see with the Kai'Sa and bot lane if they take something like an Alistar or something like this Rella as well, where they're trying to see if it's that level 2 experience lead that can get themselves to play aggressively on a disconnector. Leona, she's just enough to just exist and say, I dare you. I have Zenith Blade. If you jump onto my ADC, I jump onto yours.
That's a fun little trade to come out between the two. Ooh. Nice.
That's what my goodness. Is this so this is probably the AP bruiser top lane Zac. Now, a lot of people don't realize this. When you play Zac top, it is much more about trying to be something akin to Singed, where you can build a little bit of AP in your kit to be able to do that damage that they kind of need to be able to have against it. But that Poppy to be able to stop any potential engage coming in from Zac. Oh, this is beautiful.
Poppy is a disgusting champion in
I
Zac.
love Poppy.
There's two champions that are just like absolutely devastating to Zac. Well, like devastating, you're seeing. One is Poppy, the other is Janna for the same reason. And that's that if you try to jump in, if you try to jump out, if you try to do anything, you just get bodied and you just get launched into space or you get sent away. And everything that your champion's supposed to do is completely out the door. So the laning phase for the side of Concept might be a little bit difficult. It does pair really well with everything else you've got on the squad. Look at the amount of AoE CC you've got. I think 4 champions have AoE CC within their kit to work with, which is crazy from Revival that you can keep them airborne for so much time. But we saw how that played out last game, and it's a laning advantage now for Illinois State's top laner.
I'm wondering if Revival do the ultimate flex and send that Zac. No. They send the Zac mid lane, and they send Yone top lane.
Interesting concept. It's an idea, at least. I think that's a better laning matchup. But
yeah. It's just I'm trying to think of what would be worse, having Zac into Poppy or Yone into Poppy. Neither of those sound particularly fun, to be honest.
No, I think either way, the Poppy is going to be fine in the laning phase. So it's more about
it's Poppy. Poppy's going to be Poppy. Poppy's just going to stop pretty much 1, 2, 3, 4 members from being able to dive into the backline.
Just one cooldown, though. You have that to at least consider.
That is true.
Yeah, Hyper can do the same thing with the ultimate, where like you can launch people back as long as the timing is there. So you do have 2 pretty decent disengages, as well as like Xayah's ultimate is really great for being able to deny a lot of this like super hard engage. But there's so much of it from Revival. You have to be terrified if you're Illinois State to be running in circles. And the crazier part is like you've got a really heavy engage comp from 3 members from Illinois State as well. Leona wants to go in, Xinjiao wants to go in, and then you've got Oriana who wants to at least throw the ball forward and be able to work for it. As Poppy can kind of stand around, but like she also would prefer to dive in as well. So you've got like dive comp versus dive comp where there's a good amount of disengage from Illinois to deny anything from Revival, but they've got so much of it, it could be overbearing if you're not just like using that Poppy W perfectly.
Exactly. You kind of have to use that pretty on the nose. But I also do like that if we look at Illinois State's composition, there is a lot of wombo combo potential.
Mm-hmm.
You got the ball delivery system in 3 different champions, Poppy, Xinjiao, and Leona. You have self-peel for your ADC. The only one who's going to kind of be left out to dry is going to be Drudozer. But at the same time, if they're able to get this perfect execution on what they're trying to do, which is that wombo combo, dive into the backline, Revival are very low range. They're not going to be able to easily stick to ISU.
Not at all. Yeah. it's basically for Revival, it's throwing everything into just a 5-on-5, which is before the series had started, I would have said that's a fantastic idea. If this would have been the game 2 comp, I would have been like, that's a fantastic idea. But what we saw last time is that Illinois State can sometimes break these fights apart, and especially with a composition where you literally have pieces that can break off champions. Poppy's ultimate. You throw somebody out of the fight, suddenly it's 4v5. And then you have like Jin Zhao. If you break everyone into separate pieces, can you win the fight around the fact that everything gets split apart, even if your engage goes awry? That's a question for Revival. If everything's not going perfectly, can they scrap the way that Illinois State was able to in the previous game?
Hyper, if you do not give me AP Jin Zhao, I swear to God, I swear.
Can I input this really quickly? So, like, AP Jin Zhao would be super exciting, and I have no problem with it. I think it's perfectly fine. I think it's equally valid compared to AD.
Hold on, Dean. Are you going to make an argument against AP Jin Zhao?
No.
Okay, good. Okay, then you can speak.
What I'm going to say is the changes that they made to Jin Zhao were not good, like, at all for AD Jin Zhao the way he was built before. But the changes were actually made so that crit would scale him a lot better. So we might see crit Jin Zhao, which it's not AP Jin Zhao.
No.
I would rather see AP Jin Zhao because that would be exciting. But if we're going to see AD Jin Zhao, we will see some crit, probably Gale Force or Shield Bow or something like that, which is okay. Any of the 3 attack speed, like crit items would be there. And I think that's more exciting than we'd seen before, at least, right?
All right,
not AP.
I will say this about the 2 teams. I was really excited. I've been really focused on, LPL and stuff like that lately. So I haven't been able to put as much time as I had dedicated to North American Amateur before. But when I heard that it was Revival versus ISU in the grand finals, I was so excited. I knew that these 2 teams would deliver to me exactly what I wanted. They give me the weird picks. We get Zach Top. We got a Yone. We got Jin Zhao. And that better be a goddamn AP Jin Zhao, I swear to God. But there it is. We are into game 3. As right now, we got the Death Brush set up by the side of Revival. But Trudozer, at least he was able to spot it out. He's going to be able to back out of that one. And unfortunately, jumping into the game, just so everyone knows, the gold is a little bit bugged. Hopefully, we'll be able to get that fixed like we did last time.
Now, explain to me, I guess, before we get any significant action, is we've traded off wards on both sides of the map to be able to see some pathing here. I guess explain to me what this AP Jin Zhao build is. When I heard about AP Jin Zhao, my mind went immediately to, you got to do Moonstaff because it just sounds funny. And I did it, and I actually won the game, which was great. It was crazy how good it was to just poke with. It's like a 1700 range W, man. You can keep it applied 100% of the time.
I hate Staff of Flowing Water. Oh, it's so boring. Okay, so the build path is you can go. There's a couple different mythics you can go. Night Harvester is the one preferred.
That's the god tier one.
I think that's the god tier one personally, and then you go into Nashor's Tooth after that.
That makes sense.
And then from there are different options. You can opt more into attack speed, or you could just opt into more of the burst. You can go like Lich Bane. You could even go, now that we've had the minor buff that came into Rabbidan's Death Cap, where you can build the hat a little bit faster. Those are options. It really is dependent on how the game is going, because it's more dependent on how fast you're able to scale. Kind of like, with AP Shyvana, where you can kind of change out your build. But right now, it's in a good trade of damage. Nausicaa got to be a little bit more careful, since Chuki's probably wants to be able to re-engage now that he's got the Ferromancy. He's not going to be able to throw him over the shoulder, though.
Yeah, I will say if we do see an AP variant, as this is the last I'll talk about this, I think Demonic Embrace would be an amazing item on him, just because it gives you so many combat stats for somebody who wants to go in, and how easy it is to apply the 5 stack and get 25, 30 armor and a magic resist immediately in a fight by just jumping in and pressing ultimate after the Orianna ultimate goes off. I'd like to see that specifically, just because I think it's not a sexy item as you might want as something like the Night Harvester or like the Nashters or the Lich Bane, but I think it makes a lot of sense if you're going for a more AP style route, as Cyber went for an interesting pathing, has now found an angle on Drudozer.
Looking for the knockback, but unfortunately it was the flash from Drudozer to stay safe. Going to be able to get a lot of damage back onto Cyber on the way out, so it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to retain himself into the jungle. He's about to have Smite back up, but he'll take a lot of damage, and this could give Hyper an opportunity to invade.
That's exactly what Hyper's going to do, especially with Halo Blades. You're going to be able to snag that. Worst case scenario, you can't really take the red buff because you're afraid of how long it's going to take you to actually grab that one. And if Cyber wants any chance at taking a Scuttle Crab, you're never getting that one if you take your buff. And so right here, Hyper's able to chase him away. Actually, he never even saw him, but he knew that Hyper could easily walk into that side and just going to trade off Scuttle Crabs in exchange for that triple buff that's going to come out from Hyper. There is a chance also that this will give Cyber at least a little bit of speed in this clear, a lot faster than Hyper, because he's just not not clearing the same number of camps. And that means that Hecarim will deploy faster than what Hyper will to start things off here. So then the question is, like, where can you go in terms of response if you're going to back a lot sooner than what the Xin Zhao is going to do?
As right now, it's exactly as you said, playing out. Not really going to be much that Cyber can do here, unfortunately. He knows that he's not in the best position to be able to stop Hyper from taking a lot of stuff. Going to be triple buffed, got the Scuttle Crab trade. But looking at the lanes, I'm going to change the topic a little bit.
Sure.
You can actually see the top half of the map for Revival has gotten a pretty good push back into their respective opponents. Concept hasn't even tried to go for the Lancet Slingshot. All he's done is step up, being able to use his Q, use his W to be able to constantly clear out these waves. And that's one thing people always forget about Zach, is that if he stands in the middle of the minion waves with his W, it's going to be able to have that AoE damage. And as long as he's picking up the bloblets, he's going to stay relatively healthy and relatively safe.
Yes, he will. Able to keep that health high really high, especially with Grasp, where it's like, as long as you aren't like falling victim to Poppy just being able to like buckler attack you through your minion wave, you can usually trade with your health bar pretty effectively into most laners. This is what made Zac so lethal when I think it was Bo5 who was playing it mostly a couple years ago, or at least last year or something like that. It was the idea was just like even a mild amount of AP or even just like full tank in general still allows you to keep your health really high through very aggressive trading patterns against your laning opponent, which they have to be doled a little bit against the Poppy, but at minimum, you are able to use your health as a much more like manageable resource than a lot of other top laners like Aurelia or somebody else might in this particular laning phase. So that's something to keep your eye on. I will say the armor and boots start is a little interesting. I know health is usually prioritized here if you're on the side of the Zac.
Yeah, just a little bit, trying to be able to get that up because it's going to make it so when you pick up those bloblets, you heal it a little bit more. But look at this. Trade back and forth, back and forth. It's actually really funny to watch this because you have the bucklers, you have the bloblets. It's like they're both trying to almost play this little mini game with one another. Like, you're going to get your buckler. Oh, you're going to get that shield. Oh, I'm going to get the bloblets. Oh, no, I'm not. Bot lane. Good Zenith played on. Lobo's good route as well. Flashed away, but the Ignite is there. Not going to help out. First Blood picked up by ISU.
This bot lane has been very ISU favored the entire series. Even in game number one, which was the more definitive of the two games, I would say, for between these two teams, Revival's bot lane has not been able to get just a massive control of anything that they wanted to, I don't think. And while, yes, eventually the Jinx did come online, it was really, really tough to get them to that place without just like a lot of fighting.
Knock up on top of Druidozer is going to be the Sombrero Shockwave. Cyber wasn't in the position to be able to back that up. I'm surprised that Sudsy pulled that trigger.
Yeah, too. They definitely would have had the damage to do so, but it doesn't look like they're actually going to end up in that situation, as Cyber doesn't have level 6. With level 6, you 100% all in that right there, but because level 6 hadn't been achieved, and there was no angle. Oh, no.
Ooh, that was close, but look at this. Cyber wanted to be able to get the Scuttle Crab. It's the goon squad of ISU to scare off the pony and say that he's not going to be able to get anything further. As Hyper, now he feels a bit more strong to be able to go into this jungle. I don't know why Sudsy TP top lane, though.
Alexander. Hyper has disappointed both of us. That's a Hearthbound axe.
Yeah, but right now I'm a bit surprised by that, just seeing that happen.
You're sad. You can say upset. You're allowed to use those words.
Yeah. Oh, you know.
I'm also upset, man. This isn't stronger. If you go Stridebreaker and you just go normal Bruiser, it's just like the interaction between E and W is better, but that's all you're getting. If you go crit, you have better scaling with your damage to start with. If you go AP, you have cool AP ratios to work with and the ability to fight. Doing this is just you going, I am going to be the ball delivery bot. That's pretty much what Hyper is saying with this.
I'm just sad. It's not
upsetting.
It's not the AP win now. So that, you know what that means? Because it's AP win now, he can't win now. He's gonna lose now.
What if he wins later though?
Nope.
That's sad. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know how it goes.
You've
Now you're
disappointed
deflated for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, he's disappointed me. This is a sin that will never be recovered from.
Listen,
How
I
dare
wanted
you.
to see Gale Force or Immortal Shield go as well. I thought that would have been a more manageable version of AP, but either way, he's going to collapse the bot side with the rest of his team right here.
lucky
This is
if
a
they can
nasty
get it.
dive, dude.
Yeah, exactly. They got the Featherstorm, they got
Ow,
the stun with the
ow,
Zenith Blade on the
ow.
other side, on top of Lobo, Shockwave to be
Ow.
able to get the kill for him as well. Cyber's going to try to see if they can at least get a trade of 1 for 2, but look at the Flash coming in with the knock up and Solar Flare. They got the Fear back in, but it's 3 killed for that play, none lost on ISU.
This is rough. As ISU has taken some advice that I gave them and said, okay, you got to play to one of your lanes, and they've been kind of they played to ShamWow to start with. It didn't work out great, which is to be expected, as ShamWow typically doesn't receive a lot of resources. But they've finally broken the code and they've realized, hey, bot lane is not looking great. ISU's bot lane is playing exceptionally well. Let's play through there. And now all of a sudden you're in this place where your bot lane is at this massive advantage. You got a kill on both your AD and your support, and you've gotten a kill onto your jungle and your mid laner, all from just mostly from bot side plays that have come out from this. That's big from ISU being able to generate this fairly early lead that they've gotten here.
I'm still sad. I'm still upset.
I shouldn't have said anything.
It's not gonna make it any better. It's not gonna make it any better. You know, good dive. Yeah. Sure, whatever.
What if he builds Demonic Embrace? What if he goes Stridebreaker into Demonic Embrace? Would that at least sate a little bit of your temptations here?
Not at all.
Not at all? Okay. Well, that's
No,
upsetting.
it's AP win now. That's not AP win now. That's like half-assing it. It's you gotta fully commit, man.
You got a full AP, or you might as well not play the character.
Exactly. Don't give me hope like this.
Pain.
All right,
Okay.
Well, you know what? Right now, it's going to be the side of Revival still getting themselves at least the objective on the top side. This is the one thing with Revival. They, even when behind early on, always tend to be able to find these objectives to keep themselves in a good relative position compared to where you'd expect them to be.
Now, you got Hyper and Drudozer in bottom river. What's really to stop you from just diving bot tower again?
Nothing. Do it again.
Do it again. Like,
Exactly.
they knew that Cyber was on top side. They knew Sudsy was recovering from wave.
Ooh,
Okay.
Drudozer went golden to be able to
here.
survive, but look at this. I got the TP in, Shockwave only on the one, but nice onslaught of shadows with the knockup coming in from Hyper. They're going to be able to get the knockup back, but it's a trade-up kill so far. No, Hyper's still alive. Same with Drudozer. Concept hasn't been able to tag him. They're going to be able to get him with the tornado to be able to knock him up, as all the while Shoki's able to rotate to make sure that they can take him down. So now it is the one-for-one trade.
See, they pushed out mid lane, and then they aimed up getting their blue trade off. If they walk bot lane and just punish bot lane, they just get that play again. And then eventually you have the reinforcements from Cyber and Sudsy, and you're able to make a response. Maybe you don't get bot tower.
Oh, nice
okay.
Magnet Storm on top of Drudozer. He can't get away. He's got the Ignite to pick up the kill for Shookies. All the while, Nausicaa just watching it on horror of what happened.
Illinois lost an opportunity at a big play, and they just got punished pretty hard in the mid lane, which is humongous. You do get the bottom tower for Xayah. I wasn't expecting that to come through. I really didn't think that Azog was actually going to end up losing that one on the bottom side on his own against the likes of the Xayah that had come through, and that it helps me. That goes down a little easier in this particular sense. I still think that ISU could have easily flooded bot side and just won that all anyway. But this does give them a nice rebound where your mid play ends up being like a 2-for-1, I think, in favor of Revival. Yes. But now you also get to come to second dragon, and you're going to confirm that one for yourselves from ISU, where they're finally getting control of this dragon pit like they did in game one, and they're keeping this early gold advantage in their favor as well.
And this stops what Revival tend to do, which is snowball out of control with the help of the dragons. So you saw that in the first game. Second game, it was denied purely off that one early dragon taken by ISU. This game, they've gotten two to be able to control this bottom half of the map. And now you look at this. Disconnector and Nausicaa, no longer do they have to be in the bot lane because there's not really the play to be made there anymore. They're rotating him top lane to try to see if they can constantly match against Lobos and Shookies since they know they beat him in lane.
That they do. You saw what happened last time that they were up against them in lane. They were able to get that kill. And now probably, okay, one auto attack from Disconnector would have been enough. But I think being on the other side of that wall actually gave him too much distance to actually try to auto attack through. So kind of unfortunate you aren't able to get the root. But maybe a shining light potentially as Cyber was there ready for the fight afterwards. So thankfully not going to fall victim to that one as this game just continues to play into mid lane yet again under Drudozer.
Onslaught of Shadows, a nice umbrella, but unfortunately he's knocked back, killed off. Zenith Blade dodge. Same with the Solar Flare, unfortunately. And they have the Eye of the Rift Herald if they want to be able to pop that in the mid lane to be able to get a lot of plays. And look at this. Concept with the flank. Disconnectors here as well. They decide to peel off of it and try to see, instead of trying to see if they can hard commit for it.
But they do. Not going to be able to find that one. It looked like a play that was being set up from the side of Revival, but don't want to have to mess around with the Xayah underneath of a tower alongside everybody else. So instead, just going to give that one away. I'd still like to see the Rift Herald dropped very quickly here as just a few minutes until those plates expire. You'd really like to get that gold onto somebody, even if it's just top lane immediately. As actually, as I speak, top lane might be under some trouble.
Yeah, I don't know if they know that Lobos is in that brush. Yeah, he's been able to kind of sneak away using the killer instinct, but there's the Zenith Blade to be able to follow up, flashed away, so there wasn't going to be the Blade Caller to be able to get the route they needed to. But now, with that play, since they saw top lane, Cyber also didn't have very much time left to be able to pop the Rift Herald. They're going to be able to get a couple plates mid lane, so they get some gold, but unfortunately, it's all into Cyber's pockets instead of getting that onto someone like Sudsy or Lobos to help them out.
Maybe the Hecarim is kind of just like the decent target for the gold, only because Hecarim needs that gold to be able to accelerate in the beginning of the game and still maintain his status as a champion instead of just getting outpaced by literally every other champion, and being able to be frontline and engage in things like that. So maybe I'm okay with that gold going over. I will say it does suck that just a little damage got dropped on a Rift Herald, because it would have almost knocked off another plate as Hyper just kind of walks in, and what do? You can't turn on him because that top side and mid lane pressure are there from the side of ISU, so he just gets to stand here and do whatever he wants.
Too far right now. They could easily get the Attractor Repel done with the Magnitude, but the damage coming in on top of Shookies, who wasn't able to get over the wall. Zenith the Blade to make sure they can root him in place, but look at Lobos on the other side, trying to see if they can get enough damage on top of Hyper, but a good use of the ult to make sure it's a double kill for Hyper instead.
Incredible damage coming out of this Jinzhou right now. Much to my dismay and much to your dismay, the Trinity Force does seem to still be an exceptional tool to be able to use in these fights. It was another example of Revival also just kind of walking in one by one into Hyper. Instead of committing multiple members, it looked like they wanted to disengage, because Chookies missed his flash. Instead of just giving away the life of the Rel in exchange for everything else that was going to come through, they continued to try to fight as Concept in the mid lane. Look for Druidozer.
Balanced use on top. Druidozer getting a lot of damage. So low kill for the Zac.
That was so painful to watch if you're Orianna, because she needs like an item or two before she really starts to do damage. And Zac's here without even a completed item. He just is the Bomby Cinder. He just runs her down with the Duffy and flat damage. Feels so bad.
That it does, but it feels good if you're Concept. He gets more
yes,
solo kills to his name, and this is something that is pretty typical of Concept, where we've been getting used to seeing him do that a lot. Usually on Wukong, not on Zac, but it's not really changing too much how he plays.
Concept is he's a player that's very accustomed to solo kills, whether he's the one solo killing or getting solo killed. It does change, I think, on a game-to-game basis, unfortunately, but he is still really, really good in team fights as well. And so the Zac is going to be beneficial for that. Sudsy's in some very, very deep trouble right now.
Doesn't have Fate sealed either, so unfortunately he's just trying to see if he can get a little bit of damage. It's a Shockwave and kill for ShamWow to be able to get his second kill of the game. And mid lane, they're able to get the pick they needed to onto Disconnector, with Nazca a little bit too far as well, so trade across the map, 2 for 1, going to favor the side of Revival. But ISU are not done. Dashing in with the Audacious Charge. He's taking a lot of damage. Got to get the flash with a nice stretching strike to be able to get the shutdown they needed to. ShamWow trying to be able to get away with the help of that Keeper's Verdict, connecting only onto Otsog. Trying to get away still with low health bars on the side of Revival. They're going to be able to get the charge. It's going to be the Cell Division instead for Concept. Try to keep him alive. Going to be able to get a good knockback coming in from ShamWow to make sure that they can't have too much of flash away. And the kill on top of Shooky. But look at Lobos. Trying to see if he can take it back. Going to be able to get the plastic slingshot connected. Double kill for Lobos. What another messy fight, but this time it favors Revival.
And again, it was ISU who just kind of trickled in one by one during that mid-fight after they lost a couple of members, and the health bars were low on the side of Revival, but it wasn't completely just inoperable to be able to take that fight in the first place. And even bigger is it came down to just Druidozer and ShamWow at the very end of that, and a huge ultimate from ShamWow to knock out Lowballs almost wins them that duel, but instead, because the play actually comes back in, you're able to get quite a bit more as you're able to pull Dragon, you're able to get gold, you're able to get into a number of different members here. As that's the fight in the mid lane, you're going to see the re-engage. Nausicaa and Disconnector had gone down already, so you lose a fair significant amount of your damage. And then right here, Hyper comes out to the front. He ends up going down before anything else. This ultimate that'll come out from ShamWow here in just 1 second to knock out Lowballs is kind of the reason why there's any trades whatsoever, because if the Kaiser stays in this fight, this is just completely over. But very well executed on the side of Revival, where they're able to keep up Concept for just a little bit longer by burning all these resources from these two. As live, we might have
going back live. There's going to be a siege coming in. Ooh, trying to get the knockup, but you got to be careful. TP, Shockwave, dash back, but it's going to be the body block coming in from Hyper. Magnetstorm was able to lock him down. Look at Cyber, trying to see if he can get the flank on top of Hyper to be able to take him down. Going to get the Killer Instinct, stretching trek body block, but they got the kill they needed to. Nausicaa still in the back line, trying to see if he can disengage from the rest of them, but he just can't get away from them. Instead, it's going to just be a 1-for-1 trade at the moment.
That will. The good thing is, again, Lowballs hasn't had the best laning phases, but for some reason, Lowballs has been able to just pull kills out of all these team fights that have been going on for the majority of this series. You saw that in game number 1, where like got killed by Jinx 2 times probably, or something along those lines. And then you have now also after all of those early plays where like he's getting solo killed during the laning phase, he's able to pick up some of these kind of like weird kills off in these skirmishes, which is bringing him back into specifically this game. It's happened most of the series as well.
Hyper, don't play with my emotions like this.
Yeah, can I have a popsicle, Hyper?
No. Look at Hyper. He's getting Gnasher's Tooth.
Oh, okay. Now this is some good stuff. This is the consistent damage that's going to be coming out from Hyper, where he's going for just like the mixed damage build, so it's really tough to try to itemize against. Again, I still think Demonic Embrace is amazing with this type of build because you have mixed damage and consistent, or you have tankiness that goes into your skirmishing and stuff. Could you imagine on a front line when he dives in like that, where you've got good like attack speed, you've got AP damage with Trinity Force that ramps all of it, as well as tankiness and like dot damage from the Demonic Embrace? You can't tell me that's not busted.
Oh, right now, Concept to level up over Drudozer. Shockwave tickles him.
Wow.
And look at Cyber. He's galloping into the top lane to be able to take him down and get another kill on top of Drudozer.
I doubt that was intentional, but that little ultimate from Concept knocked the Orianna far enough away to maintain what side he was on compared to Drudozer, which is what kept him within that fight. That was actually really impressive. I don't know if he meant to do that, but it was really cool to see either way, as somehow Concept is continuing to find these kills on his own as the Zac solo lane.
Yeah, it's quite wild to see
It's
Concept
incredible.
being able to do this, but now he's got to be a bit careful. Hyper and Nausicaa, they're on their way to the top lane. He has Elastic Slingshot, going to be able to use that nice Crescent Guard to be able to knock him back and try to get the flash out of him, to be able to try to escape from this one, slowing down with a Solar Flare and Zenith Blade combo. It's going to be a nice shutdown gifted over to the side of Hyper.
Then it will. Able to snag that shutdown onto Concept as he was just pushing way too far. He did burn 2 ultimates, which I think is a big enough deal potentially for sieging down this mid tower as Drudozer's returning, and Leona will be back, but there's no threat of ultimate right there. As now an overload into mid lane could come out as Poppy needs to be elsewhere. You see both members are deploying from base on the side of ISU into mid lane right now to try to cover to make sure mid tower can't just get sieged on, as Sudsy was called out. So good stuff from ShamWow, where like the wave is far enough up that you could technically respond if you're ShamWow, but the communication's there fast enough to make sure that they don't walk into topside or something, and then all of a sudden you have a 4v2, 5v2 on the mid lane tower when it's that low.
So I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the build by Hyper.
I
feel
told
like,
you, man. I
I
told
feel
you.
like the Trinity Force is just to be able to get the mythic passive of attack
Yeah.
speed.
and
but
it ramps your
but-
damage as well.
But I still prefer the Night Harvester build. You get more upfront burst damage, and it's so much more fun that way. But right now, it does seem like he's actually in a pretty good position. He's got 5 kills to his name, got good control over the Dragon Pit, but they're trying to see if they can get themselves within Soul Point, trying to make sure that they're going to be able to keep Revival out of this pit from being able to find that fight that they have been seemingly finding consistently on the side of Revival.
Mid and bot prior are both held, though, by the side of Revival. It was Rift Herald drop bot lane, but that's not really that threatening because there's no bot outer tower, and now mid lane tower is under some fire. As they capture control of the river, the fight is probably going to start
Concept,
really
though, is taking
quickly.
a lot of damage. Dive into the back line. Disconnector are going to be able to use the Feather Storm with the Blade Caller, but look at how low everyone is. They're all in this tight corridor, but they're finding the fight they need. The flash coming in from Drudozer to be able to look to see if he can take down Cyber, looking for Lobos as well, but it's going to be Sudsy who can take them down instead. And they've got 3 on each side, both of them trying to see if they can fight around this dragon, but all of them are pretty low. This can be a split fight decided based purely off 1 or 2 HP. They're going into the pit. They're going to be able to get the double knockup, but look at that. They take it out Sudsy. No damage coming in from Lobos. Chased down by ShamWow and shut down. That is going to be Soul Point, picked up by ISU.
And so tough right there. Concept has the ability to revive, but he can't jump in because ShamWow is able to just box him out because he's got the W available on Poppy, which is that threat that we talked about, being able to shut the Zac out and make sure there's no way for him to enter the fight. And so right there, that last 3-on-3, there was possibility for Revival to be able to win that champion to champion, strength to strength, but because that Poppy was still on the front line, there's nothing to be done. I actually thought Revival was in a good place. They took down Hyper. They still had the ability to maybe take the team fight afterwards. He didn't even burn the Crescent Guard during that fight. That's how fast they got him. But all of that kind of AoE damage that's going to come through from Drew Dozer and also from the Feathers of Disconnector were more than enough to at least trade fast enough to keep the Poppy up and eventually take that dragon as well, as they're on to their first soul points of the series.
They are, and that is going to be big, since it's going to be another tool to be able to slow down these fights a bit more, to allow Hyper to be able to ramp up if they can get themselves that Mountain Dragon Soul, plus the amount of momentum it gives them across the map. Hyper does seem like he's caught out. Shockwave's going to be on top of him, but they've got enough damage to try to see if they can take him out before that Crescent Guard can come in, but he's still alive. Finally dies, was a trade, but look at the back line. Shoki's trying to see if they can dive in. It's a killing spree coming in from Shamwell, losing his life as well. That's going to be a Elastic Slingshot from Concept, way too late to be able to help out anybody. He's just going to die in the Cell Division the moment that he spawns back up.
It's stormtroopering, man. It's one by one they enter that fight, and yes, they're almost able to get Hyper. They don't have the most damage in the world. This Sudsy isn't super well kind of accelerated in this game to be able to catch Hyper's damage, and that little bit of AP on top of the attack speed makes it hard because that passive proc is coming through constantly from Xin Zhao. And yes, you're able to get this mid tower. You'll probably get maybe mid inner as well, but Nausicaa returned for it. Baron's going to come over to the side of ISU, and even if it means nothing except setting up waves, I talk about this all the time in the games. If this Baron accomplishes nothing else, you push mid, you push bot, you get soul. It immediately your game completely turns in your favor.
And look at this. Hyper has gotten that stopwatch in the inventory to be able to stay alive even longer in these
Zonias.
Well, yeah, Zonias could be a possibility. That could be the next option that they want to go for, to just keep Hyper going, keep him alive in these fights even longer, since you know he's going to be one of the first to dive into the backline to try to see if they can catch Lobos, catch maybe even Sudsy before he can even use Fate Seal to be able to dive into their backline.
Man, with this attack speed and this little amount of AT, he could probably just take fights against anybody he wants to at any point. And Chucky's is here as well. Oh, knock up!
He's knocked up with the 3-talent
He's
strike,
dead.
and he is dead at all rights, and it's kill gifted over to Hyper once more.
This is starting to look very bad from Revival. Their fight isn't able to ever kind of turn out the way that they're looking for. Hyper's too strong to go down immediately. Now mid lane's getting sieged up as well as bot tower, as they have to pick between the two. And no, like, one of their massive engage tools in Chucky's has been removed. You can remove another one with ShamWow's ultimate, and somebody can't come in because of ShamWow's W, and Hyper can still press ultimate to deny them. So there's already enough tools to match everything that these four members can bring on the side of Revival, which is why they can't hard engage this. The best they can do now is try this. Hyper is in the base right now.
Playing Hyper. Shockwave only onto one member, though. It's going to be the Onslaught status, being able to get the spear. When's he going to use the Crescent Guard to try to see if he can stay alive? Nice body block in the back line to make sure that it's not going to have Concept coming in, but they're going to be able to lock down Lobos for a long amount of time. Going golden. Hyper still barely alive. Lobos trying to be able to cut it back, but finally he's stopped. The low health bars on Revival. They're shoved back into their base. This can be the game coming in from ISU. They want to be able to, look at that. TP in from Drew Dozer. They just want to be able to get this game, be able to go up 2-1 over Revival in the grand finals of UPL. They are going to be one game away with the AP win now, baby.
Oh my God. I can't even describe to you how insane that last play from Xin Zhao was. Somehow getting in a back line, putting in some damage, stalling out enough of the team that, like, you go forward with these four members before everybody's completely ready, and somehow they're able to do so. That's so crazy to think of just how easy it is for Rel to be able to enter that fight afterwards, but they just can't keep that fight going long enough on the side of Revival because they get picked apart one by one. Nobody's able to match the dive because of all the tools they have to disengage. It's ridiculous how well ISU was able to play that game.
And honestly, this is why I love Poppy. Any kind of composition that has any dashes or wants to be able to dive into your backline, Poppy, steadfast presence, and what can he do? Concept can't use his elastic slingshot to be able to get into the backline. We even saw that Sudsy got denied a couple times from being able to do anything. It's a really difficult matchup when you have Poppy, who just exists and says, no, you're not allowed to do what you want to do.
It is. Poppy was, I think, a perfect champion to draft in that game. Concept couldn't find anything into Poppy. It was always into Oriana. So that laning phase got shut out at least a little more than you would have thought it to be. And then that team fighting negation was humongous as well, as there's no way to fight into it. So Crafty from ISU. I am curious if side swaps end up coming through, because red side I still think is really good for teams with big champion pools. And you'd think that Revival would want that at some point, but I'm not exactly sure. We'll wait until game number 4 to see if that's going to be the case. Nobody, though, on our desk predicted that it was going to be a 5-game series. So high five, Mr. Magical, because we're the only ones that actually care.
This
Yep,
way.
that way.
Yeah.
That way.
Woo!
Yes, good job.
Got it. We got it. Alrighty. We're going to toss it at break. When we come back, Game 4, we have ISU up 2-1 over Revival, but the desk is going to break down Game 3 a little bit, so stick around.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the finals. Ravish shown down by Beats on Boulevard, and also along with Mike Young, as I believe I am back now. I was gone for a little bit. So, like I was saying, an absolutely unprecedented timeline that is present currently right here on the Upsurge Premier League. I am in shock and in awe, but one thing I want to get out there first is beatdown. Our predictions, brother, are gone.
They're doomed. It's over.
It is out the
I know.
window. So all we can hope for is simply that, you know what, at this point, it's consider we have no stake in this. We want both your teams to win, bro. Just show us some great League of Legends, which we saw right here, right now, right in that game here, Mike, starting off from that draft.
No, I really loved ISU's draft. They had a pushing bot lane. I've actually been playing Xayah a ton lately, and Xayah is like a real lane bully. You can queue the wave at level 1 and instantly just have lane control. And especially against Kai'Sa, which needs time to, ramp up with gold. So I really loved how they put Xayah, a really aggressive laner, with Xin Zhao that can path bottom, use that bot prio to invade the enemy Hecarim's red, triple quadrant, triple buff, and then eventually lead that into a dive, and that just snowballed the game wide open.
It was so nice too. They put a really good deep ward in the early parts of the game. They knew that Cyber was starting on the top side as well, so it was perfect. Mirrored starts means it was so easy for Hyper to go for that invade. You even said it earlier, Mike. When you're playing, the one problem with a champ like Hecarim or even Lilia is levels 1 to 5. So that's when they're really vulnerable. That's when there isn't a whole lot that they can actually offer towards the map, and that's when they can get punished. And Hyper did a beautiful job of doing that, and it led, like you said, to that bot lane dive. I'm sure we'll see the clip any second now, but it was a really crucial turning point here that got a lot of gold in ISU's pocket, and it allowed them from this point forward to just snowball that game into a win. Like it was pretty much done right here.
And just that statement right there, right? It speaks so much of it speaks volumes here, Beatdown. Because considering right from the jump, ISU had a clear game plan coming in. Now
Yeah.
we know too from talking to Pater as well. He mentioned it as well that hey, this like as long as we don't troll draft and our teams play well, we should be perfectly fine. And a lot of it's going to
Yeah.
come down to what they pick. And the picks have genuinely been evolving, going from game
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, and going on to game 4 as well. This is absolutely wild. And I had to say, I'm just genuinely interested and enthralled to what more the series can bring us, right? So far. But looking at it as of right now, going back a bit to that game here, though, it didn't seem like, Revival was going to take that lost line down. They did show some genuine signs of life, but
Yeah.
like, as much as they try to crawl back, just the mountain was far too steep.
And part of that is because ISU, they have deeper champ pools than we're giving them credit for, it seems. They definitely have some picks that, at the very least, Revival certainly weren't expecting. Even though we all know Xin Zhao has become quite strong with the recent buffs, he just hasn't seen play quite yet. But give it up to Pater. He is looking at every option there for his team. And it's absolutely paying off because, again, he ban a really strong early game pick like Olaf. Udyr doesn't seem to be a priority for either of these teams in any of these games so far. So the question just ended up being, and I was asking myself, what early game jungler could punish Hecarim? This is probably good for Cyber. And then they lock in the Xin Zhao. And it just ends up being such a successful pick. And the pick we haven't highlighted yet, that R5 Poppy. Wow. Because that's a pick I saw where I'm thinking, oh, that's pretty nice. Wait, that's really good. Because every single champion, and I mean not exaggerating, every single champion on the side of Revival just gets dumpstered by Poppy. Oh, you want to jump in as Zach? No. You want to dash in as Hecarim? No. You want to do anything except hit the gray screen? No.
This just
Exactly.
reminds me back to when I was playing in LCS and scrims, and I would pick Zach or Xin Zhao or Elise, and then 5P Poppy happens. This happens all the time, actually, and it's the worst feeling ever. You can never dive this guy, you can't gank this guy, and he scales into the late game, and he just makes it so you can't really team fight either.
Mm-hmm.
Poppy's such an underrated pick, and I'm very happy to see more and more teams bring it out because genuinely, all you have to do is build tank, and she just scales more damage off her health to you, bro. It's just such a good, fantastic pick. She takes as little damage, and she can put out as much as she's dealing too. Like literally, a whole lot of no, right on their side. Right?
That's right.
Go back to your drugs before, man.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That we saw across the board. Now, coming into this game here, Mike, any quick thoughts from you as what kind of picks you want to see Revival bring out to possibly see them come back into this game?
Definitely a stronger jungle pick. So Hecarim might be a little bit too slow now that Hyper kind of showed that he has the Xin Zhao counter. Where if Xin Zhao can get one lane super far ahead, you guys kind of saw it there, where like Xayah got ahead, that transitioned into team fights, and Xayah being a whole item up for the rest of the game.
It's just so good and it's just so free, man. It's right now, Revival are looking good enough to eat and completely swallow a whole. And ISU is that big bad monster looking to just take them all in one bite, man. A tough call and a tough game ahead of them, likely if Revival don't happen to perhaps pick up all of the pieces what they have left. Or if right now ISU have got a complete read on them, because if so, looks like we might be going home a little bit early. With all it being said, we'll pass it off to our casters, Rebel Fox and Mad Magical, to take us into the possible final game of the night. Take it away, gentlemen.
Welcome back. We are here getting ready for Game 4 of the Grand Finals. We've got AP win now. We've had chaos ensuing in Games 1, 2, and 3. I am excited to be able to jump right into Champ Select for the next one, but I swear to God, Hyper, you give me the real AP win now. You don't give me this goddamn Trinity Force stuff. I want Night Harvester Nasher's Tooth, damn it.
It sounds like you're threatening our producer every time you say hyper. It just makes you funny. It cracks me up.
It's a double threat. It's a double threat to the producer to tell the players to do this, and also to hyper the player too. You know,
he is a part of the draft, so he could force that to happen. But yeah, I would be excited to see that. But at minimum, I want to see these win conditions continue to stack up for the side of ISU, where they're finding ways to take these fights, and they're finding ways to play the early game a lot more creative than what we saw in game number 1. It feels like when they have this definitive style, when anybody has this definitive style, it's so much easier to win games, especially against amateur teams. And that's what we're getting in this one, as ISU's finally been able to kind of carve out what they've been doing. No side swap either. So we're just going to get run back of what we've seen in the first few games.
I feel like that's the thing that's a bit surprising to me, is that we're not having the side swap. You and I were kind of talking in the break that for Revival, they have a pretty deep champion pool as well. And usually Red Side always will favor a team that has that ability to really dig deep down into what depths they have. Well, Revival aren't even making use of that. They're letting Illinois essentially have their way with the draft.
That they are. And this is for Illinois, I think it's big stakes. This would be the first collegiate team to actually take a win in the UPL since the first split. And we're in, I think our producer said split number 12, which is kind of crazy to think it's been that long. And a lot of these members have been around for a good amount of time. They also fed me the stat that Drew Dozer and Disconnector were part of Fruition when Fruition won just a couple seasons ago, back in 2019, which was a pretty decent upset, which is arguably to be considered here, since a lot of people thought that Revival was going to be the same way, as we're just stalling for time since we know what these bands are likely going to be.
Exactly. It hasn't really changed except for, you know, a Kha'Zix here, a Lucian there. Pretty much has been pretty locked standard. See, look at that. I'm trying to think of what else I can go into. I'm gonna take a drink.
He's pushing off onto me. That's perfectly acceptable. I do wonder if Revival ends up changing this band, because we've seen a little bit of disparity here. Hecarim has also lost in the last 2 games, so my expectation is they go to something other than Hecarim to start, because they started with Karma in game number 2, then went back to Hecarim. So I can't think that Hecarim's going to come out here immediately for Cyber, as there should be other champions that probably end up taking precedence here.
This is final band. This is the one I'm actually going to be a bit curious on. We've been seeing Udyr a lot, but last time it was Kha'Zix that got banned away. And I almost am expecting to see that band here once more. But this, to me, I want to see if Revival have had any practice on the AP win now. If they're going to actually try to see if they can grab that first and put the onus on maybe Hyper playing that Hecarim instead.
Maybe. You still have Lilia available as well. That's still a champion that
That's true.
exists. For some reason, these two have been avoiding it like the plague, which is the reason why you ban out Kha'Zix. But it actually makes sense because there's also a reason you ban out Jin Zhao. You can duel against the Kha'Zix if you're Jin Zhao, but Jin Zhao typically can't win that matchup if Kha'Zix is able to strike at the right time, and so you just don't want the possibility of one of the best Kha'Zix in the United States to take that opportunity, and that's why they ban it out. That's why the AP win now could potentially come through, as Karma has been gone back to by Revival. Both their first two games looked much better than Game 3, and it all started with the likes of this Karma pick, as now the Hecarim also going to get taken off the board. That's a little shocking, just because I feel like that's not something Hyper's gone to all that often, but they're wanting to take that out of the hands of Cyber.
I was almost expecting them to try to see if they could just draft their bot lane and hold on to the jungle pick to see what Cyber goes for. If he was going to go for Udyr, if he was going to go for Hecarim, if he was going to go for the AP win now. And that way they would have that ability to be able to try to put themselves in a spot that they could counter the jungle, since that's something that they've been able to kind of utilize in a lot of these drafts.
I wonder. Never mind. I'm not even going to get into that right now. Oh, the ball delivery is certainly there with the Hecarim combined with the likes of the Orianna into the Karma. And now it's like, okay, you got Karma that can flex potentially, but they haven't done it at all. It's only been Chucky staking the champion, which is to be expected. This I like a lot more, as it's finally a champion that A, could be in the jungle or be in the top lane, something along those lines. It was flexed, I believe, in Game 1 by the side of Illinois State. This is Revival's first chance at running that champion.
Yeah, it did have a bit of a difficult matchup when it was, Jax into Volibear, as you'd expect it to be, unfortunately. But here, I agree. Having that ability to be able to flex it, and I want to see them just lock in an ADC. Maybe Jinx, maybe even go for the Kai'Sa if you really want to. That way, you're holding on to where this Volibear potentially can go. So Illinois, they can't really just feel confident banning out top laners. Can't feel confident banning out junglers, because Volibear can easily fit into either.
Can't feel confident banning out mid or supports either, because you've got so many flexible champions to be able to work with. So I think you just take what's powerful off the board, or what potentially Revival's going to be going for, / what's good into your team. As now Zaya is being hovered. It was good from Disconnector last game. I don't disagree with that. Both bot lanes are going to be going. I think attacking the support pool here is probably your play if you're Illinois State. If you attack support pool and they put Karma down here, you can easily counterpick at like R4 with the likes of the Karma. And if you don't, and you want to put Karma into the mid lane, then you're going to see quite a bit in terms of like, okay, now all of a sudden, like Karma's going into mid lane, so they have to find something that works into the support role, things of that sort. Thank you, Illinois State. Thank you.
You don't want to see the Syndra into Orianna matchup. That's the one thing that always, whenever I see like it's left open and people don't choose Syndra into it, I'm always like, but why?
Syndra's bad, that's why. Case closed. Bad champ.
Yeah, but it is like the typical matchup into Orianna that you often see. It's pretty much just the trade for trade. Syndra, I kind of actually am in the same boat. It's like how I was talking about Graves earlier over in the LPL. People want to play Syndra, but she has like the second lowest win rate. Graves being the first.
I had it described to me that Syndra is very, very similar to like Skarner, where like if you play Skarner and you have to play QSS stacks, that's harmful, but it doesn't ruin your game plan. Syndra's the same way, but with magic resist, where it's like if you don't build magic resist, then you're gonna get punished. But if you do, then suddenly Syndra has no identity other than being a massive stun bot. And that's, I think, a really adequate way of summing up exactly why Syndra isn't favored. This is a patch where she did get some power back because they did nerf down that, I can't remember what the item's called.
Verdant Barrier.
Verdant Barrier, that one, yeah.
Call
the one that
necklace.
everyone wants to forget.
That's literally what it stands
green
for.
Necklace,
Verdant just means green.
Green necklace.
So creative.
Yeah. It was nerfed this patch, so Syndra got a little bit of power back, but still one of my favorite champions. As Revival's actually taken to banning out the support pool, making sure there's nothing there for the Xayah to actually be able to operate on with any comfort up against the likes of the Jinx.
But look at that. 4 support bans on the side of Revival, all aimed at Nausicaa. Since you were talking about Disconnector and Nausicaa have been pretty much every single game this series winning out in that bot lane. With this Xayah, I'm curious to see what they're going to pair up with it to try to see if yet again they're going to try to be able to win it out.
Now you're in a bind. Because it's like, okay, I think Karma's okay into the likes of mid lane, but then you're putting Sudsy onto Karma, and you can punish bot lane, but bot lane hasn't been great. Or you put Karma into that lane. It's not spectacular into Nautilus. You're not likely to get too much. You could try roaming again, but it didn't work out in game number 1 and 2, specifically for Revival. But it does give you the opportunity.
I was just thinking, I'm like, what if they go Braum here to sack the bot lane, but more just to be able to be a part of the team fight? And okay, now hear me out. Hear me out on this one. I was thinking Braum because, one, it's going to be something that you could put put in front to be able to just to survive the lane. That's the idea here. They've been struggling to be able to beat them in the 2v2, but Braum and what he's able to do to peel for this Jinx is going to be great to be able to disengage from someone like Hyper, someone like Nastico. We're going to try to dive into the backline, and then you have someone else to be able to carry on the team.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. Because after they lock that in, like, there's no chance that you're locking that little damage and you're not planning something for topside. Your AP damage, it's okay. It's not very good at all, but it is still existent, unlike other compositions. But specifically, they're playing to Urgot. So far, they haven't really taken a game plan where they've gone directly into Concept. They've had a couple games where Concept's kind of taken over on his own, but it seems like this is a very heavy play to Urgot type style of game. And there's the counter pick into it, which is relatively popular. It doesn't fit perfectly with everything else, but the big AoE ultimate to slow across the map to fit into teamfights, and the barrels are a phenomenal late game force to be reckoned with, as well as that W completely ruins the Urgot's poor day, because now your ultimate simply doesn't work if that's available.
Well, you just don't use it on Gangplank. Duh. Gotta use the big brain Obi.
What are you gonna do in laning phase?
I mean, there are a lot of tools that are going to make it difficult for Concept to be able to really be able to win out in that top lane. But really, I'm looking at what these two teams have drafted, and even though, you know, you can make an argument, oh yeah, Concept's going to be able to provide some damage, this is a composition built around scaling Jinx, around making sure this Jinx is going to be able to hyper scale up against everything that Illinois State have. They're going to have a difficult time sticking to her in the backline. You've got Karma, you've got Braum to be able to peel for her. You even have Volibear and Urgot who could stand in front and be more of the frontline tanks, even though we've seen more of the Urgots kind of shift away from that build path, right? It's been a little bit more of the Bruiser, even more of the damage-oriented builds that have come out from most Urgots. It's still enough to make sure Lobos is going to carry.
It's interesting that they're planning on playing towards this bottom side, because Lobos and Chookies have not had the most spectacular series. They've gotten bullied a little bit on bottom side, and at least during the laning phase of most of these games. Jinx was the one exception where, like, she died, I think, twice early, but then came back with 2 kills in a team fight, similar to what we saw in the previous game, and ended up doing quite a bit of work within the team fights. And maybe that's something that Lobos definitely needs. I will say, I do think that there was, you could have done more creative things with this mid lane, just because I think that Karma would have been fine into the bot lane to be able to support the likes of Lobos, especially into like Nautilus, which isn't the most innovative or crazy champion at the moment, to be able to pair alongside the Xayah. But again, it feels like Revival's playing to a similar game plan, like Blueprint, where it's like top side's pretty powerful. You've got this powerful Volibear to be able to roam around on the top side. You're not getting a bunch of priority into Karma, and then you play into bottom side eventually to get Lobos heading into the team fight, like you were suggesting.
And so we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. That's going to be the big question mark here is, well, yes, you have these elements in your team, is being able to survive. And while I was even theorizing maybe the Braum was going to be chosen for Shookies, it gives us a lane that we all know how a Braum lane typically ends up being. It's not really got that power that you really want, not something like a Nautilus that has a ton of CC immediately to be able to lock down someone immobile such as Lobos. You're really just using him to try to see if he can survive and not really hemorrhage any lead.
You do have a very fun kind of team fight setup alongside Urgot, where if you're just tagging people with your passive, Urgot's W is just going to start cutting people down with that stun that's going to be coming through. But like you said, stun. Job's done eventually, but that's not for Udyr. He just gets one and then he's done. But low boss Chookies in this laning phase should be okay. I don't think that Xayah Nautilus is particularly effective into the likes of what they're bringing. So this does end up being, I think, a bit more topside oriented, unless we're seeing ganks from Cyber and from Hyper into bot side like we saw in the previous game. And if that's the case, they are playing into an interesting portion of the map where like Gangplank in the pure one-on-one does fine into Urgot, but you start putting pressure into that lane, especially from 2-3 members on top side. Feels like that's how Revival's been able to find advantages throughout the remainder of the series. I like this little adaptation where it's like they get low balls under what was comfortable game 1, and then they end up playing the top side. And on the side of ISU, you're playing much more for team fight, but surprisingly, ShamWow, the one member that really hasn't had a ton of agency most of the series, is you're putting a lot of your late game backing into in this Gangplank pick.
Well, and that's the thing. It's ShamWow's Gangplank. This is a player who actually does really like to play the champion. It's not quite, Concept and Wukong, but it's still a comfortable champion for him to be able to play. And granted, I will say, having played a lot of Urgot myself, usually this matchup in the laning phase is difficult for Gangplank because you can't really use the barrels. If an Urgot's on top of it every single time, just going to use Purge and take away that immediately, so you're not even going to be able to get that damage off from that. But, as you said, when you scale up, you're waiting until like level 6 to be able to use Cannon Barrage somewhere else. You're going to be able to slowly but surely get these leads over an Urgot that if he's not continuing to pressure you, you're still Gangplank. You're going to be a late game threat.
You will, and especially when you fit it with all this rest of this team fight. I think Gangplank is super good in people who can play its hands. In that, like ShamWow is a Gangplank player. If you've got somebody like that, the late game team fighting is so much easier because if you get Gangplank to that point, you don't even. There's an argument to be made that like even your ADC doesn't really need that much damage because if you hit 1-2 barrels during the course of the fight, it's over. There's nothing else. You combine that with like Orianna ultimates. If you hit 1 Ori ultimate and 1 barrel, that's at least 1 member dead on the opposite team and a very large amount of health pool that's drawn from the rest, where your ADC's work is cut in half in terms of what they have to do for the remainder of the side that team fight.
Yeah, and looking at what Revival have, I mean, sure, you know, Karma Shield is going to be able to help out. You're going to have a lot of that to maybe be able to survive, but like you said, a good barrel chain onto Lobos with a Shockwave, Jinx dead. Your whole composition is built to be able to keep her alive, be able to utilize Lobos as your carry, the late game threat, the hyperscaling ADC that we always see in Jinx. Well, if you know she's never able to even step up because she's always afraid of the barrel chain with a Shockwave, what damage is she going to be able to provide?
Yeah. And Concept also gets a champion that's really interesting for him just because in most of these series, Concept seems to be coming into fights after the map has already been either won or lost for the most part and then starts making an effect in that regard. And now being on somebody who does a little bit more damage, can frontline still the way that other champions have. But more importantly, that massive ultimate can be a big decision maker as you can just pull someone out of a fight completely and not allow them to play anymore, which I think it gives a lot more respect that needs to be paid from the side of ISU in terms of their frontline and everything else, and it does open up possibilities for Jinx, where it's like if the rocket doesn't kill somebody, then your ultimate is Urgot will, and all of a sudden you have to worry about the fear that's going to come out, the flash is going to come through, and people start to scatter, which is where Jinx can then start to get excited, as well as, again, that excited mechanic is one thing that turns fights completely in the favor of like a Jinx at any point. That's a great way to start it off, is just an immediate execute.
And looking at the compositions of what we have drafted, I'm kind of trying to figure out what are the pieces for ISU in this early game. Because with a Hecarim, you always are kind of trying to think of what is he going to be able to do early on? How is he going to be able to control the pace of the game, especially going into something like a Volibear that is going to try to be doing essentially the same job as him.
In this one, I think so. Volibear does the job that Hecarim does, I think, in a very similar regard. You can attack into bot lane, which I think is a really good idea because you've done it before and it seemed to work out. Mid lane's also a target because like Karma is on like a very strange level in terms of other mid laners, where it's like if she's doing well, she's even. If she's even, then she really needs to build support. Otherwise, she's useless. And if she's behind, she's completely useless. She does absolutely nothing compared to other mid laners, which is the painful state that you have to exist in if you're Karma. So to me, that's a really good lane to try to hit very quickly, as it's another kind of relatively immobile mage that has one wave clear mechanic. And once that's down, that's also a good amount of her damage that's going to be burnt, where Orianna can help that Hecarim out in a lot of different ways. So for me, I feel like attacking mid lane or attacking top lane, trying to prevent that Urgot from snowballing and defending that top side is a good way to start.
Let's see, for me, whenever I hear like, oh, that's the game plan that ISC need to go, then Revival should be reading that as well and be like, that's the game plan we need to be able to stop them from doing. We need to be the ones on top of that as well. Get this Karma ahead, so she's got to be the one who can clear out the minion waves and help out, so we don't have to worry about her ever falling behind.
Yeah, it's a game plan that's relatively straightforward. There's nothing preventing you from seeing that. The adaptability here is where Hyper is able to hit if you're the likes of the Hecarim, which is where like the adaptability has to be there in terms of counter ganking from the likes of Cyber. Where like this Volibear, you can always take the one-on-one and usually most 2-on-2s here in the early game, especially against ISU's composition where their lanes are more set for scaling. And then you take those fights pretty much at any point and you're okay. You're going to be perfectly fine with where your setup is from the side of Revival. So Cyber's job isn't necessarily to gank his lanes, which is where I was going to allude to after we talked about the Hecarim, which is more so just controlling Hyper and making sure he can't just run over this map.
Well, we've loaded up onto the Rift for Game 4. 2-1 for ISU at the moment. They've got themselves a pretty good start here. Just trying to see if they can close this one out, or if we're going to have Revival be able to have them live to their namesake, revive, and force us a Game 5. Not as spicy of picks as we had been seeing before. I'd say the Urgot is really the only one where I'm like, look at that one.
Funny enough, I don't know. I know some people know this, but I cast for VCS. Did you know that there was like a blunder pick for the first time in one of the regions that gets sent to World Guaranteed, and an Urgot support had to be played?
Really?
Yeah, they accidentally blundered it in the VCS, and that's where it was like a single game of Urgot support has been played worldwide because it was an accident, and they were forced to play it because it wasn't like a client issue. It was just a misclick. So that's anything interesting. Yeah, it was. It was an interesting game too.
Yeah, that's like all I care about is it's an Urgot support. You know what?
Yeah.
I support that. So
AP
right
Urgot
now,
support.
exactly. You know what? On old Urgot, I actually used to do that. You used to be able to get a slow with your shield.
Oh yeah,
when you
I
use your
remember.
shield, you'd actually go AP, and you'd be able
I
to
remember.
use. It had mana scalings and AP scalings, and the more mana and the more AP you had, the slower they would move. So that was why I'd actually picked that as support. It was completely worthless, but it was fun.
Old Urgot was fun. It was completely uninteractable, but it was very fun. You were able to do quite a bit.
Are you telling me that the hyperkinetic alternator, whatever, is not interactive, as we see the bot lane have a good little trade back and forth?
I was saying more of the you press E, and if you hit them with that cloud, then you just get guaranteed Q damage like Cassiopeia, but you didn't have to target it at all.
And you didn't have to
Pretty
see
painful.
them. You didn't have to even.
You just had to
didn't
press
ha-
Q.
Yeah, all you had to do is push Q over the general area
Okay.
they were at, and you're like Q,
Painful.
Q, Q. But yeah,
Yeah.
right now, concept looks like he's getting shoved out of the lane. That's the one thing about Gangplank. In the laning phase, he's not quite as weak as he was, where I'd argue having the Kleptomancy before actually made him weaker in lane. With the Grasp of the Undying, it makes him have a little bit more agency to be able to try to exert a bit of control over champions such as Urgot.
It lets people, I think, use the passive a lot more aggressively. Whereas before it was like, okay, you're using your Q and then you're just like getting Kleptomancy stacks. Whereas now you're using Trial by Fire to trade with your auto attacks and your Qs, as now there's some legitimate trouble in the top
Gotta
side.
be careful. Flash coming in. First blood easily picked up by Cyber.
Extremely nice. Take a look. It was Cyber who skipped not one, but two full camps in an attempt to get up here before the Hecarim did, and surprisingly was actually able to make it up there. The clearing for the side of the bear is relatively it's a lot slower than what the Hecarim's able to bring, even after the nerfs. And so it's really cool that Cyber was able to understand what that timing was, found it into top lane, gets the successful gank, and forces Hecarim to bottom side to get Scuttle Crab response, which means that he's only going to be about a camp down in terms of tempo compared to Hyper, who might not be able to find anything for the most part. The best you could hope for is maybe a bounce off of this bottom tower into either a dragon or a bot side gank, but that's the best you're hoping for, and that's on a whim. So Hyper not going to find anything but a Krug camp up right now, not going to be able to find the Raptors. Instead, probably just has
top
to
lane.
wait
We're
for
gonna
some
get
boarding.
another gank coming in from Cyber on top of ShamWow. It's
Gotta be
this
kidding
point
me.
Gangplank is not gonna actually be able to do really much, but bot lane, Natsuka might have the flank coming in onto Lobos and Shookies. Unfortunately, topside, it does look like ShamWow was able to survive with a flash to be able to get away, while Hyper might be able to threaten a bit more underneath the turret, but instead it's just tag teaming with Drudozer and looking for what we saw last game, which is a dive
Cyber.
Yeah, exactly. This is not
Come
gonna look...
on, man.
Oh yeah, he needs a bail out of this one. This is gonna be rough right now for Lobos and Chookies.
Oh no, this is painful. Yeah, I know you're playing the top side to play defensively. You have the ability to respond. Here's TP. Okay, they're at least gonna play
flashed
that.
away. They got the root they needed to on Anatsuka. Look at Sudsy getting a lot of damage on Anatsuka and trying to see if he can dissuade the dive from happening. Shookie's taken pretty low, but he's going to be able to survive this. A lot of minions are still here. I'm surprised they actually didn't go for more. Well, Cyber, why are you still topside?
Get out of top lane. What are you doing? Come on, man.
I think
Look
Shookie's
at
might
this.
die. Now Shookie's going to die here. Command attack? Nope, no command attack just yet. Threatening the dive with Sudsy low, trying to heal up. ShamWow concept. They're having the fight. Press the attack with bot lane. They're going to lose Shookie's life as Hyper's still here. Going to be able to get the dredge line on top of Lobos. The turret is tanking onto Nazca. He's dead. Trying to see if they can turn it back around onto Disconnector, but it's going to do the flash away. Somehow Sudsy's still alive, but he's got to be careful. There are still 3 members who want to be able to kill him.
What is happening right now? I thought the reset was coming through from Cyber like an entire 2 minutes ago or something. Okay, the Comet.
Oh, no, not just the Comet. He killed the minion, and so Disconnector was just in range of the turret to be able to hit him.
How is it that big of just a force on top side from Cyber, trying to get concept into a place where he's going to be perfectly comfortable against the Gangplank, burns, it ends up being an advantage from the side of Revival. I have zero idea. The possibilities you could have gone with here. You could have counter jungled the entire bottom side. You could have gone for Dragon. You could have gone for single dive and looked for just the 2 kills that you ended up with. And instead, ISU decide we're just going to end up trading 2 kills for 2 kills. Both go on to Karma, which is at least one thing to make note of. But there are so many just like problems with everything that just occurred on this map.
And look at this. Look at Cyber. He's pathing back up to the top lane.
Plus, Cyber leaving me. Okay, maybe he's going for like his Gromp here. Maybe.
Maybe.
Nope. He's
I
running
don't
right
know,
past
man.
it. He's
There's a
running right
blast
past
cone
it.
right there. Nautica here. There is a bit of a discrepancy in experience. They got to be careful. They're trying to see if they can chase down Nautica, lock him down. Sky Splitter get the shield as well as pressure attack on both of them. Here's drawn back in. Fear Beyond Death kill for Concept.
Well played right there. And now Cyber's, at least he gets another kill there. Might be able to actually snag topside Scuttle as well. But has not farmed a camp legitimately in like over 2 minutes, which is... it's just
this is
distasteful.
breaking you right now, isn't
It's
it?
breaking me very heavily. There were so many possibilities of what you could have done with like his time and everything that had happened. If he had gone bot lane, also, if he had gone bot lane, they probably win like 3 or 4 to like 0 kills on bottom side if he just sits bot lane and denies that play from coming through. But it doesn't matter. As top side now, you have the Urgot on the plated steel caps as well as some damage. You end up trading away for bot side pressure where like the Jinx and the Braum had to roam into mid to make sure to cover on that top side play. They come back to catch the wave that was shoved in on bot side, and it should just be a dragon coming through.
I thought we
Also,
were going to have
no.
another Lobo steal there on
There's no
Dragon. I was waiting for that. It was a good body block from Nautica to make sure that didn't happen, but now does he drawn back in by the Shockwave, trying to see if he can get away. No flash, though. Not going to be able to get back over to the turret, but look at Cyber trying to be able to get there just in time, but it's going to be the command attack shutdown they needed to. Sky Splitter with the stun that they needed to onto Hyper as well, but unfortunately he doesn't have the damage at this moment to be able to fight against 2.
No, actually, I think he maybe could have done that, but honestly, ISU probably could have just walked out of that one because there was no ultimate to come through. Your Q is almost down. Flash is only up just this second, so like I think that it was just like a Cyber knows. There's no chance that I end up chasing these 2 down. Those 2 knew, okay, we can't really fight him because we don't have the mana on our Orianna, so they're just going to walk away. And that is at least Hyper being able to put some aggression into this Karma in the mid lane, who found a couple of kills. It's a shutdown, and the Orianna was able to pick it up, which is even bigger for the side of ISU.
Exactly. This is giving them the gold in the right places at the right time to be able to try to see if they can come back into the lane a little bit stronger. And I want to see now that we're pivoting it away from having so much focus on the top half from Cyber, what he's able to do elsewhere. I mean, now he actually needs to be on the top side. There is a Rift Herald that you have to try to see if you're going to be able to contest, because at the moment, Hyper has been outpacing him at every step in the jungle.
Which is to be expected since he decided to throw everything into topside. Now Concept actually may be in some trouble as well. Has Flash. Okay, there
yeah,
we go.
exactly. He's going to be able to get away from that one. That's why I'm like, yeah, I don't know if he's in that much danger. No cannon barrage. Sure, Flash from ShamWow, but Concept was able to stay pretty safe. And now they can just peel off since they got the Flash. Even though Concept has TP, they're not really going to be able to contest that Rift Herald take.
Watch Chucky's movement right here, because he's out of bot lane. And actually, it's going to be Low Boss who's going to be redeploying through mid lane, which is relatively important. As if bot lane goes to bot lane, this is just almost 100% an ISU Rift Herald. They take this 100%. But because there's nobody to respond bot lane, you're sacking waves, probably 1 if not 2 waves. I think that's been stacked down there by the side of Disconnector and Nausicaa, which is a good hit into the likes of a Jinx who's already really behind in this game. But you do defend against the Rift Herald play.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought for sure that maybe we'd see a little bit more coming in from ISU to be able to maintain that Rift Herald, but bot lane, it's going to be the TP burned by Drudozer. Lobos and Chookies are already underneath the turret, so it's not like they really could get much. Even the cannon barrage was expended for that.
Yeah, I think it's because they want to push down this tower. Drudozer can just sit here right now. Karma can shove in mid wave, and you already lost those waves onto your Jinx. So basically, you lost waves on Jinx and picked them up with Sudsy's Karma, and that's 100% a trade. As you know, tower plates are also going to be traded within this, which should be about 2 if not 3, but I think a third is probably going to be a little bit too much.
He's asking for a lot. Shockwave flashed away by Sudsy, and look at Cyber being able to keep Drudozer distracted that entire time. They might be able to get the root onto Hyper. No, barely out of range to be able to survive. Well, Shookie's drawn back in with the dredge line. Lobos on the other side. That's a Glacial Fissure connecting onto Hyper. They have the tag that they needed to and get the kill for Sudsy.
Yeah, so bot side gets aggressed against with this TP that comes out from Druidozer. They walk back into mid lane after the Rift Herald gets dropped, and they're able to stop it at exclusively 2 plates, but it is just one member going down here where Hyper was just here a little bit too long, as finally Low Balls and Chookies were able to get the wave back to the middle, and they were able to come up and respond to Disconnector and Noska before they were able to get there. So this bot lane has been taking actually quite a bit of damage on the side of Revival, but here they are actually picking up that last 2 plates was pretty decent for getting some additional gold back into the pocket of Jinx. I can respect that right there. Sudsy's still pretty much the only benefactor of some of these kills, unfortunately, but at minimum, it's not too much being lost from Low Balls because at least they're responding with some of the mid lane plates and stuff that have been coming into his pockets.
See, and I don't know if I'm necessarily too bothered by Sudsy getting these kills either, since it is the Karma who's trying to make sure that she's going to be able to constantly push, and Druidozer might be able to try to tag team with Cyber to make plays elsewhere. So it works out, and I think for now, they need to be soon able to get that gold off of her and onto Jinx, so it's not just Karma who has every ounce of gold.
Interesting that they moved Karma into bot lane. I really thought that they could have honestly just walked to Nautilus and Zaya underneath that tower, and there's nothing that Sudsy could have done about it. He would have just had to walk away. As mid lane, there's some play to be had.
But does have heal and flash. Flashed away, got the stun they want onto Hyper. Trying to chase it down, not going to be able to get the Winter Spite. Shookie's got to be careful putting up the door to be able to close that in the face of ISU saying that we're not home at the moment. But really, it's all about trying to maintain control around this Dragon Pit.
Which they're doing to pretty great a plumb. Bot lane will slowly push away from them. Disconnector in mid lane has just more clear right now because he's on the Essence Reaver compared to only the Noon Quiver out of Azog. So that means that it's kind of tough. They have to bring Cyber even here, but that means, again, you're able to get this free blue buff trade-off here from the side of ISU to help out Druidozer, so that's even more mid-pressure that you're going to be able to kind of just expend, as well as river control completely being in your favor as ShamWow has ultimate almost and TP available already.
Exactly, and that big thing is that you don't even need to join it if you don't want to as ShamWow.
Nope.
All you have to do is put the Cannon Barrage in. While Concept has not have that TP, he is not going to be able to join. He is walking this entire distance, so Revival have to see if they can kite back long enough for him to be able to show up.
And crazy, like ISU, I think should have started this one wave earlier because otherwise, now Lobos has actually been able to shut this out. They can walk into River with 5 members. This concept has finally showed up to the fight, and ShamWow is walking here right now, but they might just be a little bit too late here, as it was Concept who shows up first. Yeah,
look at this. They're all grouped up here in this river.
Man.
They're going to look to see if they can get this flank, but Concept's going to be able to be locked down for a long time. Dived into the backline. They've lost Concept. Shookie's still alive. They've got the root onto Hyper. Shockwave going to be able to draw back in, getting the kill onto Cyber with the Dragon takes by ISU as well. The Flash is not going to be able to connect onto Lobos, unfortunately, but they're going to be able to get the Flash root on top of Sudsy. Nowhere to go. They've run him down. 3 kills and a Dragon for nothing lost.
Revival, like they've got this river pressure that they're able to muscle away from ISU with mid pressure, and then Concepts there 100% first. And instead of just like taking the dragon or waiting for the fight in a much more opportune position, they end up losing this dragon, which is huge for some of the tempo that's going to come over. As now ISU has control over these objectives as we come in. Like, what is your game plan here? You've got people separated in every single direction. Concepts on the front line. Azog's way too far back to be able to get anything. Cyber's trying to focus down the dragon. Like, you're completely split in this fight, and you have no direction to become to come on here with as in the live screen.
Cyber's dead. There's nothing really to do there. You're dead to rights. They get the kill over to Druidozer. It was close. Pressed the attack. Nearly was able to turn around, but not close enough.
It was real close. Oh, Rocket not gonna come close.
Sailing right past.
Unfortunate that that's going to come through. But it's ISU who continues to just kind of bear down on all of this. This topside pressure that got generated by Cyber has really not amounted to much as Essence Reaver's been completed for ShamWow. So now, like, Concept can't just, like, perma-shove him in. He can just use barrels and clear waves as much as you want. Hyper's been able to accelerate the map very well and actually get quite ahead on the likes of this horse, who's up 40 CS, as well as, it looks like 2 levels of just experience in general, as well as being, like, look at the items we've got.
If we look top lane, we got TP coming in, trying to see if they can keep alive topside, but looks like actually Concept and Chookies are going to be able to disengage that one. They forced out the TP from Druidozer. Could give them a couple paths to be able to exploit ISU.
And now I think what this game is like trying to do from the side of Revival is they got to get gold into the pockets of low balls. Like at this point, like it's no longer about, okay, we can play the side lanes, we can just collect waves, whatever it is. You got to get gold into the pockets of Jinx 100%. If you're not trying to get her ahead or trying to do anything with her, then eventually this composition from ISU is just going to outpace you entirely if it hasn't already. And that's a proposition that I'm not convinced of quite yet from the side of ISU.
About to get solo killed in the top lane. Yeah, there it is. Going to be able to get the Clockwork lineup killing spree out of Drudozer. Concept, unfortunately, this is not looking like his game. They, like you mentioned too, they expended so much to try to be able to get him ahead, and you can see it's not really amounting to much in this split up fight right now. Natsuka looks like he's caught up, but Hyper's on the other side. He's waiting for the onslaught of shadows, but unfortunately it's a 2v4. They don't have the members here just yet. They're trying to see if they can get Disconnector away from the fight underneath the turret to be able to survive. All the while, ShamWow is split pushing in the bot lane.
Yeah, ShamWow actually has got quite a bit of pressure. He has, like, I think 2 fully stacked waves. His Rift Herald is going to be the play here. Likely a fight that's going to be mounting. Really quickly, I do want to make mention, it was a fantastic outplay to flash on the side of the Orianna. Drudozer flashed away from the E that came in from Concept. His tail players are coming in. Yeah.
Looking for Lobos. He's the carry. If you can lock him down, there's not much you can do. They easily are able to get this dive, but Disconnector now has to be able to kite back. Featherstorm trying to get away from Cyber, trying to see if they can get the Blade Caller, but it's not going to be able to be in time. It says death. Well, you see that Concept. He is at least keeping them at bay for now. Finally, he dies. Killing spree coming in from Hyper, chasing down underneath the turret. They have the lockdown potential, trying to be able to dash away to be able to survive. ShamWow is showing up with a lot of damage. Nausicaa, Shockwave as well. They've got them run down. Ace finally comes through for ISU.
And it's starting to feel like the goose has finally been cooked here from the side of Revival. Like, they're not able to figure out anything to do in this earlier phase of the game where, like, they tried to get Concept ahead. He wasn't enough, even with this Stridebreaker, just isn't capable of frontlining. Sudsy is not, like, on a carry or something he can just dominate lane with, as he has been pushed onto the Karma, and they haven't been able to do anything with low balls for the majority of the series, but this game especially has just been completely shut out by Disconnector and Nausicaa, as well as the rest of this team, who've been playing the bot side so beautifully on the side of ISU. They understood what their composition did and where they needed to attack on the map in order to get it going, or at least deny what Revival wanted. And while, yeah, there were some stumbles upon the way, ISU has completely figured this team out, and it seems really heavily like they've got the driver's seat for this one.
Oh, completely. We see a massive gold lead for them. It's 5,000 gold that they have. They can lord over Revival. 2 dragons as well. However, I do want to preface this. We have seen in Game 2 especially, a team with a big lead like this ended up having a couple blunders that was able to throw it back over to their opponents, especially a team that can scale up. With Revival, they do have Lois they can still fall back to if they need to. Hopefully, they're going to be able to get to that point where she's actually going to be a threat, though.
And that's where I think the minutia of this game boils down to is, can Lobos actually get enough gold to carry fights at this point? That's a precarious at best proposition for me in this particular game, because Lobos would have to pick up an entire item pretty much to catch up to where Disconnector's at, or very close to it at this point, and that's just one threat when you've also got like Hyper doing a ridiculous amount of damage. Actually has built Manamune, something I didn't notice until this point. I did notice the Caulfields, but I didn't notice the tier in the inventory or right now when I realized that's going to be coming through. So the damage from Hyper is just obscene with these Qs when you're applying that spell proc over and over again. Combine that with Orianna ultimate, Gangplank ultimate, and suddenly like all this protection you got for a carry that's just not able to press for, front to back the way you would want them to. Revival is slowly crumbling, I think, across this map.
As they've lost the tier 2 bot, Drudozer is already knocking at the inhibitor door in this bot lane. They're only finally getting answered by Shookies and Lobos, a little late to the party. Well, sure, maybe you can say they got a turret topside. They were able to get some gold, but look at the difference. It's just getting worse and worse and worse for the side of Revival, and now it's actually 3 dragons. ISU were able to just get themselves another Cloud Drake, so we are at 3 dragons in total for ISU.
That we are. And even if they don't want to do anything to try to accelerate at this point, ISU could easily just bank on the fact that they've got this massive team fighting advantage and just play into Dragon Pit as fast as possible, which is acceptable. I think you could go a little faster than that, in my opinion, but it's definitely workable here for the side of ISU to just play for this soul point, potentially for the Baron that's going to be coming up, because you've got all this damage to work with between all of your members, and really what is Revival going to do to stop you in this next 5 to 10 minute period?
And what's worse is this is the perfect soul for a Hecarim game, right? You get the Cloud Soul. Everyone always, mocks the Cloud Soul. They're like, oh, I don't really care about the movement speed. It's more about the alt cooldown reduction that I get. But the soul is useless, except on Hecarim. Getting that movement speed is always so nice for him to be able to gallop even faster into the backline. Having now completed and upgrading to the Muramana with Ghost, with everything in tow, for Revival, it's just going to be difficult. Normally, they wanted to be able to kite back, but they're not even at that point. They can get away from Hyper and his damage, even if it's just the base damage.
It's not just base damage. He's got fully stacked money.
I know. It's even worse now.
How much damage this guy? I didn't even think about the fact that they took the cooldown off. So that Q probably just does a ridiculous amount during team fights. Here comes Hyper.
He even got the movement speed coming in from the distance from Drudozer, but didn't even go for it. He was just like, all right, I guess minions. I wanted to see if they were going to try it. They have a 7,000 gold lead right now over Revival, 21 minutes into the game. They pop the Rift Herald here in this mid lane so it can just charge down and see if they can maybe even make a play just for vision control around the Baron.
And it's a solid plan as ShamWow just continuing to shove up bottom lane, so now you've got attack on 2 separate lanes. So they're able to deny the Rift Herald from coming anywhere, but bot lane being shoved means that there's an opening on this dragon now. ShamWow does have TP and ultimate. They have to respond into this pit, but Concept is going to be such a long time, and they can easily just pull off on the side of ISU and just let ShamWow continue to shove.
That's probably what they might do. It's down to 50%, but they can easily peel back if they want to. Try to see if they can wait it out. It's going to be the Dredge line on top of Shookies. They're going to look for the depth charge onto Lobos in the back line, but they're being able to lock down Hyper. They lost Shookies, but they're still having to fight going the way. Keep in mind that they have Cyber in the middle of everyone, and if he dies, there goes your front line. Lobos pulled back in. Sunzi, he's getting run down, chased down by Hyper. You can't escape from the pony. He is the god here. It's an ace coming in from ISU. With that ace, that's a Baron, and that could be the game.
Probably is. Not on this push, most likely, but at minimum, it does confirm you. Oh, okay, they're not even going to stay for mid-tower. They don't have to wait for it. But they will get Baron off of this. And with that Baron, they can easily snag Cloud Soul. They can grab more towers for additional gold, despite the fact that they're up already 11,000 at this point in the game. This is ISU that just needs to cross some T's and dot some I's at the very last moments. Again, they're looking to be our first collegiate team in a while, and Drudozer and Disconnector have already proven themselves in UPL as being these super valuable assets, especially having that upset just a few years ago to their name. It looks like they're walking to repeat yet again here in our 2021 spring.
Yep, they like to be the upsets and being the second collegiate team, that is, to be able to get a victory. Oh, it's been a long time. What was it? Season 1, 2017, the last collegiate team to win in UPL. ISU getting an upset as well. Drudozer and Disconnector are well accustomed to that, as we had mentioned before in 2019, when they were able to get that upset with fruition to be able to win out UPL. They still have to close it out, even with the 12,000 gold lead. I have seen crazier things in League of Legends.
Can I also just talk about how the fact that ISU barely got out of their group? Okay, never mind.
Well, hold on, because right now it looks like it's going to be the Stormbringer back away. Natsuka has been locked down for a long time, but he's still alive, and the pony into the back line. He gallops away, locked down for a little bit by the Everfrost, but the flash coming in to be able to try to see if he can survive. But look at that. They're ripping him apart. It's a triple kill for ShamWow. They're chasing it down. Sunzi, the last target they need to be able to get with the barrels. It's going to be ShamWow. Quadra kill to be able to finish this all off, and that is ISU. They'll march the minions into the base. They will win the series. They are going to be your UPL Winter Champions in 2021, the first collegiate team since 2017.
This team was in a 4-way tie for second place in their group, just barely trying to scratch their way into playoffs. Only 3 weeks ago. There was a time and a place where we thought that this team might not even make playoffs at one point out of Group B. And here they are in actually pretty impressive fashion, not just winning this series in a comeback or dominating because of slip-ups coming through from Revival, but in a 3-1 that's been competitive from the side of Revival, able to take this one away is really impressive, as Drudozer might have found his match here.
Concept's TPing and behind. Shockwave onto 2 members from Drudozer. Look at the damage on his cyber. He gets
no mana
to survive. But Concept, he had TP behind. He's in the middle of 4 people now. He gets the flip, sure, but it's going to be the drag back in. He got shut down onto Disconnector. The fight's actually going the way of Revival. They're trying to see if they can take down Hyper. They got a double kill coming in, but ShamWow, man, he's got way too much damn damage. And they can continue to see if they can run down Revival, keep them in their base. nice. Maybe they want to even give the pentakill over to Shamwell, but it's a 2v4 at the moment. Keep an eye on Shamwell. Keep an eye on Drudozer, who's just shown up to the party. Looking for the parlay, getting the Stormbringer away from Cyber. Killed off by Drudozer. He's dominating with the minions coming in. This is finally going to be it. Third time's a charm, baby. ISU know that they have gotten this game long ago. And with this series, as you mentioned, it has been quite a journey for them. The team nearly kicked out, a team that nobody really thought was going to go far in the playoffs. They got to the grand finals. They had nobody believe them on the analyst desk, but here they are. 3-1 victory, even though it's a shutdown for Lopez at the end. We've seen this before. No. We have seen this before. Shamwow is here. We can't get debated by this again. Yeah. Even with that final kill, it is the game finished off by the Winions.
That it is. Very, very well played from the side of ISU, not just in this final game, but in every single game. And you think also, like, Game 2 was such a nice edge-type game between these two teams. If that had gone the way of Revival, I wonder if they just snowball that into a third game win. Like, that turnaround had to be so impactful in the mental here from the side of ISU to be able to come back. Their adaptation to the draft were really fast. Their ability to play into Revival, their focusing into bot lane and understanding your win conditions and what's been working for you, their adaptability was really on par here. As ISU, they are now the UPL champions here in winter 2021.
Yeah, it was quite crazy to see. And after that game 2, they were able to snowball and complete their victory to get that 3-1, get the first collegiate victory since 2017 in the UPL. We're going to toss it back over to the analyst desk. They're going to break down this entire series. It was great to catch. Congratulations to ISU. Ravish, take it away.
They actually did it through thick and thin, through down and back, losing the first game and coming right back up again. ISU are your Upsurge Premier League champions. We're the first collegiate team in the past 3 years to do it, and they did it in such a fantastic way. 4 years. Thank you very much, Beatdown Boulevard. It's Wow. I mean, Pater even said, man, I don't just talk that good stuff. I do back it up. So, yes, sir, you do. And my well-deserved respect goes to you and to everyone over at ISU for a fantastic game and for drafting across the board. Genuinely so. Now, Mike, coming to you first here, man, like, just talk to me a bit about this series because you can see ISU really found their footing.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by ISU. After the first game, I really thought the Revival was going to 3-0 because of how strong they looked in the second game, even when they had a 5K gold lead for 30 minutes. But I really loved the third and fourth adaptation from ISU, where they started playing even harder towards bot side, and they used mid jungle, and they started looking like a cohesive team. And that was really amazing for me to see. I also huge fan of Xayah, by the way, because I've been playing so much Xayah and I've been learning AD carry, and Xayah is just so much fun.
Yeah.
And that's why we highlighted Nausicaa and Disconnector at the beginning of this match here in our earlier segments, because they are, aside from Hyper, of course, who's really good, some of the best parts of ISU, constantly winning in all of their 2v2s and being those late game carries that we've been seeing them be these last couple of games here. And it's like you said, they start playing towards that. Game 3, hard early game jungler in Xin Zhao, who absolutely just helps decimate that bot lane. Disconnector gets the push, they dive, it's over. We already said that. Game 4, not the strong early bot lane, but at the end of the day, they dive bot yet again. And it just ends up achieving the same result. And the other thing too, it's like you said, Ravi, draft diff all day long. Game 1, not so much. Game 2, Revival realistically should have won. But games 3 and 4, I don't like saying this a lot, but that game was won in draft.
It genuinely was, and a lot of those dives you spoke about beatdown were genuinely perpetuated by one, but not only one, but many people. But one person we have to highlight across the board, the MVP of this series, man. It is going to be none other than Hyper, bro. This man did so much work for his team today. From what you mentioned, the bot lane dives, be able to set up a stupid amount of plays and carrying them through. And when it came to those mid-game 10 situations where they're bouncing in around River, the man to press forward, he pressed that W, he found those picks, and he made sure that his mid laners and his ADCs were set up for success. ISU is bigger than some of their parts, but their parts looked so good today. And of course, like I said before, now GG's, of course, going over to the side of Revival too. You guys played a fantastic game. It is unfortunate that it does have to end this way, but we hope to see more from you guys. We know you guys have absolutely fantastic players on your squad, and going forward, we definitely do want to be able to see some growth, some more options, and maybe the Xin Sao pick. I think that's just the way to go, guys. But with our
I think
friends,
Cyber could do it.
I think he could. I have complete faith in him. Now, Mike, Beatdown, let me ask you for any final words. Well, Mike, starting with you, man.
I'm actually really impressed by Hyper. I kind of want to go into a game right now playing Xin Zhao, especially the new Xin Zhao. Like, there are so many different builds that you can go on him. It's just so much fun because every single game you can play a different play style. So super hyped for the different picks across the board. The Xin Zhao, the Eve also, they pulled back to previous seasons, the Lucian Eve combo. It didn't work out so well, but I really like the confidence because you have to have confidence like that to pull out a win in a best of 5 series.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely got to be. I agree with you, and I'm also going to talk about Disconnected too. But really quick, just on Hyper, I think even though there's been some back and forth with which jungler's playing for ISU, whenever Hyper does play, he always looks great. And yeah, even though he lost out in game 1 on the Eve pick, I think he played that game fantastically. Game 2 played super well on the Graves as well. And props to that dude's mental because game 1 and 2 were really not fun for him despite his really good performance. And even though they won game 2, it was almost 35 minutes into it. But of course, you got to highlight Disconnector as well. And Nausicaa, even in the games they lost, they still play their 2v2 really well. And as soon as the literal instant that ISU are like, you know what? Let's play the bot side. They win the series. They never lost another game.
It's just that easy. I remember even, Shikra was talking about how, they might try to change their play style. Their bot stepping a lot more weak side. But this time, ISU, like you mentioned before as well, Mike, they had a game plan. They stuck to it and they executed to a T. And through that, they were able to come out on top, a well-deserved win, and then becoming our champions for the Upsurge Premier League for this season. But friends, remember, this is not the final day. We are also on tomorrow to see our final match season, that being a third place match between Supernova and GMU. So that's one you will definitely not want to miss. But with all that being said, I do want to thank you for everybody on the side of Upsurge. I want to thank you, Mike Young, for coming on today as a guest. It's a pleasure and honor seeing you. Of course, my man Beatdown Below for being by my side almost the entire season. Of course, our caster for tonight, Rebel Fox, Mad Magical for killing it as always, and our production Hypertension hates me for making us look good. With all that being said, I have been Ravishing Ravis, the most ravishing man on the internet. It has been an honor to be your host. I'll catch y'all later. Peace.